Else. Hi there, and welcome to the finale, the final 8 hours. And just to explain my voice, last night I was doing the typical bloke thing. I was watching the soccer. England got to penalties in the Euro 2024 tournament and got into the semi final. But I was shouting at the screen, at the TV screen. So I sound a little bit hoarse. Probably the wrong thing to do before a 24-hour live stream. Anyway, Richard, you're looking a little tired there. We're on the home straight, mate. How are you getting on?
Yeah, not too bad. We have been at this now for, get my maths right, 16 hours. You and I were obviously awake prior to this. Yeah, do you know that the hardest thing for me is just sitting in the seat? My setup isn't as good as yours. I don't have the opportunity to stand up. But yeah, we're still going strong, and still no coffee for me either, thankfully.
Yes, you had to put that in there. I feel like I've let the team down. If you're new and
Not
you haven't watched,
not at all. It's look, we said all along that coffee is a tool, and these levers are there to be pulled. I think you've done incredibly well to be coffee free for as long as you have. It's a crutch. It blocks the adenosine receptor. So coffee doesn't give us energy. For those who are listening, it blocks our body's ability to tell us that we're tired and fatigued. It's a tool, and if there's ever a time to use a tool to persevere for a 24-hour life, because this isn't just being awake for 24 hours. Even when you and I are just sitting, we're listening, and we may be replying to messages and keeping, an eye on the chat, but listening, it is exhausting. It's incredibly tiring. It's not just as easy as sitting on your bum watching TV, where you don't really have to think, because there's questions come in. You're constantly, and a few times I've been caught out because my brain, I feel, isn't functioning as well as it would if I was fresh and first thing in the morning. But I still think we're doing incredibly well, and the fact you've needed a little bit of coffee, a little bit of a crutch, is that's what it's there for. So. Yeah, all good. And I'm impressed that you mentioned it also, because you could have easily have just consumed it and not said anything. So I'm even more impressed with that.
Couldn't live with myself. Dr. Robert Kilt, thank you. With you, stay strong. We're enjoying the experts. Dr. Lisa Wiedeman is supposed to be on, and I have sent her the link. And I'm very worried that she's going to clash and think she's on in an hour's time when it's Sabrina Solt. But let's see what happens. Let's see what happens, because I can't send the link to Dr. Sabrina Solt and say, "Can you come on an hour earlier?" Because we might find that Dr. Lisa Wiedeman comes on in a couple of minutes. Also, we've had Dr. Philip Ovadia, who's on later. He's messaged to say that he's had delay on his flight, so he'll be doing it from his car. So we're loving the commitment these people put in. Dr. Kilts was on at 6, he was up at 6 o'clock in the morning to do it. Anthony Chafee was on at 4. Dr. Abs stepped in to cover someone at the last minute, and absolutely all the messages came to life, which was really good. So it's been a great evening, morning and day for us, because everyone's come to the table with something great. It was good to see Craig just now, and if you watch Richard and I and you think that we're just stuck in one way of thinking, well, now you realize that we're not. We listen to everybody, and we're inquisitive. We want to know what other people think, because that's how you learn. Now, both of us have bored you both about coffee. Well, a year ago, both of us thought coffee was the best thing since sliced bread, didn't we? And
we know how the bread thing turned out.
Yes, exactly. And, I started to get joint pain when I ramped up my activity a little bit and added a couple of coaching sessions for soccer. And I got knee pain and slightly inflamed feet, which I didn't at first think was coffee. I just thought it was the way it is. And then I took the coffee out for another reason, really. as well as just for the inflammation. I just wanted to see if I could do better without coffee. I didn't know Richard was doing it, and lo and behold, the pains went. But I did the interventional experiment, which what proper scientists should do. I then put it back in to see if I could repeat the problems. Now, yes, people talk about placebo, and was I thinking, well, it's going to hurt, so I'm going to hurt? No, I really didn't think that, and I didn't want to think that either. I was hoping that it wouldn't cause a problem. I put the coffee back in and I would have cleared it, because I had 3 days without coffee and I got rid of everything, but that didn't happen. And it came back, and I've done it again since. I've taken it out and it's been great, and then I've put it back. I've got football coaching. Oh, people don't know this. Right, it's midnight now. We'll finish at 8 o'clock in the morning. That's what we're doing, 8 hours. And then I'm going to football coaching. I am not going to bed. I'm going to coaching, which is actually booked for 11 o'clock. So there's even a little bit in between, and I won't be falling asleep, which I couldn't have done. I couldn't have done with when I was a high carb person. But yes, it's been funny, hasn't it? That we have got now 100 people watching, which is really, really good. And we've got loads of comments, but we haven't got any questions yet. And it's only streaming to 2 channels, which is mine and yours, Richard. So let's have a look at the comments.
Just for full disclosure as well, this is, I got to be careful I don't tip that. This is my electrolytes. You can see by the orange reflection. This isn't coffee, by the way. It's just in a coffee cup. No coffee for me. Before somebody jumps on that and says I'm drinking coffee.
So who's next? Dr. Lisa Wiedeman should be now, but I think there's going to be a big mess up in an hour's time. Then it's at 1 o'clock in the morning, so about 50 minutes from now, Dr. Sabrina Solt. Then at 2 o'clock in the morning, Natalie E West. Then at 3 o'clock, it's Dr. Abs making his second appearance. Then at 4 o'clock in the morning, it's Dr. Philip Ovadia. Then at 5, it's Kerry Mann and Emily Harveaux. Kerry Mann is the guy that's doing the documentary about Carnivore. Then we got Jessalyn Randle, and she's at 6. And at 7 o'clock, it's just Richard and I. That's it. That's how it's going to work. So let's have a look. Let's see if there's any other questions. Did any questions catch your eye, Richard?
Yeah, there was the oxalate one that I think has just popped up there. Well, I think I can't see it there now. I don't have the access to these messages isn't as good as it is your end, but I'm sure there was one there with oxalate dumping. It says, do you have a recommended protocol to resolve the impact of oxalate dumping? It goes on to say strong black helps, but I don't normally drink tea or coffee. Well, by all recommendations now, don't drink coffee anyway. Yes. The standard line of thinking in regards to oxalate detox is to add calcium. I'm not a lover of calcium, especially in supplementation form. Yes, we need calcium, but if we look as nature intended, the cells use calcium at roughly a 1-to-1 ratio with magnesium. Calcium is excitatory to the muscle. This is one of the reasons that, and I'm sure Dr. Abs can get into this in more detail, given the fact that he works with professional athletes also, that most cramping we look at being a magnesium issue, but quite often it's excess calcium. You can remedy by offsetting it with increasing magnesium, but excess calcium is excitatory to the muscle, and magnesium is what calms it down. But excessive amounts of calcium can lead to increased risk of cardiovascular disease. Several studies have shown that this can increase by as much as 15%. When we oxalate detox, oxalates also have a high affinity to potassium, which leads to the body being depleted in potassium, a condition called hypokalemia. So why not supplement with potassium citrate if the oxalate has a high affinity to this in the first place? If we want to avoid the calcium, then we supplement with a potassium citrate, which is what I'm drinking there, my electrolytes. And I don't have the container on the desk because I took it out there during the break to make my electrolyte. But one of the issues that we see when we gravitate into a low carb lifestyle, because insulin drops and it signals the kidneys to release sodium from those 4 points in the nephrons in the kidneys, it leads to keto flu, fatigue, feeling nauseous, and so on and so forth. So we supplement or add in, I shouldn't use the term supplement because salt is natural, but we add in a quality Celtic sea salt, for example. And Celtic is better than pink, by the way, and we can get into that as we go. We add in sodium. The issue with excessive sodium consumption, and I need to be careful when I say excessive, because sodium is required in the body at a lot higher ratios than we're led to believe. There's a study that I referenced during the talks that covers over 100,000 participants and over 17 countries, and it looks at the relationship between sodium and all-cause mortality. And the sweet spot during this study, which measures sodium that was excreted, so we can assume that what we have consumed is at least what has been excreted, shows that the sweet spot is between 4,000 to 6,000, which means that we can probably safely consume way more than that. And I probably consume close to 10,000 milligrams of sodium per day, which I don't believe is excessive. But if we look as nature intended, animal proteins come with a 4 times higher ratio even of potassium, with some records showing that we would have consumed maybe 15,000 milligrams of potassium during the Stone Age time. But this brings it back to the calcium consumption. The sodium consumption. Excess amounts of sodium can deplete potassium further, which leaves us further depleted. If we do supplement with calcium, this can deplete magnesium. So there's a balance going on, or an imbalance in electrolytes. All we need to do is supplement with a quality potassium citrate, and everything else will sort itself out. Oxalate dumping tends to be cyclical. It can be something that you have maybe once a month or once every few weeks, and it tends to phase out and come back again. So you can supplement around those times. You can also put a food that contains some form of oxalate back in to prevent the tissue from releasing the oxalate. Things like spinach. But I mean, spinach is incredibly high in oxalate. My preference personally would be a dark chocolate. I think that's far more enjoyable than eating spinach. So a few protocols there, but easily remedied. It can last an awful long time. Oxalate detox can manifest itself in a number of ways: itchy skin, dry eyes, inflammation, and lots of other things, aches and pains within joints. And it is incredibly common. So there's a few little hints and tips there in regards to remedying, if that's a word. We are a little bit tired now after so long. To remedy oxalate dumping or oxalate detox, as Stephen and I refer to it, then those are some hints and tips.
Brilliant. Okay, so there's a couple of questions already for Dr. Abs. One is on oil pulling, which is something I tried and found it was a miserable failure for me. And that's basically putting some oil into your mouth and sort of sucking it in through the gaps in your teeth and back out and all that. And it's supposed to be really fantastic, but I tried it and it wasn't for me. I thought it was rubbish. Jill, I think she might be having a little joke here. Do you not have a Buy Me a Coffee link? I do have a website called Buy Me a Coffee, and I'll put the link in there if you're actually genuinely asking about that. But anyway, let's do some questions. Any ideas on fat malabsorption? Well, yes. Well, let's start with, all the common things that people talk about. So when you eat fat, you need bile to help you emulsify it, to break it down into little droplets so you can absorb it. So people say, oh, well, if I haven't got a gallbladder, what's going to happen? Well, your liver is a remarkable organ, and it will make a surrogate sort of gallbladder for you, and you'll still be able to produce bile, but it might not be as concentrated and as beautifully delivered as the gallbladder. But that doesn't mean you can't eat this way. So I'm going to do a little bit of that, and then Richard can do his little bit, and together we'll have a full answer. So I'm just going to stop that question before we even start. So if you haven't got a gallbladder, it just means that when you start eating the fat, you just have to be a little bit careful with the quantities, and you might need smaller meals with more frequency, but you can do it. You can definitely eat fat if you've had a gallbladder issue. So why might that be a problem? Well, what I just said, you might eat fat and not have enough bile So that's the first thing about fat malabsorption. Secondly, when you are eating, some people are not doing the mechanical digestion. They're not chewing, basically. And that helps because you get a little bit of breakdown in your mouth before it enters your stomach. And then we're going to hand over to Rich to talk about the next bit.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, the bile thing is a big problem, especially when we're new to the lifestyle. Bile production is initiated through fats and proteins, and if we're not living a lifestyle that is rich in fats, then the bile is produced and it's meant to be reabsorbed in the small intestine. But if we're new to the lifestyle and not used to it, then this can travel down to the colon where it's excreted, and it will give a light color brown to the feces, and this is usually a sign of fat malabsorption. But we can remedy this. We can lower the fat initially to start with. We can have more meals throughout the day and increment the fat slowly. Zinc is a good supplement to use to help with the digestion of the proteins in particular when we're consuming food. Although meat, if we are eating a more animal-based lifestyle, then the animal proteins are going to contain a high level of zinc. But we can remedy these things by gravitating slowly. And I think that's very important because people with no gallbladder, as Stephen says, are put off by this lifestyle because of the amount of fat. But it's just these incremental changes. Your meal size maybe should be smaller and more frequent rather than having larger meals like I would consume. I would tend to consume 2 large meals or maybe 3 within a day, but you may be better off initially just starting with smaller meals, less fat, and incrementing slowly.
Excellent. We'll go to the next starred question, which is, I think I've got to say this in an Italian accent, from Neville. What do you reckon about cream in coffee? Well, it can be problematic because it's very easy to overconsume cream in coffee, which is one of the things I've noticed with people that do have cream in coffee, because it can stall them. It can give you a weight loss stall, which is why sometimes it isn't the coffee or the caffeine, it's actually the vehicle it becomes for cream. And a lot of people that I coach really love their coffee. I get that. And maybe the reason that they sort of have booked me is because I talk about coffee in real terms. It's a nice ceremony. It's very social, has lots of benefits in that sort of way. It's a nice thing to do. I was a little bit of a connoisseur. I like my beans to be freshly roasted. I've got a grinder and all that. But I've never got to the point like Rich got where he's drinking 20 cups of coffee. Now, even if you have that Swiss water decaf and it's not the acrylamide, imagine if they had cream in on all the time. That's a lot of cream. So that's my little bit about coffee or creaming coffee. Richard?
Yeah, again, look, I think it's a tool. And it's one, look, very few of us, we all claim to be super strict carnivores, on social media, and very few people on the planet are actually as strict as they are, they're leading us to believe. When I do private consults with many people who, are avid listeners of our channel, most deviate and do things that are not super strict. But that's the beauty. You don't have to be super strict. We're not cracking the whip and making sure that you toe the line exactly. This is the real world. We all live in the real world. I didn't wake up yesterday being carnivore. Stephen's just had a coffee because it's a tool. I've drunk coffee for many years because I was probably addicted and wanted an excuse to drink it, but it played a benefit. It conferred a benefit for a long time. And things like cream are one of those tools. When you begin a low carb ketogenic journey, cream is a fantastic way to get fats in. It's a fantastic way to teach the body that now fat is your new fuel, and that will allow these upregulations of these pathways and enzymes. Now that we've just stopped carb dead on its nose, we need fats, and fats are our friend. Now we, a couple of times have mentioned that we don't want to overconsume fats, but we're not demonizing fats. Fats are incredibly important, vitally important, in fact. When I gravitated into this, to come away from drinking, and I used to drink 15 cans of Red Bull or other energy drinks per day. And that is an awful lot of energy drink. It caused lots of issues to my stomach. Many issues. It caused liver, kidney problems. I wasn't in a good place. So gravitating to coffee, which to me was absolutely disgusting, didn't seem like a fair trade-off. So I began consuming coffee with lots of double cream. So this was a crutch that allowed me to gravitate deeper down that journey. And many years later, I am now what I would call and regard myself as a strict carnivore. So cream worked very well for me in the early stages. But it doesn't come without its drawbacks. Again, it is dairy. It does contain casein. It's easy to overconsume. So use it as a tool if you need it. And I'm going to wrap this up quickly now because Lisa's just come in. But it's a tool. If you feel that you need it to maintain the lifestyle, then it's a tool worth using. Because this is all about consistency. Consistency is key. So if that allows you to maintain the journey and stay on track, then it's a tool worth using, but it doesn't come without drawbacks. Hello, Lisa.
Dr. Lisa.
Hello. So I've been sitting for a half hour on the other link that you sent me.
Stephen.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I sent you the right link on Instagram, but anyway, I do apologize. It went a bit mad. I really don't know what happened. But anyway, we're here now, and I'm so sorry.
Here we are. And I came in at a good point because I'm a big proponent of educating people on coffee and caffeine and why it's not a health drink.
So, tell us more. What you think?
Well, I have a very specific journey into this via addiction to food, sugar, carbs, and there's a lot to overcome. Hi, Dr. Kiltz. There's a lot to overcome with just that, and I get it, and I like what you said that people use coffee like as a crutch or a bridge, and whatever you need to do to stay consistent is great. But when you're ready to level up and you're really thinking long and hard about what misinformation we've been given about the addictive caffeine and coffee, just like we have a lot of misinformation about other things, and people say, well, it's supposed to be good and it lowers my blood pressure, doesn't it? Well, there's a lot of information out there about the decrease oxygen to the brain immediately following the coffee, and it binding to adenosine receptors, and it leaching minerals, and it not being a fan of your microbiome. There's a lot. And so I just tried, and I know a lot of people just say, don't take my coffee. You can't. I live for my coffee. Well, you know what? I loved coffee too. And I gave it up about 10 years ago. Well, fully the caffeine part of it. And then back then I was like, well, I guess decafs should be okay. And then I realized, you know what? None of that's okay. It's a seed. It's not a bean, and it's roasted, and we're crushing it, and we're pouring boiling water over it. And then we're drinking it daily, if not multiple times a day. And you don't realize, but you're going through withdrawal when you're feeling tired and lethargic. And it's just, perpetuating the addiction. And then I'll just throw out one more thing before I stop on the little coffee rant, is that I have spoken at length to a number of different addiction specialists like Vera Tarman, Bitten Johnson. And there's a lot of information out there that people who are trying to give up one addiction will have a much, much lower success rate if they're also still on another addiction, meaning typically caffeine. And so, I mean, I just take that seriously. I have so many people that say, I know what I'm supposed to do. I just can't stick to it. I know what I'm supposed to do, but it's so hard. Well, what's going in your mouth? Is it leading to health or harm? And if you cannot make that decision for yourself, you've already researched this long and hard, I'm sure, by listening to podcasts, watching videos, reading, right? And you understand the reasoning behind why we're not putting seed oils in, why we're not putting gluten in and grains, and for most of us, not even any vegetables, right? You get that and you've researched it and you know it. And then if you fall back in to the ice cream, the cookies, the pasta, the pizza, whatever it is, chips, bread, whatever your DOC, drug of choice is, then therein lies the definition of an addiction, doing something that you know is harmful to you and you're doing it anyway. So I just try to really be the just the messenger of information, where maybe when you're at that point where you start thinking, maybe I should think about this, and that you're willing to give it up, just do a challenge, do it for 90 days. And then and then a lot of times, the coffee is just a vehicle. Like I kind of heard some of what you were saying for the cream, and of course those lovely, people are taking their frother and getting that protein powder that's sweetened with stevia, and then that's a whole nother ball game with the sweeteners. And again, it's a tough one because it becomes your treat, it becomes your dessert, it becomes your crutch. And I get it. There's that ritual, the warmth, the smell, the taste, all of that combined. And it's something that you cling to for dear life. Like you don't want to give it up. But I have to say, in a lot of my experience, that one thing that you most don't want to give up is typically the one thing that will give you most benefit by giving it up. So have an open mind. Believe in yourself that you can do it, and become more educated that this really is not something that's healthy to put in our bodies every single day, and oftentimes multiple times a day.
Yeah, 100, but we completely agree. I think it's a shame you didn't jump on about 5 minutes prior to that, where we were talking about the detrimental impacts of acrylamide and mycotoxins. So Stephen and I are generally now coffee free. I'd admit it's been an addiction for me for many years. And I think it's probably the last thing on the list of things, exactly as you say, knowing that it's not helping me and it's only harming me. But I used to look at the benefits. I would always, exactly what you say, this is my little treat, I'm not doing this. I would look at the benefits of it blocking the adenosine receptor and the ergogenic properties. But I would never resign to the fact that it was causing damage until it started to cause damage. And it was causing neuromuscular problems. I was suffering with conditions that were similar to motor neurons disease. I was getting severe pain in my legs, both front and back. My nerves were firing constantly. It was affecting the way that I walked, my gait. I couldn't lift my leg high enough to walk upstairs. And I was drinking an awful lot of coffee. Only 4 or 5 cups per day, but each cup contained 2 double shots, so the equivalent of 20 cups per day. Now, acrylamide is accumulative.
It's so funny. It's so funny. You literally have said with a straight, serious face, only 4 or 5 cups a day.
Yeah.
I was like, and I thought, holy crow.
Yeah, but this was causing a big problem. So as you rightly say, coffee is not your friend. It's a toxic compound. It is a plant. And yeah, if you can be without it, then drop the coffee. I'm 4 weeks completely coffee free. 4 weeks and 2 days, dropped with no problem at all because of the conditions that it.
Well, see, there you had your motivation, your why that was making you cry. That said, all right, now I have to. So it's important though for people to think about the hidden types of things that are going on, like the bone density, the osteoporosis type issues with the minerals, that, you don't discover that till it's too late, you know?
Okay, we got a couple questions here. Lisa, in regards to the sardine fast, which maybe you want to just sort of summarize for people, can I swap them for a Wild Planet white anchovies?
Yeah, I get this type of question a lot as far as can I do this instead of that? I mean, the whole intent of the sardine challenge, I like to call it a sardine challenge instead of a sardine fast. It seems crazy to use the term fast with what you're eating. But yeah, you go the original Dr. Boz 72-hour sardine challenge was just you eat sardines when you get hungry and you wait till you get hungry again and you eat as many cans as you want throughout the 72 hours. And there's just something very magical about sardines and fish in the sardine family. So herring, mackerel, but it I say you got to at least do an initial sardine challenge and measure your glucose and your ketones, see what your weight does, and see how you feel. And then I would experiment with anchovies because anchovies tend to be really salty. I'm not sure exactly if they're in the same family as the sardines. I do put anchovies when I make my sardine bisque. I do anchovies. I mean, sardines, herring, half a can of anchovies, and some butter and some clam juice or water, and whisk it up with an immersion blender. It's amazing, and I call that my sardine adjacent challenge. So if you're going to go all in on Wild Planet white anchovies, then you just have to name it your own anchovy fast or anchovy challenge, and see what your results are. Because I'm not sure because I haven't had anybody do full on anchovies for 3 days.
Brilliant. Now, this is obviously relating to your area of expertise completely. A question: dry eye and cataracts, are they reversible?
Yeah, so we have to think about root cause, right? And I have definitely firsthand experience with patients who were I mean, it's a pretty rare patient who's going to sit in my chair. They say, I've got dry eye. I'm going to look and do a couple tests. Yes, you have dry eye. All right, go home, clean out your cupboards, clean out your fridge and your freezer. And this is what you're going to do. You're going to go carnivore, right? Like they're going to look at me like I've got 5 heads. So my experience with this is in people who have gone to carnivore for other reasons, but also had a significant dry eye problem. And so many people have written to me, knowing that I'm an eye doctor, and said, you got to hear this. This is better. This is better. Their glaucoma was reversing. Their dry eye went away. Their floaters went away. And with cataracts, I'm not so sure if it's a matter of halting the progression of them or being able to actually reverse it, because the glycolysis of sugar and the glycation that happens, and it makes the lens have opacities in it, cloudy areas. I'm not so sure if that can rearrange back into clarity. Um, I can hope. I have had a couple people who say, when I went in for my follow-up checkup, my doctor was amazed. My vision was a little bit better, but I have not heard anybody say, yeah, my cataracts are gone. I've been eating this way for this amount of years. And that's another thing. It's patience. We've taken 40, 50, 60 years of feeding our bodies trash. And then we all of a sudden go to this nutrient dense, optimal human diet. And we're like, I've been carnivore for 6 months and I still have, like, yeah, really? That's like a little blip on the radar. You got to just keep going and keep like taking in and realizing all of the positive benefits that are happening along the way, and just visualize yourself getting healthier. And yeah, that's for sure the dry eye, a dense cataract that's ready for surgery. I'm not so sure that anybody's flipping that around.
No. Brilliant answer. Thank you for that. Dr. Lisa, I have heard some say sugar is a drug. Can the same be said for sweeteners?
Yeah, well, my famous saying with the sweeteners, no matter what kind of sweetener it is, I don't care whether they get around this natural sweetener, so they say, oh, it's no artificial sweeteners, and it has stevia or monk fruit or whatever it is, right? But a sweetener is a sweetener, and if we're calling sugar versus anything other than sugar, what's called alternate sweeteners, all of that, my saying is, it's just like changing seats on the Titanic. You're off of your sugar drug and you're onto the other, and everybody's hooked on their flavored electrolyte drinks. Every single day they got to get them in. Well, why? Because they gave up sugar, because that's not carnivore. But guess what they get to have? I get to have this sweetened drink every day, and the sweetened protein powders in my coffee, and the sweeteners in my, whatever kind of dessert we're making or trying to come up with. But when any taste of sweet hits the sweet sensors on your tongue, there's still the same reaction and the same addiction. And I defy anybody to think, if they think that they're overcoming their addiction and getting rid of their cravings if they're putting sweeteners in any form. And Diet Coke's a big culprit. Chewing gum is a huge culprit. People say, oh, I don't do any of that stuff. And then I'll say, all right, well, what do you do? What's during the day? And then it finally comes out that they chew gum. And I go, oh boy, you know what? Your jaw moving in that chewing action is signaling to your brain that food is coming down. Chewing gum is not a healthy habit. And think about it. Why are you doing it? Oh, well, I'm in close contact with people and my breath. I'm like, no. No excuse. That's silly. You go and you get rid of all of your gum, and they're going, oh my God, it's in my car, it's in my purse, it's in my desk drawer, it's everywhere. And they realize how much they're popping this just to keep getting that sweet hit. And it's a tough one to give up. It really is.
Thank you for that. This one's very tongue-in-cheek, I think. Grumpy Cat, what are your thoughts on eating Oreo cookies to lower the LDL cholesterol?
Yeah, all those are just really kind of fun, interesting science experiments. I mean, how about, wasn't there a guy that lost a lot of weight, eating Twinkies and,
Yes.
all this stuff. So, but we don't want our LDL low. Hello, we don't. Okay, so yeah, let's not do the cookies or lower our LDL. Lower LDL is a higher death rate. And people have to, I know everybody's like up in arms about this whole meat eating thing and so much red meat and carnivore. And how could that, what if my cholesterol's this and my triglycerides? And it's like everybody's so obsessed with it. But why would our bodies do something so detrimental to it when we're eating an ancestral diet? And, I just say, it's like, I don't know. I've been eating meat for over 15 years. I've carnivore since March of 2009. And I'm here still to live to tell about it. And, I really feel that the obsession with, I like to tell people, just don't test. Just don't. Who needs a blood test? We didn't do blood tests thousands of years ago. Why are we testing our blood? I trust my body. I really do. I'm so convinced after so much of what I've seen and heard and read, even through my journey, but so many others now. It's just amazing how this movement is really taking off. And, more and more people know what it is. Whereas when I started doing this, people thought I was like flying my freak flag. Like, what the heck is going on? You think not eating fruit and vegetables healthy? You're rather silly. But yeah, the cholesterol one gets me heated up because it's like, oh, you know what? You just have to go down the rabbit hole and figure this out. Yeah, there's so much information out there that is definitively showing that it's so bad to go on a statin, and it's so bad to have a low LDL.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Nick Norwitz, who did that experiment, even at the very beginning, he said, look, this is to be provocative. So, that was the whole point, to get the traction. Of course, here it is, a little joke about it, but it gets people talking about LDL. And I think, the point I took away from it was, if you've got high LDL and by eating biscuits, it gets lower, does that indicate you're doing something to improve your health? I don't think so. But anyway, right. You walked into a nice question because you mentioned fruit and veg and all that, and people thinking you're a bit mad. So Andy is saying, still would like your thoughts on fermented veg being added.
Yeah, I'll just give it from my perspective. Of course, I've done this for a long time, and when I started hearing little things about kefir and kimchi and fermented vegetables, I was thinking, well, why do I need that? Why would I want to include that in my diet? And is it necessary, and is it beneficial? I'll just say I'm still not eating fermented vegetables. And I just, from everything I've seen and from my own experience, I have really no need to think that I need that.
Absolutely. Right. Rich, you've been very quiet. Do you want to dive in at all?
Yeah, you've told me off, so I'm having a pout. No, I'm.
What did I do?
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I think how long are we in now? 17 hours approaching. We've been live for currently, Lisa, or coming up towards. So I think that's just taking a little toll. And I'm listening. I love listening to the advice, but I completely agree. I don't believe that there's a requirement to eat any veg, even if it is fermented. The fact that you have to ferment it in order to kill off a lot of the phytoalexins, the plant toxins, should tell you all you need to know. In regards to the gut microbiome, we've mentioned this a number of times tonight, but the alpha diversity in the gut can be increased by eating an all animal protein diet. I recently had Ben Azadi on a podcast who went from being keto into carnivore for 90 days and having a fairly good microbiome. It improved with carnivore over 90 days. And I think, Lisa, you've hit the nail on the head. Why would you put a compound in if it's not conferring a benefit? What is the point in doing so? So no, I'm not a lover of fermented veg personally myself.
That's great. Right. So was there anything from Dr. Lisa's answers you wanted to do a follow-up question, Richard?
No, fantastic. I
Right.
don't know if the questions are just drying up because it is 1 a.m. almost in the UK. But I know we've got slightly less live than we did several hours ago, but there's lots of questions that were. How's the chat looking there for questions, Steve?
Well, I'm just looking at here, but don't forget where Dr. Lisa is. It's not midnight. It's
Yes, very true.
Yeah, it's
whatever time it is.
closing in on 8:00 in the evening here.
No, fantastic.
Well, so we should be getting some more questions, but I mean, they were pretty quick. The thing is with Dr. Lisa is she just answers.
Clear and concise. Yeah.
Clear and concise.
What would your protocol be, Lisa, for someone who is? Would your protocol be the same for someone who is coming from a severely overweight background and incredibly metabolically unhealthy to someone who is fairly healthy, just slightly misguided. Would it be the same protocol, just a full hard stop in regards to cutting out all of these compounds, or would there be a case for incremental changes?
A lot of that is really determining where the person's come from as far as their sober behavior around food or not, or their dysfunctional relationship with food. Let's see, how else can I put it? Because herein lies the problem. When we're talking about tapering down with somebody like that, it would be like going into alcohol rehab and saying, okay, we're going to switch to light beer for this couple, like a month. And then we're going to go to every other day. And then, then we're going to switch you to O'Doul's, and it doesn't work that way. And for people who don't understand that this is actually a really true addiction, that's extremely difficult to overcome because it's everywhere in our world and we're triggered all the time, and everything centers around food. Where are we going? What are you bringing? What are we having? There's so much between our socialization, our family, our traditions. And when you are somebody who is drawn to overeat, binge, secretively eat these foods that you've become addicted to, because most of the time there's always another reason. You're either filling an emotional void, you're turning to it for comfort, you're turning to it to numb something. And these are learned behaviors, long-standing learned behaviors. I say I became an addict probably when I was about 6 years old, and I was given an Easy Bake Oven. And that was a little kid toy that had a light bulb, and you mix a packet with water into a batter, and you slide it in this plastic oven that's now sitting over the light bulb. And yeah, I think that was the start. And then getting on my bike and riding to the 5 and 10 store with my friends and getting Pixie Sticks and Jolly Ranchers and Bazooka, and it just kept going. And so those kind of relationships with food, and then the chemical and physical addiction that some of us get, is extremely difficult to overcome. And so, in answer to your original question here, many people really need the rip the Band-Aid off. And the more you limit their choices, the more freeing it becomes for them. And that's like the start of, let's say, somebody being told, do B, 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 and E, right? The Dr. Berry's beef, butter, bacon, and eggs, right? You're given a structure, you're given foods that typically people have sober behavior around. I don't have sober behavior around bacon because it's not safe. If I've made it, it's getting eaten. But that's why, like, the Lion diet works so incredibly well. Ruminant meat, salt, and water. It's so simple. It's so fulfilling. It's so satiating. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's like people say, oh, you couldn't do that to somebody. How are they ever going to survive? How are they going to live? Like, it's a beautiful, beautiful way of eating. And it's, again, for a lot of people coming from such a disordered background, it becomes such a freeing, peaceful, safe space when they know they're going to be nourished. They're not starving themselves. They're not restricting. They're able to eat and just keep going, embrace it and keep going. And then when you get down to your goal and you want to decide if you can add other things back in, that's one of the best ways to go at it. People who come at it from keto and of course, keto is just a very thrown around word, and I hate that about it, but let's just call it standard keto, where people are searching for recipes and searching for mimicking keto approved mimicking foods of things they used to indulge in, whether it's waffles or pancakes or, keto brownies or keto pudding or keto, fill in the blank. Um, those will, anybody who really has let's just call it a broken relationship with food, will actually have trouble now. At some point, they will get to a certain level where they're not progressing. Why? Because they keep looking for the next latest, greatest recipe, and they make it and then they don't stop eating it, and it calls their name just like the other things did. And you can't tell me like Ben and Jerry's in the freezer is similar to the Halo or whatever keto ice cream they have. It still calls your name, right? And same with anything else that's mimicking of those foods that we were so drawn to eat and overeat. It's very, very difficult to expect yourself to um, really have a whole different identity around food. And I'm not saying it's just, everybody will say, well, it's so cliche of, I'm going to eat to live and not live to eat. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. But you know what? We have to fit in with our friends, our family, our holidays and all that. And we have to understand that food is still food. Food is still an entity that is so pervasive in our social lives. And when you think about it, it should just be food for eating for hunger. And it's really changed so dramatically from that with all of the toxic, poisonous, addictive foods that we have in our food system. And yeah, I know it's so hard because I started out, I don't think I would have been able to transition into carnivore without cheese at the beginning. And cheese was my friend because I thought, God, I'm giving up everything. At least give me cheese. But then over time, very, very much understood that cheese is addictive with the casomorphine, the opioids, right? And it's inflammatory. And it also, I know you've already gone over this ad nauseum, I'm sure, but that there's such a component of it for me of, again, it's in the fridge. I'm having an emotional event and I'm going to open the fridge and I'm not making a steak. I'm melting some cheese and frying some cheese and adding lots of cheese into my ground beef. And then I have a hard time moderating how much I am eating of it, right? Because now it's ooey and gooey and delightful. And, it's a whole different ball game. All right. How about herbs and spices? I love spicy food and there's only real small amounts. Yeah. Yeah. So Neville, I've always used spices and I've also used hot sauce, mainly because I didn't come to this with major joint issues or autoimmune issues. If I was that type of person, then yeah, you would need to be a little cautious because of the peppers, which are a nightshade, but they're really, those of us who tolerate that and are not overcoming a significant autoimmune issue, the ingredients are really pretty clean. It's peppers, vinegar, and water. The spices, yes, they're a plant. And ideally, would we just use salt? Yeah. But, some small amounts of plants are medicinal too. And I don't think it's that dramatically, you know, deleterious to us for having some spices.
Cool. If a person was to cheat one meal, does that wreck all your previous carnivore, or can you just go to carnivore again and not lose much, if any of the benefits?
Yeah, well, so from my world and my viewpoint, from the people I coach, because like I said, it's mainly people who are, um, they are perpetual relapsers. And so I'm going to put that in the category of a relapse, a cheat meal. Again, what are we putting in our mouth? Is it leading to health or harm? So we decide to have a cheat day, because a cheat meal turns into a cheat day, which turns into a cheat weekend, and I'll start again Monday. And then some people have a hard time even weeks or months later still getting out of what I call the carb ditch. And so I just have to say, I really think the whole thing with the cheat meal has to be where you start understanding that this is a relapse back into your drug, and you're just getting another hit and then trying to abstain again. So that's I know I'm a tough one as far as that, but it's just because there's so many people I know who are in this type of situation, and I try to at least get your thought process going in that direction, that maybe she has a point. Why am I eating this if I've already decided it's not healthy?
Yeah. And I think the analogy a lot of people use is like an alcoholic. You wouldn't say to an alcoholic, yeah, have a couple of drinks at the weekend, you're going to be okay, because that's just not the done thing. So, but when it comes to food, it seems like you get a free pass, but actually it's addictive for some people to do that, cheating. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think that tough love is worth doing for some people, definitely.
Yeah. And why take a step backwards when you really have a goal in mind? And, if you're looking to achieve optimal health. So, well,
Okay.
Stephen, I'm going to have to bug off because I have
Oh.
an 8 o'clock meeting. I'm sorry, but
No
Okay.
worries. Been an absolute pleasure,
Okay.
Lisa.
No
Thank you so
worries.
much
Yeah,
for
I'm
coming
sorry
on.
about I'm sorry about the wrong link. So that's a big
yeah, I
mistake.
was
Sorry about
I was like, there's got to be something wrong. I'm hearing you guys chatter, and then I'm thinking, where? Why aren't they seeing me here?
Yeah,
So,
sorry about that.
no problem. All right, it was great joining in. Thanks
Yes.
for having me.
Thanks again, Lisa. Have a
Okay.
fantastic day. Take care.
Yep. Take
See you
care.
soon.
Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. So thank you, Dr. Lisa. And we now have Dr. Sabrina Solt in the house. Hello.
Hello. How's it going, guys?
All good.
It's
What are we? 17 hours?
we're on
17 hours.
17 hours now. So yeah, not doing too bad.
Okay.
Wow.
Hold
17
it
hours.
together. I love it.
So Dr. Sabrina Solt is our guest. And just for people that don't know you, could you give yourself a little introduction, please?
Yes. So I am located in Scottsdale, Arizona. I practice regenerative and anti-aging medicine. So I do a lot of stem cell based therapies, using everything from stem cells from your own body, so your own fat, your own bone marrow. We use birth tissue products, stuff from umbilical cords, exosomes, a lot of PRP. We do hormone replacement therapy. We play with peptides, IV therapies, all that sort of fun stuff. I have been carnivore since January of, I think, 2021. Or 2022. I think it was 2022. I'm losing track now. It's been coming up. It'll be 3 years this coming January. And I mainly went carnivore for health benefits at that point. I was struggling with really severe IBS, acne, chronic pain, anxiety, rough state. After about 6 months of being carnivore, I had healed pretty much all of those. And I was convinced I now make carnivore a really big part of my practice and incorporate that to really accelerate healing with a lot of the other treatment plans that I do for people. Big advocate for it in general. And I like to really help people try to troubleshoot why carnivore isn't working for them. And I think there's a lot of nuance to that depending on the individual. And I've had the pleasure of working with many carnivores over the last few years, running labs on them, seeing the various things that pop up, picked up a lot of really cool patterns as far as why things don't work out. And it's really great trying to, really getting people to that good spot after they've had a struggling time with it.
Wow. That's a good introduction. A million times better than I could have done. So Richard, do you have a question? Because I've monopolized doing the questions.
Yes, you are the question man. Are there any in the chat there that we can?
Yes, there are
there
hundreds. But yes, no, but do you have a question?
So the
that you'd like
exosomes,
to ask?
I would like to know a little bit more about, if you
Yeah,
can explain
yeah.
that you just mentioned.
Exosomes. Okay. So Exosomes, in the context that we're talking about them, is they're stem cell secretions. So they're manufactured by companies who will take stem cells, usually from a placental origin. Some companies use a bone marrow origin. They put these cells in specific conditions that allow them to kind of, we'll say, get stressed out and release what are called their exosomes, which are these tiny little messengers. And they contain usually messages to help heal things, repair things, and they're great as an addition. I don't love exosomes necessarily as a standalone treatment, though there are a lot of doctors that use them. I've personally just been really underwhelmed. When I like to use them is when we have a patient who has a very pronounced inflammatory picture. So maybe they are somebody who has an autoimmune disorder and they are just very, very highly inflamed. We might use exosomes to help kind of calm down some of that very big systemic inflammation. Say if somebody's coming in for a knee treatment with, PRP or maybe adipose stem cells, if the knee is in a state where it's very hot, very inflamed, very damaged, we may use exosomes to help calm that down. Topically, they're really great if people are doing things like microneedling treatments or laser treatments. I don't do laser, but I do use microneedling, and it's fantastic for helping to reduce any redness from the microneedling, helping to repair any fine lines, wrinkles, acne scars. They're pretty cool.
Fantastic. Fab description there. Any questions we can jump on, Steve? I think.
Oh yeah. Yep, there's loads.
Oh, there we are. Fantastic. There we are. I knew there'd be plenty coming in. I can't see the questions as well as you can.
Okay, please ask Dr. Solt if lower thyroid levels on long-time zero-carb carnivore can result due to not needing to use it for processing glucose.
It's a hard question to ask because low thyroid levels always have to be correlated with a patient's symptoms. So are you low thyroid and are you experiencing the symptoms of low thyroid, which for people who don't know are going to be things like really cold extremities. So are your hands and your feet colder than the rest of your body, or in comparison to somebody who's next to you who's got a normal thyroid function? Are you dealing with constipation? And when I say constipation, I don't mean the slower transit time that a person might get when they are on carnivore for a long period of time, where they just have less frequent stools. It's legit constipation where you have a difficult time actually passing it. If you are having any degree of fatigue accompanied by depression that feels like there's just like this black cloud over your life and you just can't get happy, that's another low thyroid symptom. And then of course the ones that most people think of, like your hair falling out, thinning hair, eyebrows thinning, dry skin, brittle nails, those are all the things that you should be looking at. So say somebody comes in and their labs might show lower thyroid function. And we should actually break down what low thyroid function means. So when you go to your normal family doctor to check your thyroid, they may just order something called your TSH. And your TSH can fall in a range from basically just above 0 to most reference ranges will say somewhere around 4.5. They'll tell you that your thyroid is normal as long as your TSH falls within those ranges. Those of us who practice on more of a functional or root cause side, we will look at more narrow ranges. Basically, we want your TSH to be no more than about 1.5 or 2, and ideally less. Anything more than that, we know that the thyroid starts to overwork and you actually run the risk of other thyroid disorders happening. But that's only part of the picture. That just tells us what the signal that's coming from within inside your brain at the pituitary level is like telling your thyroid. So that's one level. Now, at the level of the thyroid, when that signal comes in, that TSH comes in, and it tells your thyroid, hey, go ahead and start releasing thyroid hormone. The first version that the thyroid hormone exists in is something called your T4. Now, T4 is the inactive version of thyroid hormone, and this inactive version requires various other nutrients to actually do the conversion to the T3, which is the active form of thyroid hormone. So those nutrients are usually zinc, selenium, iodine, B vitamins like your B12. And then that conversion happens to your T3, which is the active form, and it's the one that does all of the work. So when I'm looking at a thyroid panel, those are usually the ones that I want to see at the minimum. Sometimes we'll run like an anti-TPO to check to see if somebody's dealing with Hashimoto's thyroiditis or Graves' disease, which are the autoimmune thyroid disorders. When we're looking at those levels, people want to say, okay, T3, because that's the one we really care about. That's the one that's doing all of the work. Are these levels low? Most people, we like to see levels sitting at about 3.5 or above, just depending on the individual. So anything lower than that could be what this person is referring to with low thyroid levels, so to speak. And it it always has to be correlated to a patient's symptoms. If they're not symptomatic, if their body temperature is fine, the skin's like supple and juicy and not dry, there's no hair loss, nothing like that, probably okay. And so I feel like a lot of people get kind of carried away on this thyroid train, and they'll start doing things like, oh, I absolutely need to supplement iodine, or I need to start like doing all these things for the thyroid. But if you're not symptomatic, you probably don't need to touch it. And you definitely, and the contrary to that, if you are symptomatic and your doctor is telling you that your thyroid is normal because all they did was check your TSH, definitely get a second opinion on that one too.
Brilliant. And that's but that's the sort of thing I say all the time, because people come to me with bloods, and it's all about clinical presentation, and it's not about numbers in isolation. Just isn't. And we're all different, and you know, you could take the test an hour later and those numbers will be slightly different yet again. You can eat Oreo cookies and bring your LDL down. So there's lots of things you can do. Anyway, I got a lovely question here. Why are we unable, we're in the UK, by the way, but this person isn't. Why are we unable to use live stem cells in the US?
We can. I will explain this. Okay. There's a lot of nuance in the stem cell world and in the stem cell industry. And there's different ways that we can use things clinically. And clinically speaking, the best ways to get real live stem cells for use in an individual is harvesting them from their own body via their fat or their bone marrow for use that day, like in that moment. That's how you guarantee it. We do that a lot, all the time, almost every day that I work, we use stem cells and we get really, really amazing results for people. What you may be referring to with this question is two things. One, the birth tissue market. So the birth tissue market refers to, or I'm using it to refer to, anything that you would, that a company, not me personally, but a company would acquire from a full-term live birth, thoroughly consenting and screened mother who has not, her or the baby have not undergone any harm, any coercion, anything negative, anything, that was really sensationalized in the early 90s when they started talking about these embryonic stem cells and stuff like that. There's no ethical considerations whatsoever in what we do in the United States. Now, once that tissue is harvested, and it can be everything, it can be the placenta, the umbilical cord, even some of the amniotic fluid, that gets sent to these companies, and they're usually recovery agencies. From that recovery agency, they usually have manufacturers that they will send it to. So one manufacturer might get the umbilical cord, one might get the placenta, and they'll make various things from that, right? So you have some companies and they specialize in the wound care space, and they will actually use the membrane of the placenta to make these patches to help heal non-healing wounds. So people who are diabetic, stuff like that, who develop these crazy wounds, burn victims, it's really incredible stuff. You can see some really amazing results with that. But once that gets sent to the manufacturer, they make whatever they're going to make. So if somebody gets like the umbilical cord, for example, they might manufacture a Wharton's jelly injectable product that you could use in a clinical setting for a patient's knee, right? Put that in there. They can help regenerate the cartilage. It can help reduce a lot of inflammation. It can help heal up ACL tears, MCL tears, all that fun stuff. Now, those products, because of the way that they have to be manufactured in the United States and the FDA regulations that they have to adhere to, because it's technically a tissue transplant, does not often allow for the final product to contain a measurable degree of live stem cells. Now, obviously, there can be exceptions to this. There are some products that do end up containing that. But if we were going to talk about what is the best way to guarantee a live, real, true stem cell treatment, it's harvesting them from your own body. Other countries, there's vastly different regulations. You go on, to Mexico, you can go to Colombia, Germany, all these places and do different things. But yeah, we can definitely get the live stuff from your own body here.
Cool. They are coming thick and fast, the questions. Are there any oral peptides or bioregulators that will help with weight loss?
Oral. Are we saying just oral peptides? So some pharmacies are actually manufacturing like the semaglutide is with the oral like sublingual lozenges. So people can still do those. And I know that it's a wildly controversial topic. And I will say I've actually prescribed these things for, gosh, I think the first time I prescribed one of those medications was in like 2021. And what I found was that people were getting dosed far too high. And that's where a lot of the side effects were coming in. And people were just doing it in the wrong patient populations. So when I evaluate a patient for whether or not they're going to be a good candidate for these products, it comes down to, are they experiencing a degree of insulin resistance? And honestly, if a person has triglycerides like over 80, I would argue they're in an insulin resistant state. And so my job at that point becomes, okay, how can we get them to a healthier state really as fast as we can? Of course, you can bring on the carnivore diet, which I usually do for most people. But using these medications in like small doses has allowed people to actually, one, it'll kick out cravings. It'll kick out like addictions to food type, to different foods, to even alcohol. I've had people quit doing like hard drugs like cocaine on these medications. We're talking micro doses, like a tenth or less of what the traditional doctors will actually prescribe, in a way that actually doesn't lead to things like muscle loss or muscle wasting. And you really only get the benefits of them. And long-term use has been fine. Weaning has been fine. I know I'm probably the outlier here because I feel like everybody like hates on these things. But when you have a person who you know, at least in my practice that I've worked with for years, and they don't get results doing anything else, and you finally bring this tool on board and it changes their lives, and they're finally at a place where they're not in this metabolically busted state and they can do the things that they like, their body can heal, like it's pretty profound. But so those are available. Those are great for weight loss. As far as ones that you can get just like over the counter, I wouldn't say that BPC 157 is a great weight loss one. I think that if your weight gain issues came from leaky gut and not being able to actually absorb nutrients, ergo your body is holding on to excess fat as a really rich fuel and energy source, then it might be helpful, but it's not inherently a great like a weight loss drug or weight loss peptide.
Fabulous. The Wi-Fi we're getting from you, by the way, it's a little bit choppy. If you're thinking I'm very slow picking up the end of your questions, but anyway, Mike is asking: thyroid is a very complicated organ, yet many people blindly take iodine supplements just in case. Get tested and monitor your symptoms before deciding on a supplement. Where do you stand on the iodine supplementation issue?
I agree with this statement. I've actually had a number of patients where once we finally do test their iodine levels and they've been taking it, they will put themselves into a low thyroid state because they've overtaken iodine. It's fascinating because I've actually come across very few legitimate iodine deficiencies in my years of practice. That's usually not the main problem for people. In fact, I would actually argue that a selenium deficiency is far more rampant than an iodine deficiency. Yet iodine is the one thing that gets the most popularity in like thyroid world. But selenium is one of the key minerals that's required to actually do that transformation from T4 to T3. It's called the deiodinization process, and I'm probably butchering that name, but it's a changing of where the iodine molecule actually sits on the thyroid. So I usually look to selenium more than I look to iodine.
Yeah, and do you use the iodine clearance test to look at deficiency?
I usually just do a blood test to actually see what the levels are doing. There's so many different ways that people will say, oh, you need iodine. Like they'll tell you like, oh, put betadine on your skin and see how fast it absorbs to see if you actually need it in your system. I'm a fan of just taking a blood sample.
Right. Okay, cool. Richard, any questions? I don't like seeing you sitting there quiet. It's just, you know, I'm not used to it.
Yeah, 17 hours in, I think I'm probably feeling a little bit depleted, to be honest, and I'm probably out of my depth in regards to Sabrina stuff. But that's why I keep reverting back to the questions a second. But yeah, there's nothing for me to throw into the mix currently, unless there's other questions in there.
Well, I want to ask you a question, Sabrina. I mean, you had a child, didn't you? And you did it at home, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, I've actually had 2 babies at home. 2 out of 3 were home births.
So what was the reception from the people around you when you said you were going to do that? Were they worried or?
But the third one, no. So my second baby we conceived during COVID. He wasn't necessarily a COVID baby, but we'd already been trying. It just happened that way. And it was at the point where they were saying that fathers couldn't be in the delivery room with their wives or with their partners for the birth of the baby. And I was like, well, there's no way in hell I'm doing this without my husband. So I was like, well, what are my options here? If I can't deliver in a hospital, maybe a birth center. Okay. I didn't really love the idea of that. And I was like, well, why wouldn't I just do a home birth? So I found a great midwife team. I found a great doula, and I had my second child, December of 2020 at home in a tub. It was amazing. It was probably one of the best experiences of my life, like right up there. And I loved it. Like, I was like, if I ever have another child, this is 100% what I'm going to do. We got pregnant again. And I will say Carnivore makes you extremely fertile. If people don't know this, I mean, we have the amazing Dr. Kiltz in our community who does fertility, and he uses, of course, Carnivore with his patients. But my second baby, I finished nursing him. I got pregnant almost immediately after we were done nursing. And so this third baby, I was like, well, I want to just see if I can do it all on my own. I felt like I could monitor myself as being a physician if there was anything that seemed weird or abnormal. And what I also thought to myself was, I don't know if I really need to pay somebody to babysit me, because that was kind of, I had a great team and everything, but the second time I just felt like they were hanging out. Like, I was doing it all. My husband was there, like, adding support. They would check on things once in a while, but I really just felt like, oh, I'm just being babysat to a degree. So the third one, I was like, well, I'm going to have what they call a wild pregnancy and a free birth. And that's what we did. We had a doula present. What she basically did was she helped with hip squeezes, which is like the best thing when you're going through labor, is to have somebody squeezing your hips and providing that counter pressure to your body, basically trying to explode. And she took pictures, she helped with videos, and she helped with cleanup afterwards. But yeah, I did it at home. My husband actually caught the baby. Our two other kids were there. It was just the best. And nobody's ever really given me shit for it. I think they probably just, they're like, hey, she did it. It's great. Because, worst case, if something does go wrong, you'll go to a hospital usually.
Yeah. I mean, I love that you did that. And when you talk about childbirth, it does seem like hospitals just want to take over and they don't want to listen to people's wishes. That's some of the things that I've heard from people that I've coached. They feel like they're completely powerless to make any decisions. And I think one of the ladies was saying that she'd read up about the umbilical cord and she didn't want it cut straight away, which seems to have a stack of evidence that is actually not the best thing to do. And they just flatly said, no, we're going to do that. And she said, I'd like you to not do that. And I think it's incredible how they try to take ownership of your body. So more power to your elbow, as we say in Britain. That was brilliant that you did that. Right. I've got a couple of other questions here, if you don't mind. Yes. Let me just get this one. This is quite off the wall, really. Is there a reason sardines satiate me very quickly, yet I can binge on 80-20 ground beef and feel hungry again soon after?
That's a good question. I never jumped on the sardine popularity bandwagon one. I can't get past the smell to put them in my mouth. It's just not going to happen for me. But it could be that there's a different fatty acid profile that could be triggering your body in a different way than the ground beef. That would be my guess. I honestly it's such an interesting scenario. And I feel like that was what most people found, is that when they were doing this, because it was like all the rage. I'm sure you guys saw what everybody was, bunch of people were doing this like sardine challenge, this like sardine fast. Props to them. I don't have that. I will birth kids naturally at home. I will not eat solely sardines. There's just certain lines that I have. But I think it has to do with probably just a different fatty acid profile, just getting probably more of the omega-3s than you're used to versus omega-6s. That would be my best guess, because it's not going to be that wildly different as far as the protein goes, at least. So,
yeah. I mean, I can't relate to that because it doesn't seem that would hold true for most people. I think sardines I could eat quite a lot of. But anyway, thank you for attempting to answer that. which is really good of you. Let's have a look. Now, this again is quite an abstract question. Please share some examples why carnivore isn't helping people. I've seen a few people say they didn't lose weight or their joint pain didn't go away. And can I just put my little two penneth in first, Sabrina, if that's okay?
Yeah.
I think some people give up before trying everything, and this isn't blaming the person, all right? Because I can use me as an example. Sometimes you have a pain, and I thought I had joint pain because at 60 I was playing soccer, and that's what's going to happen because I had some extra coaching sessions. I started getting a bit of knee pain, and I thought, oh, I'm just doing it more often. And then I took coffee out of my diet, and my pain went away. So the point I'm making is, you might be giving up before you've tried everything because, yeah, let's say you do carnivore sort of like an average person that everyone else is doing, and you don't see the joint pain go away, but you kept coffee in. That might have been the reason. It might not have been carnivore, or you might not be eating enough, or you might be eating one type of food that doesn't agree with you. So I think for me, it's really difficult to get. I can't actually think of one example where anyone said to me, I'm giving up completely. It's never going to work for me. I've tried everything. Because that, I mean, I know I've been doing it 5 years, carnivore only, and coaching for over 15. So I can't give you any examples of anyone where it hasn't worked, as hasn't worked. They've stopped. So, but anyway, what about yourself, Sabrina?
Yes, you totally hit the nail on the head with that, is that sometimes you do really have to exhaust these various options. And I will say there are some things that you need to look at from a deeper level too. At least that's what I found clinically. Now, I will say every doctor has a bias. I say this all the time. It's that we see what's coming in our office. I see the people that need help. The people who are fine aren't coming to me. So therefore I'm not analyzing their cases. It's just, that's what I'm biased towards. So there's, I think, a difference between people who are coming to carnivore because they want to lose weight versus somebody who is actually dealing with like a chronic condition, like say joint pain or some sort of other autoimmune disorder. I'll share one example because there are almost infinite examples as to why the weight isn't coming off for somebody, but I will share one that I don't see talked about nearly enough. And it has to do with the concept of a carnitine deficiency. So when somebody switches from a standard American diet or whatever diet they were eating before, they generally go more towards obviously the high protein, the high fat, very, very little carbs. And initially, some people see benefits, or some people, it doesn't shift right away. And this has to do with the concept of having to switch your fuel sources. So most people come from being sugar burners, and then a lot of us will get into the state where we become keto adapted. We start using fat and we start using ketones for fuel. And those are the only ways that you can make energy, right? You can run on glucose, you can run on ketones. That's really it. So when you see somebody start switching over and they're switching to carnivore, switching to keto, and they're eating maybe high protein or they're eating higher fat, maybe they haven't metabolically switched yet. So they can have a hard time burning their fuel, running on what they're eating. And then that's not going to help them actually lose the weight, because you still have to be in some degree of a deficit to get that fat out. But then there's this other part that people, I think, are missing to a degree. And it's this idea that when you do switch to this metabolic fuel, what has to happen is this activation of this carnitine transport system, whereby that carnitine is actually going to be the thing that pulls that fatty acid into the mitochondria to be used as cellular energy. And when you start getting these fat levels up, these ketone levels up into a person's diet, they can actually run through their carnitine stores very, very quickly, sometimes in a month, 2 months, 3 months. And now you're getting this fat loss resistance because they are unable to use that fat as a fuel source, because there's no more carnitine left in their body to actually transport that free fatty acid into the mitochondria to be used as fuel. And this can be from a number of different reasons. You can actually have genetic variations that code for how your carnitine transport system works. You can have what we call a relative carnitine deficiency, whereby it's not that you actually have none in your system, but the needs or the demand goes up because of how much extra fat is coming into your system. And so sometimes something as simple as just paying attention to that can actually shift the needle for some people when they've reached this weight loss stall. Their body isn't actually able to keep up with it. So again, and there's so many other things on the weight loss side, but I really don't hear people talk about that thing that very often. As far as the other reasons why carnivore might not help people, One of the other big things that I really see is due to chronic infections. So things like mold, Lyme, Epstein-Barr, any chronic infection in the body that isn't being treated appropriately, even like SIBO, H. pylori, stuff like that. Carnivore is great for reducing inflammation. It's great for helping making sure your immune system is functioning properly. But there is honestly sometimes a time and a place to take greater action on killing off something that shouldn't necessarily be growing inside you, especially if it's something that's zapping a lot of your resources, right? I've even seen really intense parasitic infections decimate people's thyroids, put them into what we call like a pseudo-diabetic or insulin-resistant state, start eating up a lot of their nutrients for them so that they don't get it. It can be detrimental. I've got a toddler in here. Sorry, buddy, I'm still on the call. I'm still on the call. I'll come see you in a little bit, okay? Anyway, so I would say those would be my top two on each side. With the joint pain stuff, though, I can speak to this. I had really severe chronic pain in my upper back and neck, and it was random things that would trigger it. But what I actually came to learn was that it was mainly lectin based. So lectins in general were the things that were triggering my chronic pain, and people will still have lectins in some of their products. Like if they're eating like tomato-based products, like if they're doing like salsa as a seasoning or something else that's in their system that maybe they're not registering as like a full carnivore food. That could be it. Or even oxalates too. I know I also was sensitive to oxalates. I would eat a ton of spinach, but raspberries, if people are still like flirting with the animal-based diet, they're not ready to go full into carnivore. Raspberries, kiwis, those are fruits that are still very high in oxalates and could still be damaging you on that joint pain side. So I agree with you. I think that most people have not exhausted the depth of the troubleshooting when it comes to like the whys in order to really try to figure it out. Well, we're going to have a guest with us, so.
Excellent. Oh, look in the background there. Very nice.
This is my second, my middle child, and then do you want to come show them your teeth, buddy? He has the most perfect teeth I've ever seen. Oh, look up, smile. Most perfect teeth I've ever seen. No braces, nothing. Most perfect bite. And he was weaning and like eating real food when we were carnivore. So I think that like part of the reason why he has just like the best teeth ever naturally is because he grew up eating carnivore. It's pretty awesome. Right, buddy? Yeah. Breakfast. What'd you eat for breakfast? You had a sausage, ground beef? Yeah. 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 Did you see my strong muscles? Yeah, you want to show your strong muscles. Good job, buddy. Yeah, he's showing his strong muscles. He's great. He's awesome.
They're bigger than Zach's, aren't they?
I think they are. He's yeah, are your muscles bigger than Daddy's? Yeah. Do you want to show everyone your big muscles? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we love it. We love it. Right, Gigi's asking, interested in knowing any success with reversing the bony finger joints caused by arthritis. Any reversal and any help in that area?
So this is really interesting. I've actually had a number of patients. So the bony arthritic changes in the hands can be due to osteoarthritis, or they can be due to rheumatoid arthritis. The rheumatoid arthritis is going to be more about autoimmune arthritis. And it's going to destroy the joints. Like it's really going to like eat them away pretty darn rapidly. And that's where you'll start to get the deformities where people's fingers will actually start to move sideways as with those deformities. Thanks for the kisses. And my aunt actually had that. And I strongly believe that the reason that hers was so severe was because of her diet. And I believe there was like, she was an Italian lady, like grew up in Italy, making the pastas and the breads and all the tomato sauces. That's lectin city. And so there's, okay, go, I need you to go, buddy. So when we talk about lectins actually specifically, and I will kind of segue to this for a second because I think it's important. There is something in the body called the NLRP3 inflammasome, and you don't need to know that, but it's this pathway that creates inflammation in the body that lectins specifically activate that can trigger something like rheumatoid arthritis and actually make it worse. So this is where we actually see things like rheumatoid arthritis being caused by things like a gluten intolerance. It doesn't even have to be celiac disease. It could be a gluten intolerance. And just because of how it triggers this inflammasome, and it triggers it consistently over time to the point where your body can never actually get out of that inflammation cycle. And then you end up with rheumatoid arthritis or other autoimmune disorders. But if you have it and it's just due to osteoarthritis, so overuse injury or something else, castor oil over top of the hands with like gloves on and a heat application consistently, like we're talking every other night or even nightly, will actually start to reduce some of that. I've seen it in patients a number of times.
Excellent. Rich, did you want to say anything? Because I see you nodding your head there and being impressed with the knowledge.
Yes, just taking in, as we say, I think the last couple of hours beginning to take effect. Yeah, I mean, there's lots to come back to there in regards to autoimmune issues and lectins. The reason Carnivore wouldn't work, I think a number of reasons. Again, lectins in things like burgers and sausages that you can buy from the supermarket. This is why I think we should always make our own burgers if we are making them. My local butcher will make me rusk-free burgers and sausages. Again, the lectins, as you say, they're found in tomatoes, bell peppers, and many other of the so-called keto-friendly vegetables will bind to the insulin receptor and will signal the body to store 5 times more fat than a diet without them. So again, it comes back to this insulin response, the inflammatory processes, again, through NLRP3. So many different reasons why Carnivore wouldn't work. A2 milk, a lot of carnivores will drink A2 milk. We mentioned about double cream earlier. All of these things, we're not saying that you can't consume any at all, but they are tools depending on where you are within your journey. And I think it's very much an individual thing. I used to drink an awful lot of cream. I used to eat an awful lot of cheese. I eat a lot less cheese. I'm still guilty of eating cheese. I do believe that casein can be problematic. One, because it's highly addictive because of the casomorphine, but also casein is a known contributor to intestinal permeability. But I am a big believer in the intestinal permeability from casein is far less likely if you've healed your gut from a boost from lectins. Far less of it with, it seems to be more or less susceptible, and should we say, for people living a stricter carnivore lifestyle. But again, these are all things, and the fact that cheese and cream and milk are highly addictive means that we end up consuming more of them. And I think that, as Stephen said, people just don't give it long enough. They don't look at all the alternatives. There's lots of swap outs that maybe they will consume. There's things that they will consume and which could heavily slow down someone's progress. And again, you mentioned the carnitine shuttle, essential for beta oxidation. What I would throw into that is, what are your thoughts on, from an energy perspective and maybe not a weight loss perspective, the use of caprylic acid, C8-MCT? C8 will breach the mitochondria directly. It doesn't need to go through 1 and 2. I find that helped me a lot in regards to the energy aspect of gravitating into a ketogenic and carnivore-based lifestyle, because there is a process of adaptation. But I did find that C8 helped me at least have that energy boost in the beginning when maybe my body wasn't adapted, and it could have been, as you say, through the carnitine shuttle not being upregulated enough. But the C8 definitely helped me, I believe, at least in the production of beta hydroxybutyrate.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. Like, people can supplement things. And I think that's, I wouldn't say one of the more harmful messages, but I think that there's this message sometimes in the carnivore community that you shouldn't need to supplement with anything, that carnivore by itself is enough and you will get everything that you need from a carnivore diet. And again, I don't see the patients that are doing fine. I don't see the people that do carnivore and they're super successful right off the bat and they have no need for my help. But what I will say is that the ones that do come to see me, they came to carnivore because they were sick. There was something wrong with them. Nobody comes to carnivore because they're like, yeah, I'm just going to give up everything that I like to eat, everything that's really delicious, everything that's going to not make me a weirdo when I go out on social events, just for funsies. Maybe there is, who knows, but I haven't come across them. It's people are sick and they're sick and tired of being sick and tired, and they want to change, and they feel like carnivore is the best thing to help them. And it's harmful when people tell them they can just do it and not take supplements and muscle through it and carnivore harder, because they can use these tools. They can use something like a C8, or they can use exogenous ketones, or they could take a supplemental carnitine or supplemental iodine or supplemental selenium or anything else that their system might need, because they've already been in such a depleted and disease state. Obviously, if the body was healthy, it wouldn't have been in the state that it was. And a body is really only going to be healthy if it is given all of the essential nutrients that it requires to run appropriately. And that's only part of the picture, right? You still have to manage your stress. You still have to sleep enough. You still have to have a purpose. Like, you still have to have joy. There's so many other factors to this. And if you need to use a supplement short term to support the body, to get you the results that you want so that you eventually don't need it, I am 100% for that.
Yeah. And that's refreshing to hear as well, because we've had so many different guests on. And I think the general consensus across the board is that an animal-based lifestyle, an ancestral appropriate lifestyle is the key to optimal health. But it looks like everyone has different approaches to this. Some would say that, it's all or nothing. My personal approach was through incremental changes. So I came from being type 2 diabetic and clinically obese and suffering with chronic fatigue, depression, anxiety, arthritic pain, so on and so forth. And the journey for me began with restricting bread. I didn't even know the carnivore was a diet or lifestyle when I began my journey. Keto wasn't even a thing in the UK. So it began with that one incremental change. And then it was a case of re-educating myself in regards to what true nutrition was, understanding the detrimental impacts of vegetable oils, and then slowly gravitating down this journey. So it's been a journey of incremental change for me. And when I felt that I was educated enough to part words of wisdom, I retrained as a nutritionist and I began coaching. I was all for super strict carnivore, the elite of the elite. But what I found was that very few people were actually willing to accept that was true to begin with, because we're told that fruits and vegetables are the magic elixir. This is where all of our vitamins and minerals come from. They won't resign to the fact that animal proteins contain everything that we need, not just to survive but thrive. But beyond that, this lifestyle seems to be incredibly strict for somebody coming from such an unwell background. So I sort of did a 180, and I began working with people at whatever level I think that they were willing to work with. So if this was just restricting bread and removing seed oils, and then maybe reducing carbs, and then prioritizing protein, and putting in more natural fats and so on. So through these incremental changes, I think we can reach a wider audience. At least that's the way that it's worked for me. So it's working. I work with vegans. In fact, most of the carnivores that I work with now were once vegan. So, but they weren't willing to resign to the fact that this was the way forward initially. I had to almost convince them, through research, clinical trials, and so on and so forth, but incrementing those changes. And I think we can quite often cut our nose off to spite our face by being too dogmatic within the society. I think we should be willing to work with anyone who's willing to make better choices while educating and informing people so they can make those educated decisions. But I thought that was quite refreshing, because I think within the community, it seems to be all or nothing. But to me, if it was that, I wouldn't be here now, because I wouldn't have been able to sustain the lifestyle,
Yeah.
So
I agree with you. I did a slow transition myself, because that's just my personality. I needed to be able to do it on my terms and my way. And I do think that you lose a lot of people if you have to demand this like purist mentality, especially even if it's like for their mental health. Like, okay, so maybe they need to eat some strawberries to keep them on the 99% of the diet. Otherwise they'll go nuts. Like, I think that's important. And, I have a patient, one patient I'm working with right now, and our meet in the middle moment is just take out raw vegetables, just for right now, just the raw ones. You can cook as many as you like, but let's just remove raw and we will go from there. And again, it's always about how can we get this person optimal health? And most people are they're ready to change because they feel terrible. And if you can show them a path and show them that, hey, even this small step in the direction that I'm leading you is going to be the move that makes you feel better, and then they start to feel better along that path, they're going to come along a lot better, a lot faster. It's going to be a lot easier, I think, for everybody involved.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think, Steve? Do you think we need to be, and I think I already know the answer, but I mean, there's been lots of differences in opinions in regards to the best approach. I'm all for the incremental changes. I think we should just educate. This is the information, but I do believe the softly approach, incremental changes, is probably the best and more successful, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the problem is it's still down to the person, because some people have to be all or nothing, and I just don't think we can say there's a one size fits all. I know what you're saying. You're trying to do sort of like a summary, but I'm not made like that. I think, there'll be a few people thinking, no, when I gave up smoking, I gave up smoking. That was how I did it. So, yeah, personally, if someone was not like that, I think a slower transition is going to be more successful, and taking out bits, yes, that's going to be more successful. But I would still judge it, because the expression about people want to run before they can walk. When they're really enthusiastic, I don't want to suck that enthusiasm out of them as well. And I think this is like with personal training, and I mentioned it earlier when someone said, should I be ketogenic before I exercise? If I have someone in front of me that wants to start something, I think it's better to say, well, let's do this today. Let's get a workout in today, rather than, well, book me in 4 weeks' time, because that you don't know how their mind works. They might be one of those people that they're a bit faddy, and if they can't get that instant quick practice, they might never come back, or they might cancel the one in 4 weeks. So, but yeah, in the main, if you want to be like very sort of broad. In the main, a slower transition works.
Do you know what I would add to that really quickly? And I'd love to get you guys' opinion on this. That there's two kinds of people, I believe: step change and incremental change. Now, I've just described it, an incremental approach to the lifestyle, but I'm a step change person. It's all or nothing. But when I came into this, it was either no carb or all carb. So I couldn't do a little bit of carb. But because there are so many education pieces in regards to saturated fats, cholesterol, sodium, red meat causing cancer, there's so many different things, the phytoalexins, plant toxins, we're bombarded with all of these different angles. I just think even a step change person would benefit more to understanding that cholesterol is good, and then understanding, well, sodium is good, and then understanding red meat is good. So even in that situation with a step change person, I think there's an element of this that sort of cascades into an incremental change. Does that make sense? Because it's just people are not willing to accept that the lifestyle is the creme de la creme. Eating meat is the magic elixir, and nothing else. I think it's just too much of. There's too many minute questions involved within doing that, I believe. What do you think?
Well, I think knowledge is power for people, but there are people that don't want the knowledge. They just want the result. They don't want to put the effort in. Us three we do what we do because we're interested, and we couldn't do this if we didn't have knowledge, because every question would be, oh, I don't know, it just works. So, but there are people out there that you do try to educate. I've definitely got that in coaching. At least once a week, I'll say to somebody, "Do you want to know why this is working for you?" Like, no, not really. I've lost a couple of kilos. My trousers look better. Whatever. And they're happy with that. But we're not made like that. And I do think carnivores in general are more open-minded and more interested in the politics behind it as well, and other things like grounding and loads of things. Anyway, look, Dr. Sabrina has gone over time. because we booked you for 45 minutes. So we don't want to take up more time than we've got. So is there anything you'd like to say to sort of wrap up your section?
Well, I'm glad you guys did it again. I think when we did it last year, I was like, you guys should do this next year, and you did it. And I'm so happy to be back. And I'm much less pregnant. And I think this is fun. Like, this is a really great thing because it allows people to get a vast amount of knowledge live, real time, throughout one big period, and no time like the present to make changes. And I hope that this just like really served people in a really great way. I think it's wonderful that you guys did this, and maybe next year again. Yeah.
But do you know, until about an hour ago, I was convinced that I was going to, and then I think hour 17 hit me like a ton of bricks. But I feel like I'm having, I don't know, probably the fourth wind now, not even the second wind, but who knows? We'll see.
Because you're metabolically optimized, you're running on ketones, your brain's lit up in all the best ways. So yes, you got this.
Excellent. So Sabrina, thank you so much. And
thank you,
we'll see you next year then.
Yep, my pleasure, guys. Get some rest after this, eat some meat, and yeah, we'll keep in touch. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. There you go. Yeah, I think it's quite fascinating that last year was easier.
Yeah.
And I think Sabrina was the one that actually said you should do this next year. And I think Colt as well says something like, this is an annual event. But to me, a few things have obviously been about upsetting. I mean, I'm pretty good with my admin, so I don't know what's happened with the links going out to people, because last year it was a bit of a last minute thing learning from StreamYard. You have to split the 24 hours into 3 sections. So I don't know what happened. So that's got me down a little bit, because I like to do the job properly. But it is funny. Maybe we were more on adrenaline last year, Rich, maybe because it was new and we didn't know each other very well, and you were trying to get to 1,000 subs and I was trying to get to whatever it was.
But before. Until 1 o'clock, I still felt super pumped. The last hour sort of hit me a little bit, sort of perked up a little bit again towards the end. I'm hoping that there's a little bit more in the tank, because I'd hate to flail now in the final straight. But until then, I felt completely energized. I think it's so easy to, I don't know, to fall off when you're not engaged. And it's, when you sit back and you just start to switch off, I think everything just starts to shut down, doesn't it? But it took me a lot to get into that, and it was fantastic stuff. My brain, for whatever reason, just wasn't functioning. I wasn't registering half of what the two of you were saying. I was almost in micro sleep, maybe, I don't know. But
dear,
yeah,
all right, okay.
But I feel a little bit better now, anyway. But there we are. But I've noticed that it's moving in waves with the two of us. One of us seems to take a backward step and recover a little bit, and then I still haven't eaten today. I've got food with me. I've got beef on my desk ready to go, but I haven't felt hungry, so I haven't eaten anything. And that's not a problem for me. But it's tough. The 24-hour is, I think we underestimated round 2, but we'll get there. I remember the same thing happening last year. It was, we were both, we hit the wall several times and had second wind, third wind, so on and so forth. And I think
I stood for 22 hours though, and I think that's one of the things that surprised me is I was sitting on the 6th hour this time. But I think it's been different this year because I've been busier with other stuff, doing the book and doing the school community, just generally the meal plan. There's been a bit more, online stuff and more screen work. And I definitely have got to enjoy being outside more, as we've talked about grounding and sunlight and all that. doing this, I found quite difficult. I think the window's still open because I needed a bit of fresh air. But I am quite surprised, actually, that I'm not enjoying the screen.
I also think that we are in a slightly different place. I know, kudos for all the viewers and listeners. But doing these lives and podcasts, it takes a toll. It's incredibly draining. We've come into this, I think, exhausted. Also because it's I know you and I were speaking recently. Neither of us have had a proper day off for a little while. And it does take its toll, doesn't it? But we're still here, and
yes,
and I'm sure we'll power through. We've got some amazing guests coming up who I'm sure will take a little bit of pressure off, so we won't have to say so much. But I'm sure that fire will be relit now in the final stages. But we definitely went through this last year, and I'm sure that, in fact, looking back, I remember several times, especially in the early hours, where I felt like I had nothing left to give, and then somebody would just spark something and then everything would start flowing again. So we'll get there. Just as well, we've got a set of fantastic viewers and listeners and supporters to keep us charged and moving forward.
Well, see, Co-Create Happy says, thank you for the super chat. Are you guys doing regular recharges on Richard's electrolytes during this 24-hour period?
So there's my electrolytes.
And you've got your electrolytes there.
And what I have there, which I don't know if you can see, that's my raspberry bomb, my exogenous ketones, which is what I attribute the little pick-me-up to. So it's not coffee, despite being in a coffee cup. But I feel I needed that little fix. I'll probably need another one shortly. But electrolytes, exogenous ketones, been the key to me, I think, so far.
Someone's put, what about 10 push-ups to get the old blood sugar going up?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that would give you a boost, but you see, it's the endurance part that it wouldn't do, because we've got 2 o'clock and we've got to finish at 8, so that's still whatever that is, 6 hours.
Do you know the stupid thing is, Steve, is that you mentioned earlier that when we finish at 8 o'clock, you're not going to bed, you've got things to do. And I remember last year, after the 24-hour, and again, you and I were up prior to the beginning of that, so we were up for maybe 26 hours or whatever it was. I went into work. I'm self-employed. I can't afford to have a day off. I'll be working tomorrow, or today, I should say. Last year, I did a full day in work, and then I went for a 10K run at 6 p.m. But I remember in the afternoon feeling full of energy. And it's just a shame that we need to go through this little lull. And I do think it's to do with lack of movement. I mean, sitting down this long, my bum is killing. My too much inflation. Yeah. My legs are hurting. My neck and my back are aching. But look, we'll persevere. Maybe the push-ups might not be such a bad idea.
And we got Pim here. Look at that. Keep a positive mindset. You'll get through this too, which is very nice. It's very nice. We got some lovely comments, actually. And it's really good that guests are coming back and giving us a little bit of upping and downing, sort of trying to get us to move and do press ups and do all this stuff. Anyway, in the back of our office here, waiting to come on, is the wonderful Natalie E West. I think she's even got blue blocker glasses on or something. Hello. Hello. You're muted, Natalie. Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Hey there, Natalie. Hello. Great to see you again.
Hello. Hold on. I think I'm muted. Hold on.
There's a delay. There's a slight delay, I think.
We had this last year with Natalie, didn't we?
Hello.
It wasn't great. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How are you? Hi.
Very well. So, Natalie, For those people that don't know you, could you give yourself a little introduction, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everybody. I'm an integrative psychotherapist. So I've worked in this space of mental and metabolic health for the last 18 years. So I help people understand root cause mental health, metabolic health, and help people understand how their minds work. That's it in a nutshell.
It's brilliant. Do you deal with addiction or depression, or do you have a sort of broad remit?
Yeah, so everything from I like to call them attachments. Don't really like the anchored word of addictions because it comes with a very different energy space in our bodies. So I always like to use the word attachment. So drugs, alcohol, food, and also the prevalence of generalized anxiety disorders and depression. Yeah.
I see. So you're saying that people are attached to these types of foods rather than addicted. Is that basically it?
Yeah, so a lot of it also just comes back to understanding our precognitive behavior, which is between 0 to 7 and 7 to around 12, 13 years of age. And our environment and what we view plays a very, very, very big part in what we become attached to. So what I'm basically saying is every single thing that you view, hear, sense, touch, taste in those times in your environment, they're the things that anchor you in your emotional behavior. So if, for example, you're around a lot of alcohol use or using food as treats or, watching parents, generally, it's mums normally, dads really don't diet too much. But if we're seeing, our mums diet and they're using food as a tool to shrink our bodies and not really looking at it as a mental health or a nutritional therapy, we tend to use our emotions and anchor them in things outside of ourselves, such as food, alcohol, drugs, because we learn that by what we see. And then if we don't understand that, then that's what basically becomes our predictive past becomes our predictive future. So you end up doing the same things that your unconscious mind deems as normal, even though it may not be normal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not knowing what normal is or thinking that a certain thing is normal because that's what happened to you is a big deal, isn't it? Because if there's a child at home and he's seeing whatever he's seeing, and that's normal because that's what my parents do, so I'm going to do that. But these bad habits are obviously inherited from somewhere, and I think, I would always say this about genetics. People talk about genetics, but they forget about the nurture side. I was not forced to eat, but that's what the family ate. I had skim milk and, no red meat, no saturated fat. And I did that for many years, up until age 50. I totally believed it was the best thing to do, even though, even in the evidence, my dad died when I was 10, my mum died when I was 23, and so did a girlfriend when I was in my 20s. So these people all eat in this fantastic way that the guidelines suggested all died. So, but I still at it. It didn't wake me up. But that's probably not what you deal with. You deal more with the person that can't give it up. And
yeah, but I really love that statement, Steve, was, about waking up. So 95% of what we do as human beings and what I call our human construct literally controls our lives. 95% of what we do every single day is unconscious. And your mind is literally a massive filing cabinet full of data. And if you don't change that data input, you're going to get the same data output. So, when I hear people say, I know this is not healthy for me, but I keep doing the same things over and over and over. And there's a reason for that, because there's no new evidence. You have to actually understand, one, how your conscious works with your unconscious, but also your body. Emotions around food are so anchored. And, we definitely as humans, as anyone that follows me, we are a species and we should be eating a species appropriate way. But our emotions get in the way because we use food as comfort or entertainment, which again is a really slippery slope. So if you think about it, same data gives you the same evidence. So if you're operating from your past, you're going to get the same evidence in the next 12 months, 5 years, 10 years, unless you are conscious in the present moment, because that's all we have. So we have to change that right here and now. Give yourself new data, which then creates the new evidence. So if you keep saying I'm addicted to sugar, or I'm addicted to alcohol, or I'm an addict, that's the old data. You're going to get the same evidence. You've got to change your language. And language is huge. I think a lot of people don't understand how powerful your narrative is about yourself, and you may not even hear it half the time.
So how do you make the people realize? I mean, the fact they've visited you surely means they've woken up and they've admitted something's not all right.
Well, I think when most people find me, they have been to therapy for many years, possibly done all different types of maybe coaching work. But for me, I'm very clear on how I work. Obviously, I've been carnivore myself now for 5 years, and I use nutritional, therapy as such. That it's to help you understand the power of real food, and the next part of that is really just diving into your mind and helping people become very conscious. My work's really uncomfortable. It's quite confronting, but I think when people are ready, they're ready. And that's how they kind of find me. They're like, okay, I'm done now. Just, let's go through this resistance. Because if you keep resisting things, they get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were speaking to Pim Jansen earlier, sort of a very similar sort of conversation. We were talking about, relearning or rethinking, not repeating the same mistakes, I suppose. So how does Carnivore help your job?
In many ways, it's it really just allows people to, and also to, even with disordered eating, that's also an attachment process around emotions and self-worth. So I use the Carnivore protocol purely as a reset, both mind, body, spirit, and energetically, because your body's also an unconscious process. So, by feeding and fueling yourself in the correct manner, you then start to have a window that opens for you. And it doesn't take very long, as you guys know, and anyone that's kind of followed this collective carnivore community, 2 weeks is where that window starts to open. And I think a lot of people really don't count their ability to heal themselves and to actually really understand the power of human species appropriate nutrition. And one, because it's full of nutrition, it's full of amino acids, and that's what we need. But secondly, it also puts people back into control of understanding thoughts, feelings, and patterns, which is what I do. And Carnivore is one of the most powerful ways for that to happen. I think the decentralized, movement versus the centralized movement gives people back their power to understand that they do have control over how they think, how they feel. But you can't just put your head over on the left and then put your body on the right and think it's going to work together. It's not. You've got to align them all together.
Yeah. Now there's a question about you personally, if you don't mind, a personal question. Neville is asking, how did going on the carnivore diet help you?
Yeah, amazing. Great question. Thank you, Neville. So it was over 5 years ago now, and I originally was from a bodybuilding background. Before I was actually a psychotherapist, I was in corporate land for 20 years and was a bodybuilder. Now, knowing what I know, I'd probably never do that again in the way that I did it there. I would do it very differently. So I was at a very high carb, very low chicken breast, broccoli diet for many, many years. And unfortunately, I ended up getting myself into insulin resistance, which I didn't know back then what that was. And it wasn't until I woke up one day and my face was numb and I was like, oh, this is not good. So I went to my doctor at the time and he had said to me, well, maybe you will check out what's going on. Came back that I was insulin resistant. I was type 2 borderline diabetic. I was 59 kilos. I didn't look diabetic. However, the long frame of being a bodybuilder and eating a lot of high carbohydrates and training like a crazy person, cardio every day, doing a stressful job really got me into a lot of problems. So I had spoken to my doctor and he said, we'll just keep an eye on it. And I said, no, we're not going to keep an eye on it. And because even when I just want to take it back a little bit too, when I'd finished the bodybuilding industry, I was still eating the same way because I didn't really understand the concept of, carnivore. And, even though with my original training, it was kind of low carb, kind of, working with clients from that point, but carnivore was never in my mind. But it wasn't until up and 5 years ago when that happened. And I said, okay, we're not going to keep an eye on it. I'm just going to go zero carb. And I did that. Now I probably jumped in. I wouldn't do that now. I jumped in pretty quickly, which, as you know, your microbiome goes a little crazy and you won't want to do that. You had to stay in the house probably for a while without giving away too much information. So for me, I just did that. And then all of a sudden my energy started to come back. I stopped counting calories. I stopped weighing my food. My asthma disappeared. My eczema disappeared. My insulin resistance reversed. And then all my hay fever and everything, all my allergies disappeared as well. So that was just an extra bonus. But since then, could not imagine my life without it. And the same thing with clients. Once they get that window and your body starts to get the right information, like food is messages. We really we misunderstand that. And so for me, I live in my best.
Dipping out a second again there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hope that answered the question.
Yes,
I have my Ethernet plugged into my modem because I know.
Yeah, we lost a little bit there, but I think we got the overall gist, didn't we, Richard?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I think definitely is. When telling us all the things that reversed, we got most of that list. So I think that's pretty good. So it's helped you, which obviously helped you in your practice as well, because you thought, well, if this works, I could try it with other people. Do you get a sort of high percentage of take up when you suggest this way of eating might be helpful for the mental health problems, or do people come to you who've already decided, oh, you're the person to go to because of the carnivore thing that you do?
Yeah, I'm pretty clear on the way that I, put my message out. So people definitely know that I sit in the carnivore nutritional therapy healing process with mental and, metabolic health. So most people pretty much know. They follow me for a while and they understand where I'm at. So, I think they know by reaching out to me that's going to be a very, very front conversation. There will obviously be versions of that, depending on where each person sits, and I will cater that to, who's sitting in front of me. But ultimately, especially with alcoholism, I'm having an amazing response with, the carnivore protocol. Obviously with ketosis, it's very little talked about in the community. And I think the research is really not as strong, but, with alcoholism, being in ketosis is just extremely powerful. And I'm seeing amazing results with my clients.
So
because also really too, people don't talk about that either, right? No one. Yeah. Yep.
What don't they talk about? Sorry, what
Yep.
the ketosis element and alcoholism?
Oh, so well, also drugs and alcohol. So, if I'm talking about cocaine attachment and alcohol, they generally go hand in hand. And what happens is a lot of that is sugar, right? So if you watch anyone that is an alcoholic or is a cocaine attachment, that all their diets is carbs. It's all high processed carbs and sugars. Now that obviously is an attachment, and through those chemical pathways of just, your dopamine being hit all the time, but you've got carbohydrate hit, dopamine hit with alcohol, drugs, and food. It's a huge pathway that if you're just saying to someone, hey, let's just, get you to not want to drink or not want to take drugs, but your self-image is not really good. But then also too, you're not talking about diet. And if you go to an AA meeting and you're trying to get people not to drink, and every single thing on the table is full of sugar, and that's, again, no one talks about the power of sugar when you're trying to not relapse or try to get someone off those attachments, because every single time there is alcohol, sugar, and cocaine, they're always in that circle. So, getting the body out of that craving state and feeding it most powerful sources of food that you can, everything starts to come down. But then you're allowed to manage the conscious and unconscious pattern of why someone starts to use, external sources to make themselves feel better.
Yeah, I was just before Steve jumps in, because I know there's a slight delay. I think, it's very much a case of, is it the cart before the horse sometimes? Because and I think you can probably attest to this. But when we look at things like dopamine in particular, I mean, insulin resistance, as you were in a state of insulin resistance, that interferes with the absorption of phenylalanine and tyrosine, which we need to create dopamine, which drives this the sugar addiction and our requirement for sugar, because we're hardwired to chase dopamine, and if we don't get a dopamine fix naturally, we start to chase it. And it's a similar thing when it comes to serotonin. Serotonin is created from tryptophan, and when we consume sugar, this increases insulin, and insulin will drive or pull all amino acids out of the blood, but it'll leave tryptophan available for synthesis, which means every time we eat something sweet, we get the dopamine and the serotonin fixes, but they're short-lived. So what do we do when, because we're hardwired to chase these things, what do we do when they crash? Well, we go for another drug of choice, as it were. And then it's this constant sort of up and down of, we're in this chasing our tail state, if you like, of constant dopamine and serotonin fixes. But when we look at the catecholinergic neurotransmitter synthesis, the catecholamines, they come from 3 amino acids: tryptophan, tyrosine, and phenylalanine, which we can get from food, and that's fine. But the biggest thing that's dawned on me, I mean, we speak about ketosis and how powerful it is for addiction and for the brain, and all of this is heavily evidence-based, and we can get right into that. But I think even if we take a step back ever so slightly, and we don't even pigeonhole ketosis and carnivore, if we look at how these amino acids are synthesized, they involve cofactors, things like zinc, iron, magnesium, vitamin B6, vitamin B12, so on and so forth. These cofactors can be blocked by as much as 100% if we eat foods that contain lectins and phytic acid. So even without coining this, a keto lifestyle, even just removing grains, and grains in particular, nuts and seeds or something, vegetables in general, some of the big hitters, then we allow our body to produce these neurotransmitters. And bread, I think, was the catalyst for me, because bread is also treated with glyphosate, and glyphosate blocks the shikimate pathway, and the shikimate pathway allows us to feed and produce 95% of the neurotransmitters in our gut. So I think even just coming away from being ketogenic and carnivore and just removing some of the most toxic compounds, we can alleviate a lot of the anxiety and depression, and we can feel happy, because this is what our neurotransmitters do, isn't it? I used to suffer severely with anxiety and depression. I never once thought that it was to do with the food that we eat. And I've got a story that I quite often tell, and I'll get into that if we've got time after this, Natalie. But I used to suffer severely, but just removing bread was the catalyst that allowed me to move forward.
Yeah, I totally agree. I couldn't even remember the last time, obviously, I had bread, but even just understanding that connection between, the dopamine pathways. And the other thing, and I love that you said that, we are hardwired to hunt for dopamine, but unfortunately, we're not earning it in the right way, which is exactly what you just mentioned, Richard. We're earning it from our phones, we're earning it from, crappy food, we're earning it from, video games, and totally centered by hitting that pathway, when earning it traditionally is going for a run, moving your body, listening to some music. That's how we earn, the dopamine as human beings. And most of my clients that will come to me that are either, attached to severe end of things with alcohol and cocaine, their bread intake is insane, and so is their white pasta intake. Like, it's not uncommon. And I'm like, okay, let's just start there. But again, we have the emotional connection as well, right? Because it's like they're focusing, and the mind's trying to focus on reducing or alleviating alcohol. And now it's like, oh, now you're going to take my bread away from me, because we've anchored our emotions in that. And that's one of the other big issues that I work with, so that you become free from external attachments, including food.
Yeah, fantastic. How would you typically implement that if someone were to come and see you? Obviously, you've already said that they know that you are predominantly animal-based or carnivore. So I'm guessing they're already going to expect to be consuming more animal proteins. But is there a specific protocol that you would introduce, and would it be the same for everybody, or would it change depending on the circumstance and where that person is along their journey?
Yeah, no, look, the first 2 weeks I have a specific protocol that they have to follow to literally get them out of, the South Australian or American diet, where one meal at a time, because we don't want to end up, again, having to stay home and close to the toilet. So the first 2 weeks, yes, but then also too, what I do get them to do, I actually work with an integrative GP here in Melbourne, and I start with lots of blood work, really just see where they're at, and then we use a specific, program for each individual person. But in saying that, if you look at the plate, 90%, 95% of the food is always animal-based. But again, we're leaning down, carbohydrates, white things, flours, sugars, kales, all of those horrendous things, and then slowly bringing it down. And then each person will hit their sweet spot, and then we'll go from there. But what I find with most people, once they start to feel alive and really in control of their conscious, unconscious in their body and how they're actually operating, which they've never thought they could ever do, most people just go straight, I'm just doing straight carnivore, I'm done. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, so I think, one of the reoccurring questions is, because we've had some incredible experts, yourself included, on, during the last, what are we now, 16, 17, 18 and a half hours. And I think the general consensus is that, eating animal proteins, an evolutionary appropriate diet, is certainly the way forward. But everyone seems to have slightly different approaches. I think some have the thought process that, rip the Band-Aid off and go straight into strict carnivore. And this is a question that we've been asking a few of the other guests. And I think you've just answered that for me in regards to incremental changes, making small changes over going deep in. Is that right?
Yeah, great, Richard. One of the biggest things that my clients say to me, because that's exactly what happened. So they have this, I guess, thought that the minute, if you do that, and someone has a very strong attachment to themselves and their very comfort food, what you're doing is you're putting your client into what I call this, and most of the time when you do that too quickly, the body goes into a very resistant state. So we're saying that it's all about making sure that my client's value structures are actually embedded correctly first before I even talk about food. We do one thing at a time, but the most powerful thing when we start to transition is making sure that people actually have a very high value on their mental and metabolic health, which then we anchor the right food to feed that value. If you order yourself and you've got a very bad diet mentality and you're emotionally attached to food, then that can cause a lot of resistance, where people will then, what we call, they fall off the bandwagon, they get back on, they fall off the train, they get back on. And that's the problem, because the external power is being held in the food and not looking at the emotional anchor of someone's self-worth, self-image, and their value. Because a lot of people, I know this is going to sound strange, but a lot of people that I work with, there's not one of them has ever had an internal agreement, consciously and unconsciously, with the relationship with themselves. Hence why they then anchor themselves externally with things. So we have to actually look at that, teach people how their minds work around food. How does food feel? What does it look like? What does it sound like? What happens? On that. And then the food piece becomes quite easy. Once you look at it from the opposite direction, people start to feel really good about themselves and they value their mental and metabolic health. They will automatically want to anchor themselves in things that are high frequency, which is what I call food. Food has a frequency. You're either in a low frequency from where you've been operating most of your life, and you'll meet low frequency food. That's just a pretty, standard quantum physics kind of, structure. So if we raise your vibration internally and give your mind new data, which creates new evidence about yourself, and you like and you love yourself, then food will meet you at that vibration. So if you don't like or love yourself, it's very challenging to then implement a protocol around nutrition that is going to meet you there. Because if you have to like and love yourself deeply to be able to want to heal yourself and to be able to want to actually use food to do that.
Yeah, and it's
did that help, Richard? Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And it, you mentioned self-worth. As you know from speaking previously, I came from a bodybuilding background, and I don't know if this was the same with you, but I should imagine it was. But the reason I did that was because I had a very low opinion of myself. And many people think that when you compete in, a sport like bodybuilding, that people think that you love your body, you love yourself, but quite often it's more to do with this pursuit of external justification, I guess. You want someone else to tell you that you're worthy, which is the wrong way to go about it, isn't it? But I competed for years and years and years, and I hated the way I look. But now that I've come away from that, I wish I looked like this now. But at the time, I really didn't like it. But the fact is now, I know that I'm fitter and healthier now, being half the size and not as ripped and as shredded. But it's that resonates a lot, because how we visualize or see ourselves. And as you say, we need to be able to manifest. And I think that's an incredibly powerful tool. So yeah, that resonates a lot.
Absolutely. And, it is, I'm totally agreement. Like the bodybuilding industry and the fitness industry, if you look at people externally, yes, your perception is that they're in love with themselves and their body. And, me being in it as well, that was the total opposite. I had, and it wasn't, obviously I didn't know at the time because I didn't understand what negative self-image was, but I had a terrible, conflicted and poor self-image about myself. And that was just due to, again, my external environment when I was growing up and humans wanting to be validated externally. And it's a very unhealthy space to be. And once you really understand the power of that and how to turn it around, you look at your body and your mind in such a different way, and I think anything can be externally validated, but once you validate yourself, anything else on the outside is like, oh, that's great, thank you. But your body and your mind aren't seeking it and hunting for it. And that, I think that's the power of understanding value and self-love. But your conscious mind and your unconscious mind have to agree. And what I mean by that, if I get everyone that actually watches now or in the replay, think about the last time you said that you were proud of yourself or that you loved yourself, you're going to get a pretty strong resistance and reaction, both internally and externally. You're not going to believe it. And that's the problem. That's the other thing with positive thinking. If you say that you love yourself or you're proud of yourself, I'll guarantee your unconscious is going to tell you something different. And you're going to have a reaction in your body where it's like, oh, don't really believe that. Or even talking about self-love, a lot of people feel very uncomfortable. Your body gives you a reaction because it doesn't believe it.
Yeah, I can attest to that. I was recently speaking at an event, and one of the questions was, put your hand up if you love yourself. And I was at the back of the room, so I didn't think anybody can see me, but I didn't put my hand up. I've always had a negative opinion of myself, and I still to this day struggle with it. But somebody came up to me after and said, I noticed you didn't put your hand up. And my answer to that was, well, I couldn't honestly put my hand up because I don't believe it. But what advice would you, I've transformed my life from being clinically obese and type 2 diabetic. You know my story. And I think when I take a step back that I've achieved a lot, but I still have a negative opinion. I still sometimes feel not worthy. What advice, what words of wisdom could you part on to allow me to combat that and try to have more self-worth moving forward?
Really have to look at where your values lie. So a lot of the time when I talk about relationship values, our minds will go external, and we're pretty quick. We can come up with what our external values are around relationships, whether it's intimate or colleagues or whatever it may be. But if I asked you to actually go internally and say, well, you tell me what your relationship values are with yourself. A lot of the time, that's where you're going to get a lot of blank because they don't exist. Because again, if you have no or resistance around saying that you're worthy or loved, that means that you're not living consciously or unconsciously in alignment with your values. So your data is still external, not internal. So what I mean by that is if you look at love, for example, as a value, you could easily know what that looks like and sounds like and feels like externally. But then if I asked you to say, okay, what does that look like, sound like, feel like for me internally? You're going to get a little bit of resistance and probably not a lot of information will appear because the other way I'll get you to look at it is the values that we learn are from that 0 to 7 years of age and 7 to 12. So they are all external. And the only way to make sure that they're internal is you have to rebuild them. You have to give your mind the new data, which then creates new evidence. So, for example, you do that, should tell me how you love yourself. You won't have a resistance or an automatic response to probably move away or shrink or feel uncomfortable. So we need to build up the new filing cabinet, that I call them, with internal values. And a lot of people don't love themselves. They don't even like themselves. The other value structures are things like trust, honesty. How well do you trust yourself? How well are you honest with yourself? How well do you communicate with yourself? A lot of the time that they don't exist either.
Yeah. So how would we go about reinforcing those then from scratch? Any hints and tips? What typically would you do with the client? And again, is it the same protocol or would it be different depending on where they were?
With helping people understand their value structures, it's a very set protocol because pretty much everyone's conscious and unconscious mind, there'll be little nuances, but a lot of the time, everyone pretty much sits in the same category. So one of the strongest things that I get people to do is really understand where their conscious and unconscious is operating from, and through direct questioning. So I also use psychotherapy as a part of my work to bypass conscious, analytical, critical part thinking and to get the information from the unconscious to the top so that people can actually understand, hold on, I thought I loved myself, but clearly I don't, because what's been shown and what's come up is in total opposition to that. So it's not just the relationship with yourself. That's one part of it, but also too, it steeps out into career values, lifestyle values, health values. So they all have to be linked to mental and metabolic health. So the other thing, coming back to that, you cannot have a high value of your mental and metabolic health if you don't have a relationship with yourself. And the other thing that I see with people, they'll say to me, yeah, sure, I like myself, or yes, I value my mental and metabolic health. But then we look at their actions and it's in total opposition, because people are also too scared about what other people are going to think or feel if they change their way of eating, or they start to kind of look at themselves and wake themselves up internally, because then that affects our external environment and people get uncomfortable with change.
Yes. Is this a reason, or an excuse that people would use then maybe to self-sabotage, and, in regards to being worried about what other people will think and not being able to adhere to what they would deem to be a stricter lifestyle? I mean, you and I know that this is, I don't find it restrictive now. I think it's highly indulgent. I love the food.
Far from strict.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's what type of protocol would you implement moving forward once you've established that connection and that love for oneself? Would it be then strict carnivore again, or would it be still a case of incremental changes?
Yeah, so it depends on the process with each person and where they're at when I do that. So we've really got to get that foundational value structures built, and then they have to operate in that every day. So there's a set structure that I give them, but they have to actually sit and operate to recreate in the present moment those new value structures. And then what I find is when we make additional changes and add in, take out lots of the vegetables, take out the fruit, all of a sudden they have a feeling within themselves that they love themselves and they actually really enjoy feeling who they are. It's a very natural progression, because they're like, wow, this makes me feel good, and again, it's like, you've got to own how you want to feel. So if you're going to choose something and that's against your value structure, well, then we've got to say, well, why do we do that? Obviously, there's an element of self-sabotage there, but once you start to build them up consistently and live in them presently, we don't live in the past. We can't wait for the future So what I mean by that is you can't wait to get somewhere in the future and then feel better. It's like I'm can't wait until I lose 5 kilos and that'll be in the future, because I'll guarantee you do that and you won't feel any different. Same thing. It's like, happiness is not at the end of the rainbow. You get to create it now. The future does not exist. It's in the current moment that you must feel everything that you need to feel to create that new evidence. So it is really, I cannot stress it enough. The internal powerful mechanisms of values is what really changes the dynamics of people, external food sources and things like that. But the other thing too, strict carnivore or strict diet, what we have to understand is that's just a societal program. We've all been programmed by certain thoughts, feelings, and views from society. Now, when we think about strict, you've got to kind of say, well, hold on, how strict is living in a body that doesn't work properly? How strict is it that not having, energy? How strict is it, that you've got anxiety and depression and you're attached to everything externally and you're seeking and hunting validation? That's strict. That controls your life. So, if we look at it from a point of, well, what does carnivore and what does, eating a species appropriate way give me? It's all a mindset change around the way strict has been anchored, and we have to change the value of it. Because I'll tell you right now, I've never had any client of mine that has ever said, oh my gosh, I wish I could go back to the way I used to eat because I felt so much better. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, 100%. And it's, since gravitating this way, I find it incredibly indulgent. I could eat beef and lamb every day. I don't find it restrictive. Some of the questions that we've had recently today have been, what can you do for variety? And, I always reiterate what I ask a client that comes to see me who is new to the lifestyle, who thinks that living this way is going to be restrictive. I'll ask them what they eat on a Monday, and they'll give me a list of what they eat for breakfast, lunch and dinner, so on and so forth. And then the next question is, well, what do you eat on a Tuesday? Oh, it's the same thing. We're creatures of habit. So we think this lifestyle is restrictive.
Same thing.
But what we eat is restrictive. We're creatures of habit. We go to the supermarket. We go to the same aisles. We pick up the same items off the same shelf. We may change, the flavor of a cake or a brand or something as a treat, but generally we eat the same thing on the same day at the same time. And that's all we're doing when we gravitate into this lifestyle. It's just now the food that we get to eat is real food, is highly nutrient dense. It doesn't contain all of the toxic compounds and chemicals that the non-foods in the supermarket contains. And I think that's really important to reiterate. And the way that you can make different meals, you can cook an egg, various different ways, and it tastes different. I was saying to one of the guests earlier, a piece of beef steak tastes different to me than it does when it's minced, so there's lots of variety in things you can do.
Yeah, look, the other thing too, I think again, it's a condition and a program of, we have to have a variety of foods, and we have to have, balance and moderation. And anyone that follows me knows that I think that's complete BS. Because if you actually go to look at, those blue zone populations, and we know that, that's been cherry picked data, but there's a lady that, I don't know if you know of her, but her name's Mary Ruddick. And if anyone doesn't know her, she's brilliant. She's lived in the blue zone. She knows exactly what they eat. And variety doesn't exist there either. Their variety may look 4 or 5 things depending on what's in season, right? But here in Australia or in the US and most of the Western populations, we're told that we need to get all our antioxidants and, get 50 different types of nutrition in your acai bowl in the morning. Like, where did that come from? That came from big food trying to sell you their product. Like, as human beings, it's like if you look to the wild, a lion has a specific specific diet. So does a gorilla. So does every other animal in the world. So do we. And just because we can manufacture and make our own food, it does not mean that we need to eat it, because that's where we get sick. And I'm sure most of your guests would have said the same thing. We are getting sicker and fatter. And why? Because we are adhering to foods that are not appropriate. And again, food is emotional. We get anchored and programmed in that, we eat for entertainment. We eat whether we're safe. That has to be undone.
Yeah.
Ask a carnivore who eats a ribeye every day if they're happy.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Natalie, do you have time for some quick questions? I can see there's a few questions. I don't have.
I'd love some. Yeah.
Fantastic. So I know that I think Steve may be coming back in at some point now, but he's got all the gadgets. I don't know where he's disappeared to, but I can see some in the chat there. So there's one from Tommy here that says, "Hey, big fan here from Norway. I get contradictions regarding the fat and protein intake. You lean to more protein than fat, or am I wrong?" So I think what they're saying is, do you lean more to protein yourself over the fat, and what's your opinion?
Myself, it changes, to be honest. It really depends on what I'm doing. I'm very, very in tune with my body. So if I'm training a little bit more, or I'm walking a little bit more, my body may say, "Hey, I need more fat," or "I need more protein." But I don't do ratio for myself. I literally eat when I'm hungry and I stop when I don't. I've never measured ketones. I've never done any of that. I just go by how it makes me feel. I have done high fat carnivore. I loved it, but again, then my body's like, "No, well, we don't need that now." So the more that you understand the nuances in yourself, I think that's the best way, and really be aware that how you feel is exactly where you need to sit. And if you don't feel good, well, maybe up your fat, or reduce your protein, whatever it may be. But that's the other thing too. Being used to doing that without trying to count calories or weigh your food is a whole new space for people to be in, because it's total freedom, because you actually get to listen to your body. I gave up coffee as well. I didn't really think that would make such a difference to me, but holy moly, did it. I only had 1 cup a day, and that was in the morning. But I've now been nearly 7 months actually, coffee free, and huge difference. So trust yourself. It gets very confusing, I know, when there's so many people out saying, "Hey, ratio 1-to-1," or whatever it may be, but just go by your energy. That's how your skin, your energy, your hair, your focus. Yeah. Hope that helped. Hope that answered the question.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think about it too much. I just eat.
And that's exactly it. I think the key is to eat intuitively, and eat as nature intended. We back during our evolutionary period, I don't think we would have weighed out different ratios of protein and fat. We would have caught and killed our prey. We would have eaten everything, within that animal from nose to tail. Some parts of that animal are lean, some parts are fatty. And that's why I tend to eat as nature intended. As a rough ratio, if we look at it, then the ratios are pretty close to 50-50. An egg is around 6 grams of protein to 5 grams of fat, for example. And if we look at that ratio across the animal kingdom, it's there as nature intended. But I think that's the best thing we could do, is just eat as nature intended without overthinking it. I know there are issues in regards to maybe gravitating into the diet and having leptin resistance and so on and so forth. But I think for me, it does come back to eating intuitively, providing, we're not leptin resistant. But yeah, it's just eat as nature intended. I no longer track. I used to track when I was competing. But that was for a different purpose. That was to achieve a goal. I no longer track. I don't count calories. I don't track my protein. Last time I did track, I was somewhere between 4,000 to 6,000 calories per day. I can't even remember where the protein or fat ratios were in that in particular, but I think you're right. I think we should do this intuitively. If you're living the lifestyle and you're feeling a little fatigued, then maybe look at increasing the fat. If you're still suffering with aches and pains, then maybe take a look at the protein. But I think it really is that simple at a base level, and then we pull the levers according to the environment and how we feel.
Yeah, exactly. The other really important thing too, just on that, it's just also, yes, food is a huge element, but I really want to talk about stress and sleeping. Again, if you're not sleeping properly and you are stressed, or you've got a stressful job and you're not actually being able to sit in stillness and kind of meditate in the present moment, that also affects how we eat. So one bad night's sleep can really affect your intake of food the next day. Also with females who are cycling, you've got 3 different phases of cycles through your menstruation. And, there's different, hormones that are coming in there, which will affect how you eat, and how you feel wanting to fast. So there's all different nuances. But once you start understanding the rhythm of your body, male, female, and sleep, cortisol, blue light, never underestimate the power of blue light on your body either. So yeah,
fantastic. And there's another question that I've just found here for you as well. Is another question from Tommy. Is carbohydrates any use? So are carbohydrates any use for muscle synthesis and growth at all? So coming from a bodybuilding background, obviously you would have used carbohydrates because you would have thought that it increases muscle protein synthesis. And I think I know where you're going to go with it, but I'll leave you run with it.
No.
In a simple answer. Yeah.
No, hard no. And coming from both sides of the fence, I will be honest, there's 3 months transition where I was coming off, sweet potato and rice and all of those kind of things when I went carnivore. It did take me 3 months, but there's no difference. Like it's actually, I will say the energy that I have when I'm training now is so different. Like I don't fatigue. I don't have any onset muscle soreness anymore. So any human being, our requirement for carbohydrates is 0. I think it's more of a mental attachment thing that we think that we're going to lose size if we do that.
Yeah, I completely agree. When we look at muscle protein synthesis, carbohydrate does not increase muscle protein synthesis. 0, nothing whatsoever. As long as adequate protein is consumed, particularly the amino acid leucine, which will activate mTOR directly. But interestingly, what does increase muscle protein synthesis is the co-ingestion of protein with fat, i.e., an evolutionary appropriate diet, and again, eating, as nature intended. It's almost as if nature provides us with this perfectly packaged present, and in our wisdom, thinking we know better, we take the fat off that protein, which is absolutely counterintuitive. What I would add to that, I think that you're right in regards to us thinking that we need carbohydrate because it adds volume in the form of glycogen to the muscle, which I think would add some impact of leverage, which could make us stronger. But what many don't realize, and I'm sure that you'll reiterate this now when I say, is that when you become adapted, we have the ability to send lactate from, and this is another reason why we don't burn the way that we used to when we were on carbohydrates. We become much more efficient at buffering those hydrogen ions. We send the lactate from the muscle to the liver, where the liver will create glucose through gluconeogenesis and send it back to the muscle, arguably at a higher rate than even yourself as your counterpart as a carbohydrate athlete, which means we do have muscle glycogen. And I think we can also manipulate that further with things like creatine monohydrate and, correct electrolyte supplementation. So it isn't, it's not a lost game, is it? We don't need carbohydrate, I believe, for any form of athletic performance, size, strength, or even building muscle.
Yeah, look, the other thing I'd really like to add is, if we look at nature and species, if we look at, tribes and, they forage, they hunt, that's our ancestral behavior. And, again, it's that dopamine thing that we naturally need to earn. But I think as a human too, and the way our bodies are meant to actually function, you've got to look to those tribal states of human ancestral. They're very lean, they do have muscle, but again, that's how you're allowed to go and forage and hunt for food. I think where we've lost our way, I think in the health and fitness and bodybuilding industry, is we're doing things that are not natural to our bodies. Even the way we train, I think over a long period of time, that gets us into trouble with joint issues. And obviously if you're in a carbohydrate issue and you're using heavy weights, I think it's just a matter of understanding the most athletic response you can have for your body is a primal state and feeding it such. And again, also ask yourself why. If you're really wanting to build your body into a certain way, is it only for an internal purpose because it makes you feel good, or is it for an external purpose? I always say to people, if you want to do something, do it, great. But if no one saw you, would you still do it?
Yeah, that's fantastic. Fantastic. Is there any form of training? I mean, you mentioned about, damage caused through incorrect training. Are there any types of training that you would implement? There's a protocol in particular that I would implement myself, but I'd be curious to hear if you have a specific protocol to limit damage and maximize maybe muscle building and athletic performance in general.
Yeah, I do. I actually am more now into more movement strength, as in, training yourself out of alignment. So, core strength. I still do weights, but I do it in a very different way. I kind of mimic what nature would do. Like if I was out in a tribe, how would I train? I wouldn't be lifting, or a Smith bar or a Smith machine bar in nature, right? So I kind of really look at what nature I can do. And what I mean by training out of alignment, that's sitting in squat positions, it's rolling your ankles, it's, training your body to be more mobile. So mobility training and strength training as well. Because if you're continually doing the same type of bodybuilding movement over and over and over, you're not training out of alignment. So that's where injuries can happen. You walk along and or you go for a run and your ankle rolls, but if you're not training every single part of your body to actually, move in a different way, you're eventually going to get yourself into trouble, which is what I did.
Yeah.
I used to have very bad hips from, all the squatting. Now I don't.
Yeah. And again, I think it's that bro science in the gym, isn't it? Someone tells you who seems to be gaining that muscle in the gym, or they must know what they're doing. But there's lots of misinformation. But we've just had a super chat come through on Steve's channel, and I think you've just answered this, but I'll ask the question because it's there. But do you prefer lifting to failure or reps in reserve, or a mix?
So I'm more of a push and pull. So I'll generally do a full body where I'll be push legs and pull upper arms, for example, or back. But I will only ever do 2 sets. I will contract those sets. I will go to where I'm at failure, but I hold every single part of the movement. So I used to train very differently. So 3 sets to literally heavier, heavier, heavier. I used to do drop sets. I used to do, what was the other one? The one where you, hypertrophy training. Didn't like that. So for me, I literally just do the best that I can, control my breath, control my muscle, upward and downward, and make sure that I'm feeling every single part of that. And 2 sets, maximum 12 to 13 reps, and that's it. And I don't
fantastic.
cardio. I do not do cardio, as in I don't run. I don't walk on a treadmill. I walk. The only reason I walk is because I also put my body into a state with circadian rhythm. So I'm up very early with the sunrise. That's when I will walk. That's just purely because I love it. It makes me feel good. I'm not doing it to lose weight, but that's my daily routine.
Yeah, fantastic. And interestingly, I didn't do any cardio when I was bodybuilding. One, because I believe it's counterintuitive to the goal you're trying to achieve. But secondly, it was to prove a point on how powerful this lifestyle was when you are a fat burner and you're tapped into those systems. It's way easier to lose body fat. And I think that, that was key to me being able to achieve some of those things. But I didn't do any cardio. My the competitors that I would compete against, they were ramping up cardio day after day. So they'd do an hour in the gym, and then they'd go for a 20-minute run. Then it was a 30-minute run, then a 40. And in the end, they were doing 2 hours of running after an hour in the gym, which to me is only going to further increase cortisol and lead to further muscle wasting. And it just seems absolutely counterintuitive.
Yes.
But they wouldn't have it any other way. They wouldn't resign to the fact that there was a better way, in order to do this. But
oh, the amount of time I look back now and I'm like, I was in the gym for 2 hours a day. And then I would have to get up in the morning and go for a walk, like insane madness. And even, appearing on stage, you could, even though you've, really bad, you've, got to kind of dehydrate yourself to get up there, but you still look inflamed. You still look puffy to an extent, right? But again, now my whole physique has changed. But again, I value my physique and my mental and my metabolic health very differently now, whereas before it was just, as we said, very external. So I love training this way now. It feels so good.
Yeah, I agree. Just circling back really quickly, I mean, you mentioned the controlled reps. Is it safe to assume that you were concentrating more on eccentric movements? So just for the listeners, this is rather than exploding up, it's concentrating and, as you say, holding the weight.
Yes.
And holding maybe, so eccentric movements. And one other question, if you don't mind, this has just popped up.
Yep.
Perfect. Question from Danny C. Can you build muscle using bands only? Do you have any good regimen for this?
I don't use bands myself. I don't tend to like them. I prefer just to use the weights, but control the movement. I find that now my body has built far more, I guess, healthier muscle, and I look totally different from a body composition wise compared to where I used to. So look, if you love bands and you want to, burn your booty, great. But, it really just depends on, what your goal is. Like, what are you doing it for? Like, I always ask people, if you're going to do something, what's the why behind it and what's the value exchange behind it? I don't do anything now that doesn't have a high value for me, hence why I don't run on a treadmill. It's not a value to me. So if you like bands, use them. If you don't.
Love it.
But can you build muscle on them? I don't think you can build muscle. You can tone the muscle, but you actually need to have the resistance of a greater weight to do that.
Yeah, I know Steve's a big fan of bands.
But again, if your protein intake's not right and your fat intake's not right either, you're not going to do that well.
Yeah, I agree. Steve, welcome back.
I've been watching.
Fantastic.
Yeah. My Wi-Fi took me out basically, and I realized that when I'd gone, your signal was better. So I just sat here in the side, just watching and listening. So yes, that was brilliant, Natalie. That was fabulous, and well hosted, Richard. We've got Mr. Abs waiting, Dr. Abs waiting to come on to do his next shift. But
awesome.
Natalie, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Love talking to you all the time.
Yeah. Thanks again, Natalie.
Brilliant.
Massively
Brilliant.
appreciated. Some fantastic information. A pleasure as always. And yeah, if we do this again next year, obviously we'll be tapping you back up for another stint. If we do it again next year.
Thank you.
Right. Bye, Natalie. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for everybody for asking questions. Bye.
Bye. So let's bring Dr. Ebbs back.
Hello again.
Hello.
Today.
Oh, louder and no lag. That's quite good.
I'm humbled to be back. I'm very humbled.
And still awake, live and kicking. Which is more than I can say for Stephen and I.
Right. Yeah, well, we've got questions for you because people saw you earlier. Shall we go straight into those?
Go for it. Yeah, no problem at all.
Okay. Jay here is asking, Dr. Abs, please, in your next slot, could you share your views on oil pulling, if time allows?
So oil pulling, for those that don't know, it's where you kind of use oil as mouthwash, to put it in layman's terms. The term pulling comes from you trying to pull it from through the gaps in between your teeth, which we call embrasures, and you kind of swish it around your mouth. Now it started a long time ago, like in ancient times in Ayurvedic medicine. And what people have to really think about in terms of from a scientific perspective is it came about in a time when the oral microbiota, because the diet was different, is not the same as what we have now. So what may have worked back then isn't necessarily guaranteed to work now. And indeed, there have been no absolute cause and effect studies to show that it has any kind of sort of guaranteed positive effect on oral health at all. But it makes sense from a purely logical point of view. One of the things that people used to use this with was coconut oil. You know, we talked about MCT oil and the fractionates of it with Richard before. If we look at things like, say, C8, 8 as in 8 carbons, for those that don't know, so that's caprylic acid, C10 capric acid, and C12 lauric acid. Now these things, no wonder they became used as mouthwash when they were using oil, because they can work as antibacterial agents. And part of the reason is they can disrupt cell membranes. So fatty acids can actually insert into bacterial cell membranes to disrupt their integrity and ultimately cause lysis, which is cell death. And the lysis comes about because you're essentially leaking cellular contents outside of the bacteria, and that's why it starts to die. And when you interfere with the lipid metabolism, when there's bacteria, you can actually prevent the growth and the replication as well. And bacteria, when they're in certain areas, like for example in an oral environment, they can create this biofilm. And MCTs such as C8, 10, 12, they can prevent the formation of a biofilm. Now, why is that useful? Because biofilms are protective layers that are created to shield from, in modern times, things like antibiotics, and in older times, things like the host immune system. So by disrupting this protective mechanism, that's another one of the reasons that you can get the antibacterial effect. If you look specifically at something like C12 in lauric acid, not only can that disrupt the membrane, but it's converted into monolaurin in the body, which again is a potent antimicrobial ingredient. So there's biological and biochemical reasons why it will have worked when it first came about. However, we are not in the time when it first came about, and our oral flora is different, our diet is different, etc., etc. So it's not being applied in the same context. So I don't think it will have the same effect, and which is why I'm not surprised there's no absolute definitive cause and effect study which has proven it to be efficacious, shall we say, and brushing is still the best way to go.
Cool. I tried it personally and I didn't get on with it. So Fad Gadget is saying, I'm 2 months into carnivore diet and I'm getting severe pains in my left shoulder and neck area. Could this be oxalate dumping or something else?
Well, I mean, it could be a number of things, which I'm sure all three of us would agree on. It could be that. We'll never know because we don't know the full history of what was being eaten before. This is the kind of thing that I think an individual consultation would be best for. But just to add something which may not have been mentioned up till now, one of the things I do with my patients is something called a gait analysis. So not only will I get a full blood workup, also full diet history, DEXA scanning, all these kind of things. But a gait analysis, especially when I'm working with athletes, is really important because you can get automated analyses now using video cameras, complex video cameras, which you just walk on this treadmill for like a minute. Automatically, you can see, right, this left leg is a centimeter longer. This knee is slightly pointed out and there's a slight anterior pelvic tilt, etc., etc. And you get this full report, no opinion needed, just absolutely factual straight away, very, very quickly. And once you see that, it's very easy to understand why moderate intensity exercise is not worth it anymore, because it just accentuates all these anthropometric discrepancies that we have. And if someone has pain in their shoulder, another thing that it could be is there's a problem with the anthropometry of that person in terms of maybe an asymmetry, maybe one leg being longer than the other, that then having a difference in the force going through the pelvis that makes its way up the spine, has an issue with the shoulder as well. Could be something that happened a long time ago during childhood, some kind of tear that's playing up now. So many things that I think that's an individual consultation as opposed to a generic answer.
That's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. James is asking a question. Can excess dairy cause constipation for children? Know someone who feeds their children a lot of dairy, claiming that it makes them carnivore, despite still following SAD for infants.
Interesting. I mean, too much of anything, by definition, is too much. I know I'm stating the obvious, but there is such a thing as too much of anything. If they're having problems with it, then you need to check whether there's some kind of lactose intolerance as well, in which case any amount will be too much. But in terms of causing constipation, what else are they having outside of the dairy would be the question, because constipation does not have direct causality to dairy in a dose response relationship. Constipation is multifactorial on the whole diet and not just whether there's dairy consumed. So that's
Maybe
something where...
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Epps, but maybe the thinking cheese, because that does actually seem to bung people up sometimes.
Yeah, it can do. It can do.
Cheese. Yeah.
So even dairy as a whole for that individual probably just needs to be tested, eliminate that, see what happens if things get better and you haven't changed anything else. That's an empirical observation. You can say, yeah, that is the cause in that case.
Yeah, I agree. I
Sorry to interrupt there, but
no, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think you're right. I think they were probably alluding to cheese. The case of morphine's a known contributor to constipation, isn't it? Not so much with milk in my experience. Not that I drink milk anymore, but I'm still a lover of cheese now and again, as strict as I am most of the time. But yeah, I believe it could be a big contributing factor if they are referring to cheese as being the dairy. But again, as Dr. App says, just take it out and see that the best way to test these things is by removing them and reintroducing, as you did with the coffee, Steve.
Yeah. So Adam's saying, I've been off caffeine for 2 months now. Is it normal to not feel as creative and uplifting, even though my energy seems fine?
I think what's normal is individual. And sometimes what we find is that, well, certainly in my patients at least, I'm sure you guys may have found similar, but when someone is eating anything or drinking anything, and that is coming from a place of whether it's conscious or subconscious, whether it's coming from a place of coping in some way, or being a substitute for something, or allowing them to feel a particular way for some reason, and you take that away, it's not that this new diet is making you feel worse. It's that it's allowing you to feel yourself. And what you were doing before was a way to cover up. So it's not necessarily that coming off caffeine reduces creativity, I would suggest it's more likely, and I'm speaking generally because I don't know this person individually, but I would suggest it's more likely that the caffeine was simply giving this neural stimulus as it does, and that is what has given you this almost artificial sense of creativity. And if you force yourself to stay off that caffeine and you know stay on the diet longer, you drift in and out of ketosis, you allow your brain to normalize, I think that creativity can come back. It's not a case of something to be worried about. It's a case of allowing your body to normalize and finding what you need to from it instead of going back to the way you were. I don't know if you guys have any different opinion to that at all.
No, I agree. And it's Adam has just written almost exactly what I have been feeling over the last few weeks since removing coffee. And I think we said this earlier in the session, Stephen, wasn't it? That my energy doesn't feel as high, but the lows don't feel as low. I just feel like I've got more stable energy, but I'm not hitting the highs that I was previously. But it has only been 4 weeks. Will I ever get back to that high? I don't know. But do I need to be there? If generally my energy levels are much more stable and I'm not spiking and crashing, then does this average area, serve purpose? Will I be able to function on there? Who knows? I mean, 4 weeks isn't long enough, but I definitely feel more stable. I'm not crashing as much, but I do miss that high that a good dose of coffee would give me. But yeah, let's wait and see, I guess. Let's wait another 4 weeks.
Adam, have a look at meditation as well, because what Richard's just described of going up and going down, if you swap creativity for emotion in general, you can't live your life like a roller coaster, going up, going down, going up, going down. It's tiring. It's not possible. And so meditation teaches you to just be a bit more, no pun intended, but to be a bit more zen and to be a bit more stable all along. And when you do that and you can access your thoughts a lot easier without things interfering, that itself is a form of creativity and can put you in touch with your creative side without needing a stimulus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
That's excellent answers, guys. Let's go to the next one. Here it is. Getting leg spasms. My foot can turn in weird positions. Just had my labs and my electrolytes are all great.
Interesting. Again, I mean, I think again, there's so many things that it could be, but if your foot is turning in weird positions, one of the things that it could be, in terms of a physical perspective, not just a chemical or biochemical perspective, but again, a gait analysis would be quite interesting here, because some people have rotated femurs. Now, I realize I have rotated femurs simply because I powerlifted for so long, and I don't know how many tens of thousands of squats I've done in my life. But I did experiments where I used to put a tape measure across the cage on the floor, and then I would squat with my feet pointing at different angles, varying by a couple of degrees each time. Then I would rank which one felt easy and which one felt hard. And there was a spectrum of where, when it was too far this way, too far that way, and it was difficult. And roughly in between was where it felt the most comfortable. And I realized that's me. And that's quite an angle. That's probably about 30 degrees pointed outwards for me. So it's not necessarily something to check for in a lab, in the sense that there's something off with the level of something. It could also be physical. And I would go as far, I got no evidence, but I would go as far as to say that purely in my opinion, that's all, most people have some level of asymmetry in their skeleton. I'd say it's very rare to have a perfectly symmetrical skeleton. And even if you're born 100% symmetrical, because of your preference of being left-handed, right-handed, left-footed, right-footed, etc., the rate of wear on the skeleton will not be the same on both sides as well. So check out something physical. I would look at something that's maybe seeing an osteopath as well, just so they can look at your joints, your musculoskeletal issues, and your connections. If they need to do any HVT, something along those lines, they can have a look. And don't always think that there's something in it that you need to look at in a test tube. Sometimes it's something physical about you as well.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
fantastic.
that's a really good answer.
I
In
think
the army, by the way, if they want to work out the best foot position for squatting, they ask you to do a 2-footed jump forward, and how you land
Yeah.
is where your feet should be. So
just to jump on that quickly before you get on to the next one, Steve, because I know you're keen to jump on from that. I think this question in regards to, I've just had my labs done, electrolytes are all great. Coming back to results and testing, there is no normal range. What I find is living a ketogenic carnivore-based lifestyle, our requirement for certain minerals is higher. So it still could be an electrolyte imbalance. I think cramping could be, or spasms could be excitatory through excess calcium. To which we'd want to reduce the calcium or increase the magnesium or both. But listening to that, this is very similar to the conditions that I was suffering with recently. So I wonder if I love pineapples too drinks coffee. And coming back to the acrylamide argument, or even the mycotoxin argument in regards to these leg spasms, are exactly what I was getting. The gait, which you mentioned, the gait analysis, my gait was skewed. I had trouble lifting my legs to the point I would need to lift my leg to change the clutch. And I only noticed this when I went to my daughter's sports day. And I was asked as a parent to run in the parents' race. When somebody recorded me running, it looked like I was running and trying to be funny, but I was actually trying my best to run. But my leg... So they said to me after, why were you taking the piss when you were running? I wasn't. I was genuinely trying. But my leg was sort of doing this swingy out thing that I couldn't control. But it was turning out at weird angles. It's only since removing the coffee have all of these things sort of cleared up. So I don't know if that's what it is, but it would be a fantastic comeback question to let us know if you are a coffee drinker. And again, Dr. Abs went into a lot more detail in regards to the detrimental impacts of acrylamide and or even just the mycotoxins, but it's a toxic compound. Absolutely
even the
toxic.
electrolyte tests, there's no 100% reliability of those tests. You can be struggling for calcium and it will look normal. Because let's say you're changing diet, as an example, when you're going from a Western diet to a carnivore diet, you might struggle for calcium to the point where your body sacrifices calcium from the bones, from the skeleton, to maintain calcium levels elsewhere. But when you measure the blood levels, it might seem normal, but you're not measuring the bone level where it's reducing. Even magnesium, if you were to test magnesium, most of the body's magnesium is stored in hard tissues, not soft tissues. It can be sacrificed from hard tissues to maintain levels in soft tissues. So if you're measuring the soft tissue level, it will look fine. But because you can't measure the hard tissue level, you've no idea. For me, one of the best ways of testing these deficiencies, let's take magnesium as an example. I would administer something like IV magnesium chloride, and then 24 hours later do a urinalysis test. If all the magnesiums come out, clearly they don't need it. And I think it goes back to what you said earlier, Stephen, about the iodine clearance test. The principle is exactly the same.
Yes,
just
that's... Sorry, go on, Rich.
Sorry, yeah, just before we move on, what are your thoughts on calcium in particular? Now, I know that many people around the globe have a deficiency, but I think it's more to do with, if we look at bone, for example, people who suffer with osteoporosis, we give them a calcium supplement. But the calcium supplement won't build or repair bone. It will just slow down degradation because it will use the supplemented calcium opposed to pulling it from the bone. But bone is mineralized protein. It's made from protein and minerals. The 40% of the dry weight of bone is protein. And to send the calcium to the bone, there's a direct correlation with sodium intake. So to send calcium to the bone, we need to increase sodium. And in fact, we can't build bone without protein, calcium, phosphate, and sodium, which is a state in which most of us most people are devoid in. But in this lifestyle, we eat lots of protein. We are consuming lots of all of these minerals and even calcium. I mean, if we eat an egg contains around 24 milligrams. 4 or 5 eggs would in excess of 100. If we're eating cheese, it's very easy to get to a couple of hundred. And beef is a good source of calcium, especially the volume that we eat it. So I don't think in this environment the calcium deficiency is going to be as pronounced as it would if we weren't. And I quite often question whether, in fact, we are consuming too much calcium. What are your thoughts in regards? I'm not a lover of calcium supplementation. I think that eat as nature intended.
Same.
All of the calcium that we need is found through eating this way. And if we look at the calcium to magnesium ratio within a cell, it's roughly 1-to-1. But if we look at beef, it predominates potassium. It's about 4 times higher than sodium, and then it drops right down to magnesium and calcium. And this is echoed amongst most animal proteins, other than something that will give life, like eggs or milk. But beyond that, it's a pretty consistent ratio. But what I find is we supplement with calcium, and coming into the lifestyle, cheese or dairy is such an easy go-to, is super convenient, but we're not getting the calcium to offset that balance. So then we get leg cramps because calcium is excitatory, and then we supplement with magnesium, which can combat. But I think excessive amounts of calcium, and we've seen it through numbers of studies that, over between 500 and 700 milligrams per day have been shown to increase risk of cardiovascular disease in certain groups of people. I'm not a lover of supplemented calcium. And I just think that living this lifestyle, I think we need to be a little bit more careful sometimes if we're suffering with issues in regards to how much calcium compared to the magnesium. So I'd just love to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, sure. I think calcium is a relative perspective. So essentially, you can take the calcium, but certain studies will show that if you give calcium in this study, it will increase bone density and help osteoporotic patients. If you give calcium in that study, they found that it increased the risk for heart attack, well, association for heart attack, we should say. Why is that? Why is it that the same supplement can give a good benefit in some patients, but a bad benefit in others? The reason is because there's a regulation of calcium as well as the actual intake. It's not just how much you're taking in or even the source. It's when it's in there, what is it being told to do? Calcium in the bone is normal. Calcium in the teeth is normal. Calcium in the arteries brings you closer to a heart attack. And so we have to understand that if we take calcium in the presence of sufficient volumes of vitamin K2, then we have sufficient regulation of the matrix GLA protein and osteocalcin enzyme. And now these enzymes will either be a proponent of or inhibitor of the nucleation process, where we can create hydroxyapatite crystals using the calcium phosphate. So if we are able to use sufficient amounts of gamma carboxylase to activate these enzymes and then direct the calcium to the right places, then we're more likely to have an appropriate outcome where it's what we intended. It's a nice outcome with calcium, as opposed to shoving it into the wrong place, such as coronary arteries. And so calcium needs to be looked at in the presence of the things that regulate its direction in the body. So I think for me, you can have too much and you can have too little, but you can also have it in the wrong place and being used in the wrong way. So it's not just about the source and the volume, but it's the cofactors. And that's what's really, really key. If people want to look into this in nerd levels of detail, I actually put a video out, I think about 2 weeks ago on my channel, specifically just talking about menaquinone molecules, vitamin K2, and what they do from a biochemical aspect in terms of the nucleation process of calcium hydroxyapatite crystals. And that's very, very detailed, and it'll give you a full rundown of why calcium can give good results and bad results in different patient groups, because the cofactors aren't there.
Brilliant. Okay, there's a nice question from Danny. Hey, Dr. Abs, I think I know the answer to this, but want to hear your view on this. Is ApoB something to be concerned about, or just another red herring like all the others before it? Thanks.
It's a very simple answer. I think it's whatever it needs to be. Your LDL level is whatever your body determines it needs to be. LDL, lipoproteins, all these things, the lipid panels, they are there because your body needs them to do a particular job. I mean, we used to think, obviously, that the LDL was this great Bond villain plotting to destroy you or whatever. But it's there for a particular reason. It gets caught up into damaged vessel linings because the fact that it has cholesterol there, A lot of the cell membrane is cholesterol. It's the fireman putting out the fire. It's not the arsonist. And that is the way you should look at all of these things on the lipid panels. It's being sent there for a reason. If your body was creating a molecule that brings you closer to death, how do you think we would be alive today if that's the way we evolved? We would have died out long ago. And so ApoB is not something to worry about, in my opinion. I know there are people who say it's got to be low, and you'll live longer if it's lower. First of all, you cannot prove longevity on anything. We just do not have the empirical experimentation, ethical approval to really create an absolute unequivocal cause and effect relationship between any independent variable and human longevity. It will never happen. So the people that say that are simply interpreting studies mostly through association. But when you look at things mechanistically, it makes no sense that anything on a lipid panel will be there to kill us. We would all be dead if that was the case. So don't worry about it. Eat right, get your diet and lifestyle correct, and your body will learn to look after itself. That if it didn't do that, we wouldn't be here today.
No, that's true. Voice of reason. Excellent. Neville, I used to eat Brazil nuts for selenium, but nuts are bad. So hopefully the carnivore diet will provide enough. Question mark.
It can do. I mean, again, it comes down to the individual. Where are you coming from? That's the key. I think it was Dr. Solt that said, depending on where you're coming from, you may need a supplement for a temporary period of time. And there's nothing wrong with that. It is entirely appropriate. If you're missing something, great, take a supplement. Nothing wrong with that at all. But it's individual, and you've got to know that you are definitely deficient in that before you go anywhere. And I think actually a little shout out for Keto Pro. After my last appearance, I actually went and bought some stuff from the website. And the electrolytes has selenium in there, I think, as well, if people want to get that.
It does. And fair play. I would have sent you some. I wouldn't have expected.
No. You're self-employed. Business is difficult. I'm not going to expect anything for free.
I appreciate that. Way too kind. But, yeah, we'll have to definitely sort something out after this. But thank you. Well appreciated.
Neville also asked, are lectins only in the skin and seeds of tomatoes and bell peppers?
It's interesting. I mean, there are many plants, many seeds, many legumes. I'm not an expert on all the sources, but I would guess they're in more things than that. I think Richard can probably increase the list of sources.
Yeah, I think so. I think. I mean, the phytohemagglutinin it seems to be in almost every. Lectins exist in meats. It's just they don't seem to cause an issue within the body, and I think it comes back to our biology and what is human food, human protein. These compounds that come from plants, they're not designed to be processed within our body, and we can break this down incredibly simply. If we look at vitamin A from plants, it's not vitamin A.
It's not bioavailable.
It's not. If vitamin A doesn't exist in a plant in human form, it's beta carotene, which needs to be acted upon by BCMO in order to convert it into the active form of retinol. And it's a similar story with omega-3s in the form of ALA. ALA is highly inactive in the human body. We need EPA and DHA. And it's a similar story when we look through many of these so-called vitamins and minerals from plants. They are either incredibly low or not bioavailable. Vitamin K, as you've mentioned, kale in the supermarket has a stamp on there that says high in vitamin K or a good source of vitamin K. There's no bioavailable vitamin K for the human body found in kale. Again, kale contains K1 and the human body needs K2. So these things are very different when we look between animal proteins and vegetables, but all vegetables contain phytohemagglutinin. And when we look at the plants that are high in lectins, they're high in lectins, but all plants contain some form of lectin. I can't remember if they're predominated in the skin or not, but I know that when we make sauce from tomatoes with the skin off, that they are still a source of lectin. And tomatoes are a very high source of lectin also. So for me, tomatoes, bell peppers are a no-go any longer. They were a staple in my diet because I used to love tomatoes and bell peppers. but being high in phytohemagglutinin, they can still cause this intestinal permeability. They can still cause weight stalls. In fact, I think they are probably amongst nuts and seeds, probably some of the biggest contributing factors in order to allow people to stall. And removing them can see a massive transition towards losing that weight again and getting back onto your weight goals. But in an ideal world, we wouldn't consume any plant. I know we touched base with I can't remember who we spoke to. I think it was Lisa maybe, who said that she's a big fan of herbs and spices. But I don't consume any herbs and spices. I think that black pepper, turmeric, so on and so forth, I think that they're detrimental. I was quite shocked that the herbs and spices were okay, but some of the other compounds, were not for Lisa, but they equally as damaging. But again, it's we've all got our own opinions and perceptions. I'm not a lover of herbs and spices either, but unless it's for medicinal purposes.
Yeah. I mean, in skin specifically, I find patients with things like psoriasis and eczema, when we take out the lectins as much as possible, massive improvements in things like that. And it's got to be because of the inflammatory response that it induces.
So you mentioned psoriasis earlier in regards to treatment, and psoriasis is autoimmune. And intestinal permeability, which is one of the main drivers of autoimmune, is caused by lectins. It binds the enterocytes in the gut, causes the release of zonulin, and then basically, in simple terms, pokes holes in the lining of the gut. And through a process then of molecular mimicry, the body then starts attacking itself. And I think, I never suffered with psoriasis, but I did have very bad skin conditions. Since healing my gut, all of those are cleared up. And I'm not saying that it's a miracle cure, but I think before we start looking at creams, lotions, and potions, which are okay, in the short term, I think we need to address the root cause, which in most cases is that intestinal permeability. And lectins, I think in most people, is the biggest contributing factor. And there are others. Casein, we know, is a contributing factor. Alcohol, and there are external factors, as you mentioned earlier, also. But I think from a dietary perspective, wheat germ agglutinin is probably number one, and then the phytohemagglutinins, they are a contributing factor. I think once the bread's been removed, that is the next protocol. But healing the gut, I think, is job number one.
I mean, the leaky gut that lectins give you, I mean, it's quite extensive. Even not just that, but the fact that it can inhibit the absorption of other nutrients, which you do need. Yeah. It's an anti-nutrient, I would say.
Yeah. And that's the difference between animal proteins and plant proteins, because lectin is a protein, and that's where I think the confusion comes in. These are two very different things depending on where they come from. But yeah, there's a lot to be said for these toxic compounds that we believe to be these magical unicorn supplements from fruits and vegetables.
Excellent. Neville just pointed out, look what you did, Richard. You changed from a sick blob to healthy beast, mate. So yeah,
I was a sick blob, yeah.
So let's have a look. Gigi, do you have any information about Carnivore helping someone with lymphedema? Lymphedema, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, when you're on the Carnivore diet, you've got to realize you are doing the best thing. If there's something still going on, most likely you need more time, or there's something else you need to look into beyond diet as well. Now, lymphedema, for those that know, it's a condition where you've basically got this accumulation of lymphatic fluid in certain tissues, and it can give you this sort of swollen look. Typically, you get it in the arms and legs. The issue you've got is how advanced it is. The more advanced, the harder it is to treat. So if you're carnivore and it was already quite advanced, I don't think it's going to cure that by itself. So what you need to do is look at things like, for example, compression therapy in addition to that as well. So compression garments that can help to reduce the swelling and hopefully try and improve lymphatic drainage. You can do manual lymphatic drainage, which is like it's a massage basically in layman's terms, but it's like a specialized massage to try and stimulate the flow. Some people will be trained in it. Exercise to an extent. And I say to an extent because if it's quite severe, you're going to find getting up and about quite difficult. So exercise is plus or minus. Possibly certain types of skincare to try and prevent skin infections. In severe cases, you might even be looking at surgery, depending on how far it's gone. Another thing you can do, again, depending on how far it's gone, is look at PEMF, pulsed electromagnetic field. This is one of the most potent technologies or ways that we have to try and induce lymphatic flow. I believe in 1992, NASA spent about $8 million trying to figure out how to maintain the health of astronauts in space in certain ways. And they looked at different technologies to try and maintain the bone mass and things, because they were coming back just completely just wasted from their body because of the lack of gravity and the lack of stimulation going through things. And they found that the pulsed electromagnetic field was really, really powerful for that. And so I believe, I could be wrong on this, but I believe that is actually built into the spaceships now that we send up into space. So there's a few different options there, but it's more than just diet for something like that, depending on the severity, whether it was there before you started, et cetera, et cetera. It is quite individual. It's not a generalized blanket answer you can give to everyone.
Yeah, I agree.
No.
I think it's always diet. We always need to address that, though. I think is important, and I think we mentioned this earlier, didn't we? That carbs are inflammatory to the lymphatic system. Dietary fat, which we don't get. I mean, these vegetables are not dietary fat. The saturated fats, the omega-3s, dietary fats they fuel the lymphatic system. They will generate new lymphatic vessels and increased transport capacity, which will allow for, as you mentioned earlier, better drainage. And dietary fat and ketones are preferential for the lymphatic system. So I think once we've ticked those boxes, I mean, the medical side of things is something that I'm not familiar with, obviously being a nutritionist, but it's fantastic to see how, there's a synergy between all of these things. But I'm a big believer in addressing the root cause also. And I think it's, any gravitation towards improving health and well-being. In regards to that, we need to drop the carbs. We need to increase the natural fats, avoid the seed oils, become ketogenic. And this maybe even could be a state in which the supplementation of a C8 oil or even exogenous ketones might be beneficial. But yeah, some food for thought.
Excellent. This is an interesting question. What do you think of dry fasting?
I've not personally done it, so I cannot speak from experience. However, from what I have seen, I'm pretty certain as long as you do it appropriately in a safe way, you're going to get benefits from it. So I am pro dry fasting in a way that is appropriate for that individual.
Cool. That's short and sweet. Thank you very much. Let's have a look.
Smashing through these questions.
He is. I find it interesting that as more info comes out about how negative carbs and sugar are to us, there is always miraculously a study that refutes it in every space.
That's always going to happen. When you're trying to learn something from a scientific study, the basic premise is there is empirical experimentation. You control as many things as possible. You keep them stable, and you decide the one thing that you change. And when you do change that, then you make the observation. And because there's only one thing that's changed, you can attribute the outcome to that one independent variable that you changed. Because this is extremely difficult in the realms of nutrition science, because there are so many variables, like how much sunshine are they getting? How are they sleeping? What are they drinking? What's their health? What's their medical history? What's their gender? Are they going through menopause, et cetera, et cetera? It's not possible to control all independent variables in nutrition science. The only way you could do that is to take genetically identical twins, lock them in a room so they cannot get out, make them do exactly the same thing, eat exactly the same thing, drink exactly the same thing, except one tiny thing that's different, and then observe them for 60, 80 years or so. For obvious reasons, that's not possible. It's not ethical. It's not moral. And so because of that, there is always going to be a lack of control over independent variables, which then leads to data being at best associative and not directly cause and effect in terms of how you can say the relationship is. And so that then leaves it open to interpretation. As well as that, you have the recording of data sets as a result of the observation, which are put into statistical data sets. And the problem with using statistics is, number one, you are going to do things to those statistics. You might adjust it for certain things, which means it's no longer the original data set, and it's been adjusted based on the person that adjusted it. And number two, the interpretation is subjective at the end of the day. So even if something looks bigger than something else, some people might say it's massive, some people might say it's tiny, because there is an element of subjectivity from interpreting objective data. And so because of all these issues, you're always going to get this problem with nutrition science. And even then, let's say you do get a cause and effect relationship, does it relate directly to you as an individual? Because the subjects may be a certain type of person, race, age, gender, genetics, but you are not those subjects. And so it's extremely difficult, I would say actually impossible, to draw cause and effect relationships of any kind with anything to do with nutrition, unfortunately, which is why we get the issue that James, you've put in that comment there, which is completely common, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
I also think there's an element of cash involved. Many of these studies are funded by sugar associations and entities that will want a specific result.
Ken Berry.
Yeah. So I mean, it's as you say, we're always going to get the opposite end of and for every paper that comes out which adds further weight to our lifestyle, there's going to be 10 more, to break that down. But it's up to us to try to read through and see the woods through the trees, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Jason's got a question here. He's a disabled veteran with 5 kids. Sorry, my television wants to turn off my screen here in a second. I'm a disabled veteran with 5 kids. I suffer from debilitating PTSD, atrophy of my leg muscles. I take vitamin K2, MQ7. I'm thinking that might be MK7, but anyway, with 1,000 international units of D3 and magnesium. How should I begin this journey to heal? Thank you.
Slowly is the key word. You cannot try and rush something like that. And if you try and do everything at the same time, if something goes wrong or you feel bad, the problem with it was changing many things at the same time, going back to the previous comment from James, when you change multiple variables at the same time and an outcome is observed, positive or negative, you will have no idea which variable to attribute that to then make a decision going forward. So first of all, we would need to look at, what is that disability? How does that limit you in your day-to-day life, if at all? Is it going to limit your ability to exercise? Is it going to limit your ability to eat certain things, etc.? So you've got to bear that disability in the context of what is required to heal, and then work out ways around that in some way. So PTSD, it's unfortunate that that's there. I'm not surprised if you're a veteran that you have that. I would recommend that you read a book called Change Your Diet, Change Your Mind by Georgia Ede. She is a psychiatrist. She's a phenomenal researcher in this field. And she shows what food can do for your mental health and your quality of psychology. So that entire book is going to give you much better answer than I can in the space of this live here, but it's a good place to look. In terms of atrophy of the leg muscles, this comes back to the disability. Is the disability limiting your ability to use the legs, and that's why you've got the atrophy? Perhaps I'm going to guess that it is, but obviously I could be wrong. In which case, don't give up, because just because you may not be able to use your legs doesn't mean you can't reverse the atrophy. Actually, you can. And this is something that I can do in the private sector that I couldn't do in the NHS, because one of the technologies that I use, again, I mentioned it before, pulse electromagnetic field, and I've got this into Premier League clubs and things. We can kind of hook your muscle into a computer and program in contractions. And when players are injured, what we do is we actually use this kind of technology on the leg that's injured and not moving, so you don't get this imbalance so that as soon as they go out on the pitch again, they get an injury because they're too powerful on one side and not powerful enough on the other, because that other side has been wasted a bit. So it may be that you have to use some kind of electromagnetic stimulation, EMS technology, to try and get that muscle back and go from there, if you can't actually carry out some kind of gym training with hypertrophy training. And in terms of taking the vitamin K2, the MK7 with the D3, yeah, the concept there is correct. Take 2 with the D3. No one knows the exact ratio. There's never been a study to check this out and prove it. Going back again to James' comment previously, but in terms of the units of D3, it's impossible to give a recommendation without knowing what your levels are, I'm afraid. I'm sorry for the almost political answer, but as a rough guide, I would suggest, Caucasian patients in Caucasian climates, like where I am in the UK, probably, I'm going to guess rough ballpark, probably around 5,000 would be appropriate. But again, that's a rough ballpark, and that's not individualized to you, Jason. Something like that, with a good K2 supplement. I have no connection to this company, but I have recommended Super K by Life Extension in the past, because the MK7 is all trans, and it does have the MK4 as well. I believe Nordic Naturals has one as well. I haven't looked into it, but there's another brand there for you to look into. In terms of the magnesium is one of those things where there's multiple different forms. And some forms are more appropriate in certain situations than in others. So if you look at, let's say, sleep, you probably want to take some kind of magnesium glycinate. If you want to take the magnesium with lots of other things, you probably need a patented form called TRAACS, TRAACS. Generally speaking, it can come in magnesium oxide, magnesium monoalmethionine, magnesium citrate, etc., etc. If the form ends with ATE, bisglycinate, citrate, etc., it's generally, again, this is a rough guide, but generally speaking, it's probably going to be easier to absorb than the ones which are non-ATE on the end, like magnesium oxide, magnesium monoalmethionine. But don't get fixated on thinking that you need magnesium. Your fixation should be getting the right diet and lifestyle choices, and then seeing what you are deficient in instead of assuming it has to be magnesium from the start. So the first step is, get the diet and lifestyle correct. Start slowly on that. Change your diet over a couple of months if possible. Second step is to make alterations to your diet and lifestyle relative to your individual disability and how that affects your individual day-to-day life. If that means you can't use your legs, doesn't change what you eat. So that's not going to be affected. It may change your ability to get to the supermarket. So you may have to say, well, I need a delivery then, and work around it. And if you can't go to the gym to work the legs, you may be able to get something to stimulate the legs, but you can still work out everywhere else in your body as well, and go from there. So always put another comment here. It's not, haven't gone carnivore yet. Disabilities cause some loss of range of motion due to losing cartilage. And yes, that was MK7. Yeah. So if you're losing cartilage, then you've got to realize that there's going to be inflammatory process involved. So it just reinforces the fact that the carnivore diet and lifestyle is going to be right for you, because that will reduce the inflammatory process in the body. Once that starts to occur, things can then start to heal by themselves. You don't have to do anything specific. But what you could do is look at things like joint injections that certain GPs offer for things like arthritis. And that potentially could be right for you. I can't say whether it definitely will or won't be right for you, because that's something you need an individual consultation for. But starting with the diet, and then using things like what Stephen has shown before in the live, the Cerule products to get the adult stem cells in there to try and rebuild everything. That's another good step as well. And hopefully with that, you'll have a really nice, good start.
That's great. In the background, we've got Dr. Philip Ovadia. I think he's having trouble because he's in his car. The lighting's not going to be so good. But Dr. Abs, I want to thank you for sitting in and covering
you. Twice. Trooper.
Twice. Yes, you did it twice, which is rather good.
It's very kind of you to have me on. I really appreciate the opportunity.
No, thank you. Absolute gentleman.
Yeah,
absolutely. We'll be in touch for other other meetings, which would be great. And we'll
Definitely.
get Dr. Ovadia on, and we'll
And
bid you
thanks for
good
the
night, sir.
electrolytes.
Take care, guys.
Yeah. Cheers, man.
Yeah.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Speak soon.
Bye. So let's
That was
put
awesome.
Dr. Philip. Yes, he's very good, isn't he? He's very good. Let's add Dr. Philip Ovadia to the stage. Is he there?
Hey, gents, how we doing?
Yes. Very well, Philip. How are you?
It's good to be back with you guys.
12 months. Came and went.
Time always flies, but we're all getting younger, right?
Absolutely. So you're actually driving right now?
I am. Had some travel snafus, so I'll be doing the drive with you.
Fantastic.
Be
Okay.
interesting live stream driving.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, for people that don't know you, if you could give yourself a little introduction, that would be most appreciated.
Sure thing. So my background is as a heart surgeon, cardiac surgeon, for over 20 years now. And for much of that time, I was a very unhealthy heart surgeon. I had reached a point that I was morbidly obese, pre-diabetic, and realized that I was going to end up on my own operating table, so to speak. And I, like so many of my patients, was kind of at a loss because I was following the advice that I had been taught, eat less, move more, eat a low-fat diet, and it wasn't working for me. It wasn't working for my patients. And I started seeking out different information, and ultimately first came across kind of low-carb ketogenic approach. Lost over 100 pounds and reversed my pre-diabetes, and that ultimately evolved to a carnivore approach, which I've now surpassed 5 years on, a primarily carnivore approach, and I now help people to stay off my operating table. While I continue to work as a heart surgeon, I'm increasingly focused and have a telemedicine practice to help people stay off the operating table. Written a book by that title, Stay Off My Operating Table, host a podcast, and have become a big advocate for low-carb carnivore approaches as our way to optimize not only heart health, but overall health.
That's very full and also concise potted history there, Philip. That's fantastic. One of the questions we had earlier, I'm going to throw straight at you if you don't mind, because it stuck in my mind, which was the coronary artery calcium scan that somebody had, which was 1,114. And obviously they were concerned about that. So two-part question, really. One is, what's the value, in your opinion, of the CAC? Does it have a place in healthcare, and what is that place? And secondly, what can that person do to potentially reverse that?
Yeah, so I think the coronary artery calcium scan is a essential test for anyone that is interested in their heart health. It is our early warning test. I liken it to a mammogram for breast cancer. We can detect heart disease at its early stages, and once we detect it, we can then do something about it. The unfortunate reality around heart disease is the vast majority of people first discover that they have heart disease when they have a heart attack or a serious event around their heart health, and we should do better than that. The traditional approach to prevention and, let's say, early management of heart disease has centered around blood testing, lipids, cholesterol levels in particular, and quite frankly, that approach is ineffective. It's disappointing. It really doesn't help people to prevent and heart disease, and heart disease is largely preventable. So, the statistics around heart disease, it's the most common killer. It's the most common cause of death worldwide, in the US, in all Western nations. And the reality is that heart disease is largely preventable. And oftentimes we're discovering it too late. So I'm a big advocate for the coronary artery calcium scan. I think men around the age of 40, women probably around the age of 50, and maybe you want to do it earlier than that if you have strong reason to be concerned, like a family history, like that you're in poor metabolic health or were in poor metabolic health. If you've been a smoker, any of these things, then you may want to get the test earlier. Now, once we figure out that you have evidence of heart disease on a coronary artery calcium scan, then you have to, manage it. And the best way to slow down the progression of coronary artery disease, of atherosclerosis, of this plaque that we're concerned about, is with a metabolic health centered approach. So identifying and reversing insulin resistance is really at the top of my list. And obviously the spectrum of insulin resistance can include things like diabetes, type 2 diabetes. And so you want to address those first and foremost. There are some other things that come into play, some other lifestyle factors that deal with metabolic health, but also have other effects. Anything ultimately that causes inflammation in the body has the potential for leading to worsening disease in the arteries. So you want to address things like that as well, autoimmune disease, for instance. And those are kind of the basics of how we stop the progression. Now, whether or not you can reverse it is somewhat controversial. In the patients that I've worked with, we do see some lower of coronary calcium scores, maybe on the order of 10 or 15%. Someone with a score of 1,000 probably is not going to go to zero. Maybe you can lower it a little bit to 800, 900. But really what we know is if you're not at a place today where that disease is truly significant, that you might need a stent or bypass surgery, as long as we stop it from getting worse, as long as we keep that coronary calcium score from getting worse, that should put you in a good place to be at a low risk of a heart attack in the future.
Excellent. Yeah, we've got a few people sharing their scores. Karen Miles, who's watching, she's 369. Mine was 639. So sort of quite odd there. And I remember when I got mine, just giving people some context here, my consultant actually said, look, the guy before, it was 3,000. So the numbers seem to be frightening wherever you go. So like Karen was worried. She had the 369 score because they said, well, 400 is really bad and 369 is very close to 400. But it's a long way off 3,000, isn't it? So is it simply a number that really actually is not that important compared to all other health markers? Or if you've got one of 3,000, is the number up, basically? You're going to be dead within 5 minutes.
Well, yeah, so none of these high scores are that predictive. They don't really tell us, are you at imminent risk for a heart attack? They sort of reflect accumulated damage. And the question one needs to ask as the score gets higher is, how bad is the disease that I have? Because there's a limitation of the calcium score. It's only showing us the calcified plaque. It doesn't show us the non-calcified plaque that can go along with this. And it doesn't really tell us how narrowed a blood vessel might be. I've seen people with scores as low as 200 to 300. that end up having a significant blockage that we need to do something about. And I've seen people with scores in the 2000s that don't end up having a significant blockage. And you can kind of picture, if all of this calcium is in one area of one blood vessel, a 200 score might be enough for that to be a significant blockage. If you have 2000 score, but it's all spread throughout the blood vessels kind of evenly, then you may not have one particular area that, is significantly blocked. So it's just a screening test. I tell people it's not the definitive test. If your score is 0, we know you're at low risk of having any sort of significant disease. If your score is high, and I usually use about 400 as the cutoff, but a lot of it depends on the nuance. Like I said, there are people with scores of 200, but all that calcium is in one area, and I'm a little concerned about that. And then we have to do the further testing to determine, do you have significant blockages? And this is where we might get into things like CT angiograms, which are a more involved test, or even a cardiac catheterization, where we're actually doing an invasive test to determine how blocked the blood vessels actually are.
Yeah, and I think I'd like to just broaden this question out a little bit anyway and talk about other markers that are used, which could also be misleading. So I'm going to ask you the sort of million-dollar question: is why do you think that high LDL cholesterol is still by many considered to be the gold standard for indicating whether you're going to have a heart attack or not, when there doesn't seem to be enough evidence to be that confident?
Yeah, quite frankly, it's the gold standard because we have pharmaceuticals that can lower your LDL level. And that has been the traditional approach, is that, LDL is the most important marker. And if you lower LDL, whether through diet or pharmaceutical approaches, that's going to lower your risk of developing heart disease. And the problem is that approach isn't working very well. We've been using this LDL-centric approach now for over 40 years that we've had the pharmaceuticals. And really, you can go back 70 years when we started the dietary approach to lowering cholesterol, lowering LDL. And here we are, heart disease is still far and away the #1 killer. And the reality is that half of the patients who end up on my operating table, half of the patients who come into a hospital with heart attacks do not have elevated LDL cholesterol levels. And so it's clear that LDL isn't the entire story. Is it part of the story? Yes, it is, but it's not the most important part of the story. And this is where we go back to insulin resistance, which in every study that has ever compared the two, insulin resistance is a much bigger risk factor for heart disease than LDL cholesterol is. So, when I'm talking with my colleagues, and understand that most physicians haven't heard the contradictory information around LDL cholesterol. They really only get to hear the information that supports the LDL hypothesis. And, there's many reasons why that is that maybe we don't want to get into. Maybe we do. But, taking it for what it's worth, what I talk to my colleagues about is, okay, LDL may be a factor, but there's a much bigger factor that we know, and that's insulin resistance. So let's talk about that. Let's address that. And the unfortunate reality is that insulin resistance isn't as easy as just writing a prescription for a medication that lowers your LDL cholesterol.
Yeah. Yeah, basically they haven't got a solution that they can sell you, so we're sticking with one where they can make a profit. I totally get that. It's very sad for patient outcomes and also for their confidence in what's going on, because I'm seeing a big sea change in people now. Before, they'll send me bloods and they'll actually say my LDL is really high, but I'm not worried about that. Little bracket, haha. So I think the word's getting out there amongst the general population that there are better markers, or that LDL is a sort of flawed metric to be used. So thanks for clearing that up, Philip. That's really appreciated. We've got quite a nuanced question that someone has put through, so I'll just ask you that, and then we'll go back to maybe a more broad question. But this one is just saying, Dr. O, please, why don't many cardiologists do the Watchman procedure to the heart?
Yeah, so the Watchman procedure is for a particular heart condition called atrial fibrillation. So this is an irregular heartbeat that people develop, and it has become somewhat common. It's more common the older people get. There are some other risk factors that go into it. And the concern around atrial fibrillation is because the heart, basically the chambers of the heart are not beating in a coordinated manner, the blood can start to pool, and it starts to pool in a particular area of the heart that we call the left atrial appendage. And, the analogy to this is sort of like the appendix of the colon. It's kind of a little outpouching. And it's a little pocket where blood clots can start to form. And if blood clots form in there and then they get pushed out of the heart, this can lead to a stroke, which is a risk factor, for people with atrial fibrillation. They're at increased risk of developing a stroke. The Watchman procedure, so the usual approach to that is you put people with atrial fibrillation on blood thinners that will prevent the blood clots from forming. What the Watchman procedure does is it goes and basically mechanically blocks off that appendage so that the blood is no longer in that area and can't pool and form blood clots. It's an invasive procedure. It's a highly specialized procedure. You need a physician that has undergone proper training to do this. And, we're still figuring out, it's a newer procedure. We're still figuring out where it fits in that algorithm as to should someone just take blood thinners or should they have this procedure done? Are there things that we can do to get people out of atrial fibrillation, which in this context is an interesting discussion because inflammation seems to contribute to atrial fibrillation. And if perhaps you go on an anti-inflammatory diet, like a carnivore diet, can that help with atrial fibrillation? Again, I have some patients in my practice that have atrial fibrillation and have seen improvements in their atrial fibrillation when they go on a carnivore diet, when they lower their inflammation, when they address insulin resistance. So, for the person that asked the question, the Watchman procedure is an option. I wouldn't say it's an end all and be all. People who have the Watchman procedure done may be at lower risk of a stroke, but they're still in atrial fibrillation oftentimes. So it's something to consider if you have atrial fibrillation.
You're doing brilliant, Philip. Thank you so much. That's brought another question out from a different person. Can aspirin be enough to thin blood?
It depends what context you're talking about. For something like atrial fibrillation, no, it's not enough of a blood thinner. When we're talking about, people with atherosclerosis, with plaque in their arteries, that we're trying to lower their risk of a heart attack, it may be enough. Honestly, I am not a huge fan of aspirin in and of itself. For my patients that have that we know have coronary artery disease, have atherosclerosis, I'll oftentimes recommend a supplement called nattokinase, which is a kind of natural blood thinner, sometimes in combination with aspirin. So aspirin is a blood thinner, but it's kind of a weak blood thinner, and depending on the context, it may not be enough.
Excellent. Excellent answer. Dr. O, I know this might sound weird, but can forced coughing jolt the heart out of an arrhythmia?
Yes, actually it can. There are certain types of arrhythmias that, a quick sort of jolt, whether it can come from something like coughing, or there's a maneuver where you can actually, and I don't suggest people just try this at home on their own, but in the clinical setting, a kind of thump to the chest can get people out of arrhythmias sometimes. So yes, a cough can sometimes do it, but if you're having an arrhythmia, it's probably something you want to see a doctor about. And if it's occurring on a repeated basis, it's something you want to see a doctor about, certainly.
Yeah, and I think that's a handy thing for me to just remind everybody, none of this is medical advice. It's information and entertainment. It's not a doctor-patient relationship. One of the questions I remember from earlier, which I just off the top of my head, somebody was asking, and we asked one of the guests, one of the other doctors, but you're probably a better person to ask. They have left ventricle injection fraction of 25%, and they're a male of 51, and they was wondering if the carnivore diet might be able to improve those figures.
Yeah, so basically what those numbers are saying is that they have low heart function. And this can come from a number of different reasons. It can result from a heart attack. It can result from viral infections. There can be a number of causes of low heart function. But can a carnivore diet help that? I would say certainly it can. Now, the research that we have is more around ketogenic diets more broadly. And of course, carnivore diets usually are going to be ketogenic because they are low carbohydrate, but they may not be, let's say, a high ketogenic diet. You might need if you're trying to get into a truly ketogenic diet with a carnivore approach, you might need to look at a higher fat, kind of lower protein carnivore style diet, which certainly can be done. Ketogenic diets have shown benefits in heart failure. So people with low heart function, most of that data, I admit, is animal data, but we do have some, small human studies that suggest that the heart in heart failure prefers ketones as its energy source to glucose. So providing more ketones with a ketogenic diet approach certainly can have benefits. And again, the patients that I've worked with, we have seen improvements in how they feel. We have seen improvements in their ejection fraction in patients that try this. I'm fairly confident in saying that it's not going to hurt things. Again, there is nothing about eating meat that is damaging to the heart, and that is very contradictory to what most people hear from their physicians, but it's what the evidence shows us, what the science shows us, and what the now collective experience of the large carnivore community demonstrates to us as well.
So why do you think some doctors still recommend avoiding saturated fat if you want a healthy heart?
Well, quite frankly, because they've been brainwashed into that. And again, that's what they've been taught, and they haven't seen the evidence to the contrary. But the evidence to the contrary at this point is quite robust. There was a large, review meta-analysis of this topic, now published 3 or 4 years ago in the Annals of Internal Medicine, and they, showed that the link between red meat consumption and cardiovascular disease really is not supported by the scientific literature. And likewise, the link between saturated fat and heart disease has also been thoroughly disproven in the overall analysis of the scientific literature around this. So they're just working with outdated information, and they just haven't seen the contrary information because it just doesn't get promoted, because again, it goes against this cholesterol-based narrative around heart disease.
So if you were recommending some labs or some tests to get to indicate heart health or how good or how bad it is there any markers that you feel are reliable to look at?
Well, like I said, insulin resistance is a major risk factor for heart disease. And so you want to know, are you insulin resistant or not? The best way to test that is going to be get a fasting insulin level, and then get my preferred test is what's called an LPIR score, so lipoprotein insulin resistance score. This is a score that's based off of what's called an advanced lipid panel or an NMR panel. It's a panel that's going to look at the size of your cholesterol particles, and we can use that to determine how insulin resistant you are. And that, like I said, is a key piece of information when it comes to heart health. Now, if you can't get that testing done, and I know sometimes it's not available to people, you can look at the ratio between your triglycerides and your HDL cholesterol. Importantly, this ratio needs to be determined in the US units, milligrams per deciliter. So I know you have audience worldwide. Certainly you have a lot of audience in the UK. You have to convert from the millimoles to the milligram per deciliter. And there are lots of calculators online that you can do that. And then do the ratio. And if that ratio, your triglyceride level divided by your HDL cholesterol level, is less than 1.5, you can be fairly confident that you're not insulin resistant. It's not as good as getting the LPIR score, but it can be an indicator for people that don't have access to that testing. So insulin resistance is one thing you want to test for. And then inflammation is the other thing you want to test for. And this can be something like a what we call CRP, C-reactive protein level is the most common inflammation test. But if you don't have inflammation and you don't have insulin resistance, those are going to be relatively good indicators that you're at low risk for heart disease. But I would still go ahead and get that coronary artery calcium scan and make sure that you don't have evidence of heart disease.
That is brilliant. Richard's been quiet. I think he's stunned into silence. But Richard, you must have a couple of questions.
Hey, I'm happy just to be listening to Philip. I've just been stuffing my face while you guys have been. So this is the first time that I've eaten since, since not last night, the night before, wasn't it? Because how long have we been live for now, Steve? Where are we? Just over 20 hours?
Yeah, we've done 20 hours. So 8, 16.
Minutes.
Yeah, we've been live for 20 hours and 20 minutes, pretty much.
Yeah. So apologies while you two guys were conversing. I've been stuffing my face with some beef and lamb, which you'll be pleased to hear. So
certainly heart healthy beef and lamb, and compliments to you guys for doing this and being 20 hours into it and still going strong.
Yeah, I think we've had several weak moments, I'll be honest, but it seems to come in waves, doesn't it? But yeah, just circling back to one of the things that you mentioned in regards to ketones, and the difference between being in a deep state of ketosis compared to being carnivore. And I agree, as you rightly say, carnivore is a subsection of a subset even of a ketogenic lifestyle. So we are in a ketogenic state, but then ketones may be less possibly when we're in a carnivore state. But that production of beta hydroxybutyrate has been shown to increase the mechanical efficiency of the heart. And you may know these figures a little bit better, but by memory, I'm sure it's around 35%, which is pretty substantial.
Yeah, I mean, again, it depends kind of what context you're looking at. If you have normal heart function to start with, I'm not sure that ketones are really going to, augment that beyond kind of the normal level. But if you have a reduced heart function to start with, we certainly can see improvements with ketones. Ketones do seem to be the preferential fuel for the heart. And, it's interesting that the heart actually has a way of sort of getting to the ketones, to the fat first. There's a drainage system, it's called the thoracic duct, that goes straight from the intestines to the heart. And it kind of bypasses, the liver and all the normal pathways. So that gives us some evidence that, the heart is looking for fat to use for fuel. And, the level of ketosis, I don't think is important in all contexts. People that come to me that are just looking to generally improve their health, and I think a carnivore diet with sort of low-level ketosis is going to be just fine for. I think there are certain contexts, certain conditions that high level of ketones are going to be beneficial. Heart failure being one of them, some of the neurologic and psychiatric conditions being the other. And those are when I oftentimes am working with people to kind of tweak a carnivore approach. And like I said, make it a more high fat, lower protein, still carnivore diet that can help to promote that higher level of ketosis. Of course, fasting is another thing that can help to promote higher levels of ketosis. So these are all things that we can play around with depending on the patient that's in front of me, who I'm working with, and what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, we got a question here from Jill. She's saying that she had Bigemini for many years. Now that I've been carnivore, it's gone. Have you seen this happen before?
Yeah, like I said, I've seen many contexts. Bigemini is another type of arrhythmia that we were mentioning about earlier, kind of an irregular heartbeat. This has to do with the electrical system of the heart, and inflammation within that electrical system seems to be at the root of many of these arrhythmias. And so I have seen things like that improve with low inflammation that comes with a carnivore diet.
Okay. What's your views on things like Nick Norwitz's Oreo cookies YouTube?
Yeah, I think it was a very interesting demonstration of, how LDL may not tell us the whole story. Because, obviously eating Oreo cookies in large amounts like Nick did for that experiment, no one would say is healthy, and yet it lowered his LDL cholesterol. So I think it exposes how LDL doesn't tell the whole story. And, I want people to understand that I don't think that LDL is completely meaningless. I don't think that if you have a high LDL, that necessarily should be ignored. It's just that you need to understand the context of that high LDL. Because if you have a high LDL with insulin resistance, with inflammation, it is certainly problematic. Now, lowering the LDL in that context, and this is unfortunately oftentimes what I see, in medicine, is someone will obviously be insulin resistant. They might be type 2 diabetic, and they have an increased LDL, and their doctors will dutifully treat the elevated LDL, but they won't do anything about the insulin resistance. And that person is still going to be at significant risk for heart disease. And again, we see this all the time. Very common scenario that a patient like that ends up on my operating table. Whereas we have other people, and of course we're seeing this commonly in the context of low carb diets, carnivore diets, that their LDL is very high, but they don't have insulin resistance and they don't have inflammation, and they don't appear to be, having significant heart disease. And of course, we're still gathering data on this. The lean mass hyperresponder study, which we hopefully will be getting results from, later this year, will give us some more context around this. We already got some preliminary results from that study that give us more context around this. And so that is where, again, I emphasize to people that the basic cholesterol panel, just seeing your LDL number is not enough. It doesn't tell us the context. We want to see things like particle sizes. We want to know if you're insulin resistant, if you have inflammation, to determine, do we need to be concerned about a high LDL or not?
Cool. We've got a question here, Dr. Ovadia. Do you think carnivore would help vascular edema in the legs to eventually wean off of diuretics? Thank you for your wisdom. I just started reading your book.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. And yes, I do think it can help with vascular edema, swelling of the legs. Now, of course, you want to figure out, why do you have swelling of the legs? Is it because your heart isn't working properly? Maybe it's because your ejection fraction is low and you have heart failure. Maybe it's because of inflammation in the veins of the legs that has damaged the what we call the valves that are supposed to prevent kind of backflow of fluid into the legs. Maybe it's because of problem with the lymphatic system, which is sort of the other drainage system of our legs and of our body. All of these things, though, usually are going to be improved by lowering inflammation, lowering insulin resistance, like I said, getting into ketosis, eliminating a lot of the things that a carnivore diet eliminates: ultra-processed foods, excess sugar. These are all the reasons that I would be quite confident that a carnivore diet can help with that. And I'm also quite confident in saying it's not going to hurt it in any way, so it's worth a try.
Fabulous. Richard.
Yeah, I was just curious in regards to lipoprotein little a. Could you explain that to us in a little bit of detail, please, Philip?
Yeah, great topic, great thing for us to touch upon, because lipoprotein A is another under-recognized risk factor when it comes to heart disease. So lipoprotein A is a type of LDL cholesterol particle. Lipoprotein A has an extra protein on it. That's what the lipoprotein A is. And that extra protein basically allows or causes this particle to interact with the blood clotting system. People that have elevated levels of lipoprotein A are at increased risk of blood clotting, and that is one of the factors that contributes to plaque formation. For anyone that's not familiar with the role that blood clotting plays in the heart disease process, I recommend to start with Dr. Malcolm Kendrick's book, The Clot Thickens. Dr. Kendrick does an excellent job of explaining how blood clotting is part of the atherosclerosis, the plaque formation. Lipoprotein A predisposes people to that. And so it's another important test to check. It is largely genetically determined, although there does seem to be some influence of dietary factors to this. And we sometimes see people who have elevated lipoprotein A levels that can improve again when they go on low carbohydrate carnivore type diets. If your lipoprotein A level isn't elevated, then you really don't have to worry about it. And if it is elevated, a key thing to understand is that lipoprotein A, in the context of inflammation, has been shown to be particularly harmful. So there was a study released a couple of years ago that looked at people with elevated lipoprotein A levels, and they looked at whether or not their C-reactive protein level was elevated, which, as I said earlier, is a measure of inflammation. And what they found is that in people with elevated Lp(a) levels, lipoprotein A levels, that had normal CRP levels, so they didn't have inflammation, there didn't really seem to be any significant increase in their risk of heart disease. It was only in people that had elevated inflammation markers combined with Lp(a). So for my patients with elevated Lp(a), I emphasize even more strongly, we have to avoid inflammation in order to lower the risk associated with that Lp(a).
Okay, so I mean, the general trend, I think, Philip, is that inflammation is a massive contributing factor to this. Then there's no one definitive measurement that is going to give us an answer in regards to whether we are high risk or not. There seems to be several factors which are almost cross-referenced. I'm guessing. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think it's very fair to say that heart disease ultimately is multifactorial. So, and again, this circles back to the fallacy of LDL cholesterol. To think that we could reduce heart disease to one number is really just foolhardy. It's not that simple. It is multifactorial. There are lots of things we need to look at. Inflammation, insulin resistance, those are two of the big ones. And the bottom line for me is when we address those things, it usually takes care of really all the other things that go into heart disease. Now, there may be some exceptions to that. And again, you have to pay attention. For instance, if someone is a smoker, that's another obvious risk factor that you want to eliminate. But ultimately, insulin resistance, inflammation, these are two of the biggest risk factors, and these are both addressed by low carb carnivore diets. And that's why I think these diets are so powerful in combating heart disease.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, just coming back to LPA, I mean, what's the correlation in regards to that with LDL? I mean, are they both elevated together? Are they opposites? Is there a correlation between the two?
Not necessarily. So one can be independent of the other. You can have people with low LDL levels that have elevated lipoprotein A levels. You can see the reverse as well, elevated lipoprotein A, but low LDL. And one of the interesting things about the pharmaceuticals, statins, do not affect LP little a levels really at all. The data on statins and LP little a actually show, some of the studies show things in both directions, that it increases LP little a or it just doesn't affect LP little a. The more powerful cholesterol lowering medications, what we call PCSK9 inhibitors, they very dramatically lower LDL levels, but they seem to have minor effects on LP little a, maybe lower it 10 to 15%, but nowhere near as dramatically as they lower LP little a. I'm sorry, as they lower LDL. There are some pharmaceuticals being developed that specifically target lipoprotein A. These medications are still in trial, and we really don't know if they're going to be effective in lowering heart disease ultimately. So to be determined. And like I said, we really don't have a whole lot of tools available to us to reliably lower LP little a levels. So that's why for people with elevated LP little a, my biggest piece of advice is avoid the inflammation that we know is so dangerous in combination with it.
Yeah, fantastic. One of the other things that I wanted to ask was, we're told that consuming saturated fats or excess fat consumption can raise cholesterol. Now, we know that that's not a problem unless we're in a state of insulin resistance and inflammation. But several people within the community I've spoken with say that there's no known mechanism in which we can increase cholesterol through dietary means. But I can't understand the thought process behind that. And the reason for it is, if we are living a ketogenic lifestyle, then we use the shared pathway HMG-CoA to create ketones and the mevalonate pathway for cholesterol. Is it at least possible that we can influence our cholesterol levels through being ketogenic and consuming the fats? Not that it's a bad thing, but is there a possible mechanism in which that can happen? We know that we can increase desmosterol through living a ketogenic lifestyle. So being the precursor to cholesterol, it makes sense that we are able to do that. But a few within the space that I've spoken with seem to say that there is no known mechanism for which dietary fat can increase. But the shared pathway, the fact that we share the mevalonate pathway, seems to make sense that it could be possible in which we're producing X amount of ketones and there could potentially be an overspill.
Yeah, I think ultimately this is sort of the context of, the lipid energy model that Dave Feldman and others have promoted. And that, it may not be a direct dietary conversion. So it's not that the saturated fat that you're eating is being directly converted to cholesterol that's causing the elevated cholesterol levels that we see in some people that go on low carbohydrate diets. It's more that you're setting up this metabolic environment that your body needs increased trafficking of fats to support your metabolism, your ketogenic metabolism, and therefore the cholesterol, the LDL cholesterol level goes up. We know that the influence of our dietary fat on our blood cholesterol levels is pretty small, maybe on the 5 to maybe 10% range. And it's more, I think, the metabolic context that you're creating in your body by what you're eating that's ultimately going to influence your blood cholesterol levels. Yeah. The sort of lean mass hyper response is very variable. Some people that go on low carbohydrate diets see it, but it seems to be a small percentage. The overall data that we have when we look at large studies of people on low carbohydrate diets is that the cholesterol level really doesn't change on average. Some people it goes down, some people it goes up, and some people it doesn't really change at all. The changes that we see sometimes can be temporary. So I oftentimes see people, initially when they go on a low carb diet, and if they're losing a lot of weight, their LDL, their cholesterol levels may go up, and then they kind of settle back down with time as they weight stabilize. And then, of course, there is the subset of people that get this lean mass hyper response, and their levels go up dramatically and they stay up dramatically. And we're figuring out what all of that means. But, again, I think the takeaway we have now is that it may not be the same thing as someone that has a elevated LDL cholesterol level in the context of inflammation and insulin resistance.
Yeah, fantastic. And I think, many who gravitate into a ketogenic or carnivore-based lifestyle see an elevation in cholesterol overall. And I think, is it safe to say that this is a case of removing the phytosterols and basically just having our cholesterol return back to a natural physiological level in which those phytosterols have artificially lowered it previously?
Yes, I think there is a lot of validity to that theory. Again, it's not something that's been rigorously tested in the scientific literature, but we do know that these phytosterols, because they are basically a competitor for the same receptors, will lower LDL levels. As will the polyunsaturated fatty acids, in the vegetable and seed oils. Again, I don't argue that, vegetable and seed oils lower your LDL cholesterol. I don't think that's arguable. That's fairly consistent. Whether or not that's good for you ultimately is where we have disagreement with the mainstream concept that lowering your LDL is always better. And again, we alluded to Nick Norowitz's Oreo experiment earlier, that you lowered your LDL in that context. Does that mean that it's a good thing? This is what we're starting to unravel and hopefully understand better.
Yeah, fantastic. One other thing from me, Philip, if you don't mind, is could you explain a little bit more about the lean mass hyperresponder? Is that, I know you just touched base on it, is it something to be concerned about? What's the mechanism involved? And, is it something that we should be worried about? Because I guess it would be for a person who is uneducated, even a person who is educated maybe about cholesterol and the fact that cholesterol is essential for life and high LDL isn't a problem. I mean, to see an increase, such a rapid increase, would that, or is it a concern to somebody?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're starting to understand that this is a unique metabolic state that we haven't really seen before. And it seems to be, again, mostly lean people, although we do see some people that are not actually all that lean that have a similar response. And I think it basically, and again, I of course give full credit to Dave Feldman, who has helped to stimulate this discussion, and of course is now doing some very important scientific work to help us better understand this. But I think the lipid energy model that he has proposed makes a lot of sense. That basically, people are putting themselves into a metabolic state that is demanding more trafficking of fats for energy, and therefore we're seeing it as increased blood cholesterol levels as these fats are being trafficked. Is it something we should be concerned about? What I tell people at this point is it's something that you should be concerned about, but it doesn't mean you need to change it. And I think careful observation for now is a very prudent approach. That careful observation should probably include things like serial imaging with CAC scans, maybe even CT angiograms, to make sure that your heart disease, that you're not developing or rapidly progressing heart disease. The study that's being, currently done, again, is going to give us some more information around this on a population level. But I always tell individuals in this situation that, it's an individual response. And so therefore, I think it does warrant careful observation, but that doesn't mean that you necessarily need to change it. The other thing to understand is a lot of people have rightfully pointed out that, you can modulate it fairly easily. You can introduce a little bit of carbohydrate back into the diet, and that in many people will significantly lower their LDL cholesterol level. Now, again, does that mean that we're changing their outcomes in any way? We have no evidence of that, because if we're saying you're probably not at risk from this high LDL to start with, then lowering the LDL shouldn't really make any difference, but it is an option. It's also an option to use pharmaceuticals to lower your LDL in this context. And I do know that there are some lean mass hyperresponders that have gone that route. But again, I put forward that you may not be changing your risk any just because you're changing one number on your blood panel. And, that may be the bigger lesson in all of this, that, paying hyper focusing on one number on your blood panel may not be the right approach. And that's kind of been my biggest takeaway from all of this. As a physician, the sort of challenge to the dogma that the lean mass hyper responder, presents is really what's most interesting to me, because, if we can expose something as dogmatic as LDL, what else are we wrong about? And that's what I think about more as a physician. And I think it's incumbent on us as physicians to always be thinking about what we might be wrong about.
This is great. We've got a final question. So thank you for doing 45 minutes while you're driving. Do you attribute the increase in cardiac disease to a correlation with seed oil intake?
Yeah, I think there is a lot of evidence to correlate those two. Now, more broadly, it's pretty clear that ultra processed food is contributing to this increase in heart disease. And, what component of the ultra processed food is it? Is it the seed oils? Is it the sugar? Is it the other, kind of highly refined carbohydrates? It really becomes difficult to separate those out. But, again, when we look at this on a kind of ancestral level, the reality is that sugar is something that we have been exposed to for very, very long periods of time, whereas seed oils are not something that we have been exposed to for long periods of time. So I am very suspicious and cautious about seed oils. They're certainly not essential to human life, and I really don't see much reason to consume them. And I think, again, that's one of the things that's most powerful about a carnivore diet is, you're pretty reliably eliminating your exposure to seed oils with a carnivore diet. Whereas with a, low carb diet, a ketogenic diet, you may not be eliminating seed oils. A lot of, low carb ketogenic products can still have a bunch of seed oils in them, and that is concerning to me. I think mechanistically, seed oils are more concerning to me than sugar might be, natural sugars. And of course, consuming sugar in excess is going to be problematic. But, there was a large period of time where I would say human beings were consuming sugar without seed oils, and we didn't really seem to see this dramatic increase in heart disease until the seed oils were introduced. And ultimately, they may work together. The way that I think about it is seed oils may end up breaking our metabolic machinery. And once our metabolic machinery is broken, we can no longer tolerate sugar and carbohydrates. So I think they work somewhat synergistically.
Brilliant. Dr. Philip Ovadia, that's so good. Did you want to plug your book or any of your services before you go?
Yeah, sure thing. The book, as I mentioned, is called Stay Off My Operating Table, widely available, all the usual places. And then if anyone wants to connect with me, I'm at iFixHearts all over social media. And then you can go to ifixhearts.com. As I mentioned, I have a telemedicine practice that I see patients. I'm still actively practicing medicine, delivering full medical care via telemedicine all throughout the US and even internationally. And if anyone is interested in that, you can go to ifixhearts.com and find out more about the services that we offer.
Excellent. So thank you very much. Richard, do you want to say goodbye?
Yes, thank you, Philip. It's been incredible as it was last year. If we do this again, no doubt we'll get you back on, but I think it's worth another podcast, I think, outside of this. Steve, what do you think?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, an
sure.
absolute gold mine. Absolute gold mine.
Yeah,
sure thing.
Right.
Always a pleasure being with you guys. And again, I commend you for doing this. And it's a Monmouth undertaking and an excellent contribution to the community. So thank you. And I'm glad to hear you're in the home stretch, and good luck with the last few hours.
Well appreciated.
Yeah.
Way too kind, gentlemen. Thank you, Philip.
Excellent. Bye-bye. Right. Well, Kerry Mann is in the house, so we'll go straight to Kerry, shall we? Shall we bring Kerry on?
Go for it.
Hello, Kerry.
Hello, Coach Stephen. How's it going? Hello, Richard.
Hello. Are we doing, man? You okay?
I'm doing wonderful. I guess the question is, how are you guys doing?
I'm going to sit down in a second.
How's it going?
Yeah. It's going well. We're both flagging, actually. Last year, we found it easier, which is strange, really, because you'd think we'd be battle hardened. Just for people that don't know you, if you could just give us a little introduction so people listening know who you are and what you're about.
Absolutely. So my name is Kerry. I've been carnivore for 475 days now. It's changed my life forever. I'm down over 100 pounds since my heaviest. I lost some of that on keto, but most of it on carnivore, all of it on a proper human diet, overcame depression, anxiety, IBS, snoring, acid reflux, arthritis in my foot, all sorts of issues. Carnivore's really changed my life forever. I've been doing YouTube for a couple of years, so I've been sharing my carnivore story on YouTube, and I think it was about 67 days into my carnivore journey, I decided I wanted to do a documentary on the proper human diet, and I've been working on that ever since. And I guess one other thing real quick is I did a 24-hour live stream myself in September. I give you guys so much credit because I'm not doing another one. I don't know how you're doing. I don't know how you're doing number 2 here. I'm so thankful I did it. It was great, but I feel you guys, especially at this hour, for sure.
Yeah,
I was under the impression you were coming on with Emily, or is Emily turning up later?
I think so. I popped on a little early, so I think I was supposed to be on around 11 or so, but I heard she was still coming on, so hoping so.
Okay, that's all right. So we haven't got questions at the moment, but obviously you're trying to raise some money for the documentary. So do you want to tell people how they can do that?
Yeah, absolutely. If people are interested in supporting the documentary or potentially participating in it, we've already filmed 26 individuals. We filmed several of the good doctors. I just saw you had Dr. Ovadia on. I'm actually filming him this week. Just a couple days, we're heading to Illinois to film him. You can visit healinghumanity.movie, and you can register there if you're interested in participating. We filmed quite a few individuals already. We're still looking for some folks that have overcome type 2 diabetes with a proper human diet, and women's health fertility issues in particular. But we're kind of looking for anything. We're doing this documentary, and the plan is after the documentary to do a subsequent series. We have too much content to do it credit in just a 90-minute documentary. So we plan on expanding from there. So yeah, it's healinghumanity.movie is the website. And one thing that's kind of cool about it is it's completely crowdfunded. A lot of documentaries you see nowadays, unfortunately, are sponsored by Beyond Meat or some company or corporation. And oftentimes there's a bias because of it. There's no bias in our documentary. We're just trying to share the truth. And the whole idea with our documentary is we're following real individuals. It's all about the individuals. So we're going to talk about the science, and we have all the experts in the documentary, but it's not like a carnivore diet science kind of documentary. It's more about those individual stories and how people overcame different health issues, returning to a proper human diet.
Do you want to fly over to the UK?
Actually,
you know the story.
I do want to come over to the UK. In fact, one of my good friends, I think he was on here earlier. I caught some of the live stream throughout the day. Lee Copus, Kent Carnivore.
Yep.
I'm really hoping to film his story. His story is just incredible. You guys have probably heard it already, but and I've got a couple other. It seems like there's some amazing contingent of carnivores over in the UK. Quite a few individuals. So we don't have anything scheduled yet, but we're definitely hoping to do that before we finish filming the documentary. Get over there, maybe do a big carnivore meetup, and then film some of the UK carnivores.
Yeah, well, Richard reversed type 2 diabetes, and his story takes a lot of beating, to be honest, from the guy there. That looking at the picture of health, well, not so much because it's 23 hours in, but you know, you couldn't walk up the stairs and all this sort of stuff. It's a proper story. Should we let Emily in?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm allowed. Hi, you guys.
Hey there, Emily.
Carrie, how long have you been on?
Just a few minutes.
Okay. Good. Oh, this is
Teasing
so...
you. It's been an hour. It's been
Nice.
a whole hour.
I know. It's like, dang it, late to everything. I miss all the good stuff.
So, Emily, just for people that don't know you, if you could just give us a little introduction to who you are.
Yes. So I have been carnivore now for, it'll be almost 4 years. And I've known Stephen for most of my carnivore journey. I just got to know you my first year on carnivore in 2021. And so you are just such a special, beautiful soul in this carnivore space. And I just love you so much. Just so happy to be here with you. So, yeah, my carnivore journey, I started keto. I did a lot of fasting. I lost 150 pounds combining once I went to carnivore and did that with fasting. I learned that fasting could be such a better journey for me. And when I was feasted well, when I kind of went through priming and these sorts of things that that it supersized my fasting journey. And it was so on keto, I just didn't have food freedom. I was completely addicted to keto treats. My kitchen was like a chemistry with almond flour everywhere and erythritol and coconut oil. And, you know, I was still just so addicted. And so I felt really good on my fast. But when I was not on my fast and I was back into the keto food, I still was losing control and was binging. And so I just wasn't getting that food freedom. And I never felt that I would be able to maintain. And so, here I am on my weight loss journey. I'm, reached my goal in 2021 and I'm maintaining, and I'm years down the road, and I have the food freedom, and I know what to do when emotionally things are not doing so well. I hit the ribeye straight up. It's just like back to beef. We're going right back to beef right now. So I've just been at this for quite some time, and I'm really fortunate that I'm able to coach with a ton of people, and we just troubleshoot. And, so I think I've heard a lot of the issues that have been out there. And so that's a little bit about me.
Brilliant. Rich, have you met Kerry? You've met Emily, obviously, last year, but what about Kerry? Have you met him before?
No, I haven't. No. So yeah, first one for me.
Nice to
But
meet ya.
yes, you too. And Lee, a mutual friend. We know Lee. Stephen and I do quite regularly the Team Carnivore GB every Tuesday, which Lee has kindly agreed to be a part of. Yeah, what a fantastic story. And a proper true gentleman. I've got all the time in the world for Lee. But yeah, this. How far are we in now, Steve? 3 to go. 21 hours in, are we?
Wow. Yeah,
Yes,
we're 22 hours in. 22.
So, apologies if we're flailing a little bit, but it's
No, you guys are doing great. I remember vividly when I was at 21 hours when we did ours, and Dr. Chafee was on, and he saved us. He really did save us. There was a couple times where it looked like my eyes were starting to fade a little bit in there, and he just took it and ran with it. So.
It's your turn now, Carrie. Come on.
I know.
What did I talk about? Lee, you were mentioning Lee Richard. I love that guy. His story is incredible, but the thing that I learned from him is overcoming the depression and anxiety. That's what really resonated with me. All of the other incredible things that he's overcome are, of course, amazing, but filming this documentary, that's one thing that has been in common with everyone. We have a woman that had Parkinson's, someone that's overweight, type 2 diabetes, but almost every one of them also had a mental health issue, depression or anxiety. And it just seems like it's getting worse and worse. And that was my biggest issue before I found Carnivore. Just horribly clinically depressed, tried every sort of medication out there. I was on all sorts of SSRIs and antidepressants. Nothing worked until I found keto. And then I found a little bit of relief, but never really did it for me until I went full carnivore. And that's really my passion and the reason I want to do this documentary. There's so many hopeless people in the world right now that should at least have this as a tool. Not saying they have to do this, not saying the standard of care isn't acceptable for them, but just having it as a tool. I never even knew it was an option until I stumbled upon it. So,
yeah,
we've got a question actually from Neville, which is, g'day, Kerry. Did you have your gallbladder removed and you have a few problems with fatty meat? How do you manage that?
Yes, I don't know what's left in my digestive system, stomach area. I don't have a gallbladder. My appendix burst. I had multiple kidney stones. But to answer the question, I haven't had any problems going carnivore and eating lots of really good fatty meat. I did keto on and off, so maybe I sort of took baby steps into it. But I've been fortunate to talk to so many carnivores filming the documentary and doing my YouTube videos, and many of them, including my wife, she recently surpassed 100 days on carnivore. She doesn't have her gallbladder either, and she's doing just fine. I know some people supplement with bile salts. I know SBG, Bella, has had some good advice in the past about having melted butter, for example. That can cause more issues, potentially, if you don't have a gallbladder as well. So having cold butter instead, or cold fat instead of rendered fat, that can maybe help in those cases. But I've been doing just fine, and I eat really, really fatty meat, and a lot of it, and hasn't bothered my gallbladder. Haven't had to do the bile salts or anything like that.
Carrie, are you a butter? Do you eat it straight off of take snacks out of it?
I do. Yeah, my wife's doing it now too. So,
Richard, your story. I think you should just tell Kerry and Emily your story, a little potted history, because we're streaming to Kerry's channel as well, and I think they'd be really interested because yours is quite sort of extreme from one end to the other.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. In my mid to late 20s, I was type 2 diabetic, suffered with chronic fatigue, depression, anxiety, arthritic pains, daily debilitating migraines that would make me blind, for which I was on 3 different medications for. I suffered with skin conditions like spots and boils all over my body. But in my mid to late 20s, I could barely walk up the stairs without stopping or being severely out of breath. And I was led to believe that this was just a fact of life and that I was getting older, despite only being in my mid 20s. An incredibly long story short, but I used to suffer with severe anxiety and depression also. My life was spent living in boxes. I would only leave my house, to jump into my metal box, and I would drive my metal box to another big box, my place of work, and then I would reside in a small box inside this bigger box, and then I would perform this in reverse at the end of the day. And my life was quite literally spent living in boxes. I never felt worthy of the company of others. I certainly wouldn't be on a podcast with you guys or alive. But I made one change, and I'll come back and explain what the change was. But I've made a career out of breaking boxes. So my life was spent living in boxes, and now I break boxes for a living. But I went on to begin to compete as an amateur in men's physique bodybuilding. Now, this is someone who suffers with severe anxiety and depression, wouldn't leave my house. The thought of competing in an organization in which you are on stage in nothing but your pants, essentially, is something that I genuinely wouldn't have done for all of the money in the world. But after making these changes and changing my life, I lost 107 pounds, reversed my diabetes. I was migraine-free, depression-free, anxiety-free, at least as much as you can be. I think some of these things are maybe on a spectrum, and you still get, the odd little bit that creeps in now and again. But it was enough for me to want to spread the word. I felt that I'd found a secret, and I wanted to tell the world about my secret. And part of this involved me maybe coming out of my comfort zone, breaking these boxes, if you like, and going on stage and showing people that I could achieve things that quite literally went against the grain. We're told that you need carbohydrate to be fit and healthy. We're told that you can't build muscle and things without carbohydrate. Now, I lost 107 pounds. I was small. I was incredibly lean, but I was small. I began training, and I noticed that I was gaining muscle at a rate of knots. And I'd always done some form of training, but now I was devoid of all the anti-nutrients, the lectins and the phytic acids, and now my body was being able to heal, repair, and build. So I decided to compete in order to promote this new lifestyle, my secret that I wanted to tell the world about. So I decided to compete. My whole family told me not to compete because they knew how severely this anxiety and depression was. And their fear was that I wouldn't step foot on stage. And I almost didn't. The rest of the lineup walked out. I was at the last of the pack, and I stopped just at the curtain's edge, and I refused to go on. And I could hear a friend of mine calling my name from the stage. So I took that deep breath. I walked out, and I physically forgot how to walk. My legs were shaking so much. I had to really concentrate on putting one foot in front of the other. But I'm so glad I did, because I came second in that competition. It was a local amateur competition. There was just your average gym goer. But that then started a journey. I wanted to compete again. I went back the following year as an amateur, and again the year after that. The third year, I was awarded pro status. I became a professional. 2 years after that, I won the British Championship, and 2 years after that, which was 2 weeks before this was taken, I won the European Championship as a professional. So I went from being unable to walk up the stairs in my mid to late 20s to becoming #1 in Europe as a professional athlete. I've retired from that now. I've come away. I say retired as if I'm old. I'm only 40. I don't think I look 40, mind, but no comment on that. I came away from that in order to pursue running and cycling. I've worked with a couple of athletes who are competitive Ironman athletes. One of my guys just won the European Championship in Ironman 2 weeks ago. So he's #1 in Ironman in Europe. An ex-vegan, by the way, who was up until then ranked 48 in the UK. He came to see me, and I'm going off on a tangent now, but he's adopted.
You are. You're going off on a tangent. We haven't got them all night.
Carnivore based. Like, he won this European Championship anyway. But it's but yeah, I mean, that's my journey in a nutshell, and that's what I do, is running and cycling now. Hence the reason I'm half the size. But that's a little bit of my journey to date anyway.
That's incredible.
It's amazing.
The anxiety, Richard, I can feel you on that one. I had the worst anxiety most of my adult life, and all of that worry, I always think about that now. All of that worry was always for nothing. I used to have phone calls with people, and I would have the same phone call every week for years. It was the same customer, and every single time, like a week before, I would be losing sleep over it and dreading it and finding excuses like, if I just pull my car and crash it into a tree lightly, I can get out of going to work and doing this meeting. Just this horrible anxiety. When you think about anxiety like that, humans were never meant to have that. Like, if you're getting chased by a lion or a bear, okay, but to have a phone call or just these everyday events. And I see it so much, especially with these. I've got triplets plus one here at home, and my girls are about to turn 17. The triplets are, and they're doing carnivore with me now, which is amazing. But them and their peers, anxiety, mental health issues amongst younger generations it's just rampant. It's grim out there. So this has been the only thing that's really helped. I was on all sorts of medication for it. But Richard, how's your anxiety now?
I'm speaking with you guys. It's considerably better. Look, I'd be lying if I said that it was non-existent. Again, coming back to what I said earlier, I think it is a spectrum, but it makes perfect sense in regards to diet causing these issues. And it seems too simple, but when we look at the catecholamines and the catecholaminergic neurotransmitter synthesis, how we create neurotransmitters, it involves 3 amino acids, tryptophan, tyrosine, and phenylalanine, and cofactors, zinc, iron, magnesium, B6, B12, so on and so forth. But these cofactors can be blocked by as much as 100% when we consume things like lectins and phytic acids. And when we block those cofactors, our neurotransmitters are not created the way that they should be. And this, I think, is a massive contributing factor. I know being ketogenic and carnivore, further helps this in regards to the production of ketone bodies, beta-hydroxybutyrate. But I think that the biggest lever is removing those toxic compounds from, specific plants, if not all of them, that will block those cofactors. And I think for me, same as you, I saw a big improvement when I was ketogenic, but the transition to carnivore was where I saw the biggest difference. And I believe I attribute that to removing, those plant toxins, those phytoalexins.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I've got a couple of questions that people have posted. Can we do that? Sorry to do the housekeeping, but people have kindly logged in. And by the way, I'm 60, so I'm the oldest one here. So
you have to get that in.
Happy late birthday,
Right.
Stephen. I forgot to tell you. You forgot to tell me.
So Sandra's saying, shame that the mental health study that Dr. Palmer was conducting got shut down. Kerry, could you please give us an update?
Yeah, well, I heard Dr. Barry post about this on his community tab, and I did the same thing, and I shouted it out on mine as well, and I signed the petition that's going around. So I'm not sure what the status is now. That was a couple days ago, but I'd encourage everyone that's interested in that to go sign that petition and get the word out and share more about it.
Yeah, for people that don't know, it's been shut down, and it was a study in schizophrenia, and it was doing well. The ketogenic diet, it was going against the narrative, basically. Right. Okay. Let's have a look. Let's get one for Emily. I saw one for Emily, actually. Right. Here we go. How about this? And anyone else? So Diane's asking, I have been on carnivore for 2 weeks, and I've been eating ribeye, burgers, eggs, butter, bacon. I have been having problems going to the bathroom. Oh, Emily, I don't always think of you when it's bathroom problems. But anyway, it's a poop question. I'm sorry. Any
I think
suggestions?
that was your specialty, Stephen, from what I remember. Yeah, I mean, I think that for people are not used to that. You might not go very often. Sometimes as much as little as once a week. And I got to go on Reverse in Costa Rica, and one of our guests was a farmer, and this was his first time on Carnivore, and so this was probably about day 3 or day 4, and something I just kind of brought up about how, a lot of times you're not going to go to the bathroom on Carnivore, and he just stopped and looked at me and he stared. He said, "How do you know what's happening with me?" And I said, "Okay." I said, "This is normal." And so I explained, as I learned from Coach Stephen years ago, is that these nutrients are absorbed further up in, and they don't make it. And so we're absorbing things in the small intestine. They're so bioavailable, and so you just don't have a lot of waste. And he just thought about that, and he was so invigorated. And he came back the next day and he said, "I just thought about how much money this is going to save me in my farming." So he was thrilled that he's going to be out on the tractor and not having to be spending so much time in the other place.
Yes, that's good. There's an ironic question that possibly we'll all answer because it does ask. Any of you drink coffee? So Emily's putting her hand up for those. What's really funny is 2 weeks ago you would have had 3 hands up.
Oh, hey.
And four, you would have had another one.
Yeah. But ironically,
you have recently kicked it.
Yeah, and this, by all accounts, full disclosure, is not coffee. If you can see in there, that is some electrolytes. So,
I was going to say it's red. You drinking pomegranate juice?
No, it's astaxanthin. It's astaxanthin, the world's most powerful antioxidant. It's a product that I manufacture. So they are keto carnivore electrolytes, but it's the astaxanthin. Astaxanthin is the compound that gives salmon its distinctive color, and that's its natural color. That's how it looks. It's absolutely disgusting, but it unless you go for the flavored version. So we do offer flavored versions for people who are less strict than ourselves, but that's the unflavored version. But that is the natural color, believe it or not. Yeah.
But let's answer that coffee question, because as I was saying, if you'd have asked that a month ago, then both Richard and I would have put our hand up along with Emily. When we get to Kerry, why he didn't at all. But anyway, for me, I've been playing soccer. I went back to soccer after 15 years of not playing it. And then about a month ago, decided to have a bit of coaching, because I'm a consumer as well as a coach. I believe in coaching. So I did a couple of days coaching. My knees are really hurting. And I thought my football boots have got smaller. This is terrible. I'm in absolute agony. And I just put it down to the extra training. And then for some unknown reason, I don't know, listening to some influencer online, there's a correlation between coffee and
soreness.
Sore knees. Yeah. So I took the coffee out, and lo and behold, instead of it being my age and up in my activity, it was the coffee. So my boots now were fitting okay, and my knees were not hurting. I could walk down the stairs without going ooh, 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 like that. But being a proper scientist, I reintroduced it, and it was Swiss water decaf, by the way. It wasn't the caffeine. I reintroduced it after the pains had gone, and the pains came straight back. Bang, bang, bang. So I'm going to really suffer tomorrow, because to get me through the 24 live stream, I broke my duck, and I've had a couple of decaf coffees, because I'm a real person. I was being transparent about it. I didn't want to sneak it on, but I really needed it after about 6 hours. So coffee's out for me. Decaf. So it's not the caffeine. It was the coffee, the acrylamides. But Richard has the same sort of story, Rich.
Yeah, and I've always used coffee as a crutch. I think. I mean, I've always argued for it's plus points. I think it's a known fat mobilizer. It's a known ergogenic aid. It blocks the adenosine receptor, so it doesn't give you energy, but it blocks your body's ability to tell you that you're tired, which as a tool is incredibly handy, especially on occasions like this. But I went from drinking 1 cup to 2, and I got to the point where I was consuming 4 to 5 cups per day, but each cup contained 2 double shots. So the equivalent of 20 cups per day. But unlike the likes of Anthony Chaffee, I had never suffered with any downstream deleterious effects. It never had a negative effect that I could tell on my life until recently. I began to get severe pains down both fronts and backs of my legs. My nerves were twitching constantly. It affected my gait. I couldn't walk properly. I couldn't lift my left leg. I was tripping over steps. I started to lose grip in my right hand. All of these symptoms pointed to motor neurons disease. So that was obviously incredibly scary. Mycotoxins also cause the same condition. So it could be one or the other. But acrylamide is a known contributor to things like motor neurons disease. So after being addicted to coffee for all of my adult life, this was my drink of choice when I came away from drinking energy drinks, for which I used to drink about 15 a day. And I just dropped it at a flick of my fingers because it was causing detrimental issues. Within 2 weeks, in fact, 2 days after I quit coffee, I ran a half marathon. I'm fairly new to running. I only started running in 23. I was on for a 1 hour 22 half marathon, but my legs packed in because of this effect of the acrylamide, and I came in a 1 hour 26. So I was a little bit disappointed, but still not too shabby considering I'm fairly new to running. But a further 2 weeks, all of these things went away, and I am still yet to drink coffee, and I haven't given in today either. So still no coffee for me. But yeah, potent acrylamide. It's a potent toxin. I think, well underestimated. And it isn't just coffee. It's acrylamide is created during the roasting process, but many of the compounds contain acrylamide. When we burn meats and things, for example. But I think in California in 2018 was it had a Prop 65 label slapped upon it because it was deemed to be extremely hazardous. And I think it was categorized as a known carcinogen. So, these are things that, we deem to be healthy. And it's not to say that there isn't a place for it. Until 4 weeks ago, there's me saying to everyone, don't drink coffee. Until 4 weeks ago, I would have argued the opposite because I was so addicted to it. But I think it's a tool if you use it correctly. And the thing with acrylamide is it's accumulative. So if you are only consuming 1 or 2 cups a day, then it's quite likely that your body can detox and deal with that load. But the equivalent of 20 cups was clearly too much for my body.
Yeah, I never. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Kerry. You go on, Kerry.
I was gonna say I was never a coffee drinker, so didn't have any. I was addicted to diet soda forever. There is something very liberating though about going on carnivore and like having no more addictions whatsoever. So I always encourage people, if you need the coffee, baby steps to get going on carnivore, but maybe try to get rid of it afterwards if you can, because it is really nice not having any addictions whatsoever.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I was just going to show a question actually, because this has already come up 3 times from different people. Is Kerry's theatre popcorn free from seed oils?
It is, yeah. So for those that don't know, my wife and I own our small town movie theater. And one thing I get a lot of flack for is at the small town movie theater, we still do have popcorn and soda and candy. We also do have a bunch of carnivore snacks. I don't snack on carnivore, so it's tricky, but we've got grass-fed beef sticks. We've got pork rinds. We got cheese. Sometimes we had hard-boiled eggs in there for a while. We actually had a lot of people taking us up on those, but we do have popcorn. It is seed oil free, but I don't partake. I don't eat any of it. But I get this question a lot, and it is something that weighs on me. Like, how do you talk about carnivore and you advocate for carnivore, and then you're selling this stuff? Where I've come down on it is I offer the other options. I'm putting my example out there, but I've realized I don't blame the grocery stores for selling cereal and sugar. I don't blame the cereal manufacturers, because I could do that for the rest of my life and it's never going to change anything. I believe it's the individual that has to decide what they're going to eat or what they're not going to eat. But it still definitely weighs on my heart for sure, especially when we have kids coming in and they're eating that junk that I would not advocate for eating. But yeah.
Cool. Okay. Interesting. Craig is saying, I suffer from ADHD, autism, and oh wow, 22 hours later I can't speak, and anxiety. Would going carnivore help? And if so, should I go cold turkey or should I ease into carnivore?
I could take a stab at that one first. I would say, if it were me, absolutely, it'd be the first thing I would do. I've interviewed several individuals on my channel, many with anxiety, and actually one individual with autism that had really good success going carnivore. In terms of if you should go cold turkey or ease into it, in terms of any medication you're on, I would definitely ease into that and talk to your doctor before you stop taking any medications. I would advocate for easing into carnivore too. It seems like everyone advocates for that. Like for me, I used to tell people I would do keto, maybe 20 carbs or less, and then move into carnivore. But I didn't really do that. And a lot of people I talk to, they just kind of jump right in and go full carnivore. So I guess it depends on you. But if I were making a recommendation, I would say ease into it, take some baby steps, so you don't set yourself up for failure. But that would be my advice.
Yeah, I think that there's so much hope my life has changed amazingly. So with the anxiety and depression, I've just, it's a night and day, and it was a light switch for me. And it's interesting to think about, where is this person right now? Because I was very meat based. And so I didn't do that. I didn't know I was headed to carnivore. I was doing keto gains or something, and I had to track a certain amount of protein, and it was all supposed to be animal protein. And so my journey was crowding out. But then when I was ready on January 2nd, 2021, I was ready. So I think that crowding out with a meat-based approach is great, and just to not limit yourself when you are having these mental health issues, when you want to step into the carnivore journey, definitely, you can eat as much as your body's calling for, and don't put any limits on that, because if you're under eating, you're not going to get the full benefits from carnivore, and that anxiety, I think, will take longer for that to resolve.
Yeah, I'll jump in there really briefly as well. Yes, I think is the short answer in regards to kind of help. A state of insulin resistance will interfere with the absorption of those amino acids that we just mentioned in regards to neurotransmitter production, phenylalanine and tyrosine, which create dopamine and norepinephrine. And norepinephrine and dopamine are the neurotransmitters that block irrelevant information from the brain. So a massive contributing factor to someone who would be a sufferer of ADHD. For me, in regards to how I've come into this, and this has been a reoccurring topic throughout I was going to say the evening, then it's been nearly 24 hours. But for me, I made incremental changes. Although I'm what I'd class as like a step change person, for me, things need to be black or white. But because carnivore seems to cover so many different arms to health and well-being, we've got, suddenly you're consuming saturated fats. What about your cholesterol? You're eating red meat. What about cancer? You're taking in lots of salt. Well, that raises blood pressure. There's so many different things. Grains are bad for you. And the changes that I made, which I didn't cover earlier, the first step that I made to my journey was removing bread. So I was step change in regards to that. I'm not eating any bread. It wasn't a case of I'm only eating a little bit of bread. But in order for me to make all of those changes, I think would have been too much. So I gravitated in slowly. I took one thing out at a time, not knowing. I didn't even know carnivore existed at that point. I just knew that bread bloated me, and that's the reason that I took it out. And then through trial and error, you learn new things, and you realize that the seed oils are detrimental, so you remove these, and then you just go deeper down the rabbit hole. So I gravitated from low carb into dirty keto, then a standard keto, then clean keto, and then more animal based, and then carnivore. And now, I class myself as a fairly strict carnivore. I do eat cheese now and again, and up until recently I used to drink coffee. But other than that, all I eat now is grass-fed beef and lamb. I do indulge in pork and chicken now and again. But I class myself as being fairly strict. But for me, it's taken me nearly a decade to get to that point. So for me, the best approach was these incremental changes, even though I'd regard myself as being a step change person, if that makes any sense. But it just seems the step is so big. Once you tell someone that vegetables are not good for you, and the best source of your nutrients is animal proteins. I think most people, when you say that to most people, they look at you as if you've got two heads. So I think it's, it almost involves a case of these incremental changes in order to prove that this is the way forward.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Quick question here. I'll cover this one if you don't mind, because it's a quick one. Is it true that any bubbles like carbonated water can reduce the pH of your stomach and stop the proper digestion of food? Yes and no. Yes, it can change the acidity of your stomach very slightly. The CO2 becomes carbonic acid in the stomach, but it's what's called a transient change. The stomach acid is hugely acidic. But if you were very unhealthy and you drank a lot of bubbly water, you might have a slight problem. But for most of the time, I mean, I actually drink carbonated water, so I'm not anti it. But I wouldn't have it with a meal, even more than Emily. So yes, it's true, but it's not a big problem unless you have problems with your stomach acid and you're drinking way too much. So if you gulped all that down, the whole glass, and you had low stomach acid, you might have a slight problem. So yeah, don't drink it if you've got a slight stomach problem. Next question, unless anyone else wants to jump in. No?
All good.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm still interested in your movie theatre. What's it playing at the moment? What's running?
We're playing Despicable Me 4, the Minions movie.
Yeah.
Our movie theater is kind of cool. It's a single screen theater, and it's been there since 1859, before Lincoln was president. It used to be an opera house. It was here before electricity, before airplanes, before all the world wars. So it's a lot of history. Every sort of version of film we've had there, from silent movies to when the Titanic sunk, they had early picture shows in 1912 at the theater. So lots of history. It's pretty cool too. We have lots of people that have been going there their whole lives. We have this one woman that's 87. She's been coming here since she was a kid. She has this little special seat off to the side. We roll out the red carpet for her when she comes in, kind of thing. So it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of think it's quite romantic that you're doing that, and I think it's good if it's a little small town cinema. I don't know. I think it sounds like a nice way to earn a living, actually. Right.
We're bringing it into the future too. We did a big carnivore keto meetup, and Dr. Hampton, we were able to project him on the screen so he could see the audience and the audience could see him. It was kind of cool. So we did this sort of hybrid live stream where people could ask Dr. Hampton questions and talk about carnivore and keto, have a big meetup at the theater. So we're hoping to do some more of those. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, this isn't so much as a question, it's more of a comment, but I think it's something that's really common when people start. So Kay, yay, so glad you're all doing this and I'm catching it live. Thank you. That's great. Thank you for being here. My husband and I, which is what our queen used to say, my husband and I are doing this. Whoa, he's doing great, but I'm struggling. I'll do great for a few days, then cheat. Which is unusual. If you've got somebody, by your side that's doing it and doing well, it's unusual for someone to go off and, and cheat on this. I would say that is quite common when people first start, though, if they're on their own. So what's your take, everybody, on why that's happening?
I think that toggle back and forth, it's an extreme change. And, there's so much changes in your mind that has to happen before it really sinks through and becomes your go-to. I like in the beginning, lots of variety and cooking ahead and like making bacon first thing in the morning, just making some automatic choices like I get up, I cook a steak, boom. There's no option there. I think eating first can be really good, food first approach, because it gets you through those trigger times, those times that are going to be, your high temptation times, to kind of train yourself to eat ahead of those times. And then that will help you for sure stay steady during that. And just involving more support and keeping your environment very clean, getting your environment completely cleaned up of anything that's going to cause you to stumble.
Yeah, I love that. I think being really prepared is great advice, and planning is good advice. Like when I decided to do carnivore, I'm like, I'm going to do this for 30 days. And I'm like, this is going to be expensive, until I realized I was eating way less than the standard American diet with the 3 meals and all the snacks. It's actually way less expensive. But in my mind, I said for 30 days, I kind of have this budget for food. And for the first week or two, I'm like, I'm going to really treat myself. I'm going to have the good ribeyes. There's be more patties later on, but the first week is going to be really hard. So that helped me get through the first week. The other thing too is make sure you're eating enough and getting enough fat. Oftentimes you'll get cravings if you're not getting enough fat. And I guess the last thing I'd say too is make sure, if you're going to do carnivore, like do carnivore. I get a lot of people that say they'll still have cravings, or they'll cheat, or they'll fall off. And oftentimes when I investigate more, they're still keeping things in, like diet soda with artificial sweeteners in it, or things like that. I know for myself, if I was still drinking diet soda, it would stir up cravings and it would make me want to cheat, and it would be a lot harder. So for me, it's easier just to be all in 100% carnivore. And a lot of people just don't know that because they've done so many diets. I'll have people too where they're approaching this sort of like Weight Watchers. I did really good all week, so now I can kind of have a cheat day on Saturday. And it doesn't really work that way with the ketogenic diet. You can knock yourself out of ketosis. It might take a couple days. You might have to suffer through that keto flu again. So it's best to just kind of be all in or nothing.
Yeah, some amazing
Richard?
advice there. Yeah, and one thing that I think I could bring to that possibly is I think men work very differently, I think, in regards to this way of living compared to women. If you're living together, men can go prolonged periods of time on extended fasting, and maybe only eating 1 meal a day. I find that women need to eat more than once a day, generally 2 to 3. So if you are trying to match your husband step for step, that may not be the best approach. And as the guys have already said, make sure you're getting plenty of fats, eat when you're hungry. If you're not hungry, don't eat, and commit to it. As you say, these little treats can severely pull you off track. But that seems to be the biggest thing for me, I think, is only eating 1 meal a day definitely works better for men. And it seems to be a big stumbling block for most of the women that I've worked with in the past, is that they need more than 1 meal a day. And it generally resonates between 2 to 3. I don't know if you guys can add any weight to that, but it seems to be the general trend from the last 20 odd hours, also with the guests that we've had on.
Yeah, and I'll add a different perspective. So you've got different things to pick from. It could be the way you're talking to yourself. If you're saying, right, today I'm not going to eat ice cream, today I'm not going to have chocolate, or whatever. If you think about your subconscious mind, it doesn't work in negative. So if you say don't think about pink elephants, you've got to think about pink elephants. So to wake up and think, yeah, today is going to be fully carnivore. I'm going to eat lots of proteins. I'm going to eat lots of fats, and I'm going to enjoy it. So don't do the I'm not having this, I'm not having that. Try and remove the temptation as well, and make sure you eat enough, and pick food that you like. You haven't got to have liver if you don't like it. Just pick animal products that you actually enjoy eating, and go for that sort of way of doing it, I think. Right. Oh, sorry, Emily. I thought you were going to add a little bit more there.
Oh, no, I'm just saying thumbs up, and Carrie nailed it. The diet soda was still in there. The kids are eating pizza. Yeah. So husband's doing great. And, and so I get that with the kids, and we, the recipes, it's a great time to dig in and do a pizza crust out of, chicken breast and eggs and pork rinds. And so you can get into doing carnivore versions of just about anything that's out there. Just don't restrict yourself. Enjoy it. Make it. I love, like, you're just lavishing yourself, getting your very favorite foods, especially starting out.
Yeah, and I think the way you speak to yourself is really important. Like the word cheat, I don't like, because in sport, if you cheat, you get somewhere better than everyone else, but actually you're sabotaging yourself. So even change it to I'm having my sabotage meal today. I'm going to ruin myself day. You know, these little changes can make a difference. Right. Okay. Next question. I have anxiety and agoraphobia disorder, mitochondrial disease, post-exertion malaise, fibromyalgia, memory issue, chronic fatigue, coordination issue, and D2. Do you suggest carnivore or lion?
I mean, either is going to be such on a good road, you know. When I think about people that do really, really well on lion, a lot of this stuff is on there. The fibromyalgia, a lot of times joint issues, chronic intestinal issues. So I do have some clients that need to go all that way and they do a high fat approach with the lion, maybe add butter or tallow. But you have to find something that's going to be realistic. And I don't want you to like take all the joy out of your life when you're starting. And so that's the side that says, hey, let's include some variety because we want this to be a lifelong approach. And for this to be lifelong, you need to enjoy what you're eating.
Yeah, I'd just add too, I'm mostly carnivore for 475 days, but I did I think a 60-day stretch of strict lion diet. And then I did it again for another like 50 days. And I just felt so much better doing lion, but it depends on where you're coming from as well. But if I would kind of ease into it, start with carnivore and try not to make it like I have to do either this or this for the rest of my life. Try carnivore and then maybe experiment with lion diet for a while and see how you're feeling. I have a feeling you will feel better on lion diet because that seems to be the experience for a lot of people. But like Emily said, I guess the question is if that's something you can manage long term.
Yeah, you can toggle back and forth when you don't have to be doing lion forever. And I a lot of people in our community will do it for a week and, you know, to kind of test that out. So I think that having a frequency where you come in and out of a lion approach or a freer, you know, more variety approach can work.
Yeah, spot on. I've got nothing to add to that. I think you guys have covered it.
Yeah. Oh, you're making my job very difficult here because I was expecting a longer answer. So someone's asked me a particular question. I'm not really that great with all the meals, but what do you think of baking a carnivore-friendly, meat lovers, crustless, sauceless pizza using just cheese and meat in a square baking dish at 400 degrees for 20 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah. Sounds very nice. Yeah, I do offer meal plans actually, and one of the things that I'm quite proud of is a carnivore lasagna, which is just basically ground beef and bacon and cheese. So yeah, I like
Our
stuff like
lasagna
that.
is very similar to that. And you know, for the kiddos, we will put some tomato sauce because they can handle that. But it has like the cream cheese and the different kinds of cheeses getting in there. If you can tolerate cheese, I mean, that's just delicious.
I thought it was an interesting question earlier. I don't know, about 18 hours ago, where someone said, "Do you think that for people with cravings, these sort of alternatives like the carnivore pizza, carnivore lasagna, and all that, is actually a good thing? Can it trigger cravings because you've got a similar thing to what you had?" So, what do you reckon? Do you think for some people it could be bad to have a carnivore pizza?
I think that's possible. So, you know, dairy is something that we play with. Like some people can handle it really well, and some people it just does kind of get an unending and turns into its own thing. You have to have the meat with it. I think if you're having meat and dairy together, then it kind of justifies it. But if you get on this path where all you want is cream cheese or all you want is melted cheese, then I just don't think you're going to get the benefits.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kerry. Go.
That's a great question. I don't know if I have a good answer for that, but for me personally, when we get into some of these more elaborate meals and kind of recreating old foods that I eat, it bothers me a little. It worries me a little bit, but that just might be me. I think part of it came from too when I did keto, and then all of these stupid, in my opinion, keto products started coming out that would mimic things that we used to eat: keto snacks and keto candy bars and keto ice cream and tortillas and keto bread. I always had problems with those. So when I see some of these carnivore meals that are kind of similar or sort of elaborate recreating pizza, just for me personally, it kind of triggers something, right? I try to avoid those things. But yeah, I don't have a good answer there, because maybe it would help some people if they really miss those foods. It's probably more just a little block in my own personality here.
Right, here's one for you, Rich, but we could all answer. Is lamb okay?
We love lamb.
We do.
I believe lamb to be, and as Jay already knows, Jay's an avid follower of ours. I believe lamb to be more preferential than beef. Even, you know, we're all told grass-fed beef. Again, I believe, you know, this comes from the States in particular, where, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but lamb isn't as readily available as beef would be. But when you look at the profile of lamb, it's at least equal to, if not better than beef. Lamb is always grass-fed. It has a better vitamin B ratio and much higher in omega-3s, around 10 times higher omega-3s. And that's not to say that grass-fed beef is bad, because it isn't. It's one of the most nutrient-dense foods on the planet. But we love lamb. At least I do, anyway.
Carrie, did you get those lamb pops? They did a fundraising dinner in Texas, and they had the lamb pops that came around. We're just like, hang on to the thing, and
I didn't get any of those. I would have loved to, though, but I didn't try any of those. No. And yeah, lamb is something I want to eat more of. Meat's just easier to get around here, or I should say beef is easier to get around here. I gotta just expand my horizons. I get into a rhythm and I just keep doing the same things. But I've been at the butcher shop and I see lamb and I'm like, well, I've never really cooked it. Am I going to mess it up? I'll just go back and get the beef kind of thing. But I've heard from many. I was very fortunate, actually. Earlier in the week, I was interviewed by Tammy Peterson, and I'm pretty sure her and most of her family, I think, strictly just eat lamb on the lion diet. So, yeah, it's something I want to explore more myself, for sure. I love the taste of it. I just got to figure out how to cook it, make sure I'm doing it correctly.
nice.
Yeah, I'm going to break this little thing up with a small joke. So how do you know when someone is a vegan? They tell you, right? So with that in mind, this question is setting up the question, really. How do I get my pescatarian wife into meat and fat, gang? I feel it would heal her in so many ways, but I don't want to make her feel pressured. I'm 2 months locked in and I can't believe the results. And that's one of the big problems, is you want to tell everybody about how great this is and you want everyone else to do it. And if you've got somebody that you love in your life and you think they're going to get less sick, they're going to get healthy, it's really difficult to do what you're doing and not pressure. But my advice would be to play the long game, because your results will speak for themselves and she will come to you. Seriously, she will come to you and ask about what she can do, or just have another meat day rather than a fish day or whatever. But just slowly, just let that happen. But it is, I think, just, you know, I want to hear from you guys, obviously, but just for me, it's one of those things I have to tell a lot of people when I'm coaching. Yes, this is really great. Don't bore people with it all the time, because you do want to. And they're like, yeah, but it's so good. I feel so, yeah. But don't
be that guy.
Yeah, don't be that guy. Right. Any other views?
2 months is just a very short amount of time. Yeah, we just got to give. I love what you said about long game, Stephen. I think about 6 months, a year. You know, I mean, people really can see that down the road. Just be the example. Mm-hmm.
I totally agree. And from personal experience, I have this belief that you can't change anyone. They have to be inspired to want to change themselves. My wife, I mentioned earlier, it took 375 days of me doing carnivore before she's got on it, and she's been on it for 100 days now and stuck to it. But I did make the mistake of, come on, like, let's go already. I feel so good. I know this is going to help you, but ultimately, just setting that example, and I think inspiring someone is going to be much more effective. You're probably going to just push them away if you get too pushy with it. Yeah, and 2 months is pretty early on yet. Keep in mind too, like for other family members, I always like to think of this: you're planting a seed. They realize they have this as an option or a possible tool they might not have had otherwise, that maybe they'll come back to, either if they're inspired or desperate and have to do something. at least know about it from your example.
Agreed. Yeah. Lindy and I started a ladies, it's on Facebook. It's called Meat Sisters. And so you just, if people get to that point where, you know, the husband, the wife, I don't know if there's a men's thing or not. I have no idea, but that's kind of a nice tool as well as to, you know, at some point, if she becomes curious, maybe she'll want to talk to ladies about it and get their perspective on it. Cause the male and female journeys are so different.
I gotta second that one quick too, because I think you know this, Emily, but my wife loves Meat Sisters, and it really helped her out, having, instead of just talking to me about it, which she's sick of hearing from me already, but talking to some other peers, people that are in her situation, was really helpful. The community is huge for that. And one other thing I'd mention real quick too is, if your wife is suffering from certain health issue or ailment or something like that, there's probably most certainly someone else out there on YouTube that has that same health issue. And that might inspire her more, as showing her a specific example like that she can relate to.
I love that.
Yeah, that's great. Great points. Rich?
Yeah, I think you guys have nailed it. I mean, as far as a physical approach, I think eggs are generally one of the easiest sells on another sort of animal product to introduce. So see if you can maybe just get her to gravitate into consuming eggs now and again. Eggs are highly nutrient dense. And I think once you've cracked, pardon the pun, that then it'll open the floodgates. But it is very much, I am that guy that nobody that preaches to everyone and nobody wants to talk to.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say we all are. But it's and I mentioned this earlier. I was going to say a couple of hours ago. Probably yes, it was yesterday. Yesterday morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
My mother suffers with lots of health issues, and it's taken me the better part of a decade to get her to even consider gravitating down this. And she said to me 2 days ago that she's going to give it a go. So it's taken me that long. And it seems to be sometimes that the people that we are the closest to are the ones that, as you rightly say, Kerry, don't want to listen to us. You know, in some cases, showing them someone else on YouTube, you know, that they don't know may confer more benefit than you trying to preach. But yeah, I think just play the long game, as Stephen says.
Cool. Are you giving yourself a hug there, Kerry?
Yeah.
A little bit of self-love. Right. Now, this is, well, I'll hear your views first. This might be the first time I've disagreed with Chafee on anything. Right. Dr. Chafee believes older animals are more nutrient dense. Do any of you have any experience eating them?
Yeah, I agree.
They are more.
I'm sorry.
Go on.
I was just going to say, I don't know whether that's true or not, but I did eat an older animal. We filmed rancher Maggie, who's a good friend of Dr. Chafee. Dr. Chafee introduced us to her. Maggie is 83 years old. She's been on Carnivore for 65 years. She's a beef rancher in Canada. She's absolutely incredible. But one of the days we were eating some beef, and it was from a particularly older animal, and whether or not it was more nutrient dense or not, I can't say for sure, but my body seemed to be screaming like, I really like whatever it is you're eating right now. Continue eating more of this. It tasted very, very good. Seems like our bodies are more in tune on Carnivore, and they kind of know what they want, but not very scientific on that one. But
what cut did you eat, Carrie? What was the cut?
I think it was beef ribs.
Okay. And how was the flavor different?
I don't know. It just tasted better. Both Adam and I were eating. We're both like, this is incredible. This is like our best meal of the week, was that particular meal.
Wow.
Yeah, I think there's a tipping point because, you know, all animals have the same sort of trajectory, which is they lose muscle, they gain more fat, and they have more connective tissue, which is tougher. Yeah, so all of those things would equal not such a nice meal, but I've not eaten something old, and I might have Kerry's experience. Think, well, I don't know what it is, but this is great. So I think the experience might be better, but actually, like vitamin E, for instance, is definitely a nutrient that depletes with age. That's definitely the case. So I don't know. I'd love to speak to Anthony about that particular thing, because I'd be interested in the science in that, because it seems counterintuitive to me, because all animals age in a similar way. Right. We've got 5 minutes left. So I can't quickly find a question. Did you want a little free for all? Do you just want to chat for the last 5 minutes?
Sure.
So Kerry, you're the main man. Sorry, Emily, but we're talking about the documentary. How are we going to get people to fund you quicker so you can get more done?
Well, if you can't donate to the documentary, just sharing it and getting the word out will help. Again, the website is healinghumanity.movie. We're working on a prototype, which is like a 9-minute version of the movie that we're going to be releasing in the coming weeks. That's going to be very exciting. I think people are going to be really get fired up about it from there going forward. But yeah, it's there's just some incredible stories. When we were out in Austin, we filmed 14 more individuals. One of those incredible individuals is on the call right now too. We filmed Emily for the documentary, which is really exciting, as well as several doctors. So yeah, I'm pumped for the documentary. I got to review all of the footage and see everything, and it's not me patting myself on the back. It's these individual stories that are so important. That's really what we're trying to do with it, is just inspire people. I interviewed Dr. Kiltz way back early on in my carnivore journey, and he pointed at the camera. He said, "It's the documented stories that matter," and that's what we're going after here, is just sharing people's stories and trying to inspire people, specifically people with the mental health issues, depression, and anxiety.
Yeah, and I think transformations and surprising stories. I mean, your Bill Knott story, the Alaskan guy, it's incredible. It's just unbelievable, and it's also just going against the propaganda as well, because it's just food. It's not drugs. It's not Weight Watchers. It's not insane amounts of cardio. It's just changing the way you eat to sort of the species appropriate way, and it's so simple. And I think that's what drives people nuts about it. It is really simple. It is really simple, and it works.
Well, I love how you said that, because initially when we were doing this documentary, it was going to be all about carnivore diet, and what I've realized doing this more and more is it's just returning to what is natural for humans. I feel like we've escaped so far from what's natural for humans, mainly through the foods we're eating, but we're sitting under fluorescent lights all day for 24 hours. we're not getting outside, getting fresh air. We're not exercising. And if you look at those things, is we're getting further and further away from what's natural. We're getting sicker and sicker. And that's really the big message with the documentary. Fix your metabolic health, return to what's natural for humans. And it's amazing. It is literally unbelievable. For some of these people we filmed, I really wouldn't believe it if we didn't have their medical records to look at some of the things they're overcoming by just getting out of the way and letting their body do what it was intended to do. It's amazing what heals.
It's incredible that we all get to be a part of this space and be around it, where miracles almost get boring. It's never boring, but when somebody, when they say, "I healed this, I healed this, I healed this," and it's just like, and that's the 10th time we've heard that, or the 20th time we've heard that, or the 50th time we've heard that. And it's just, it's just amazing to be in the middle of, everything turning around for folks. So it's so much enthusiasm and so much just authentic excitement about what's happening.
Yeah. We get numb to it. Like you mentioned, Bill, he's down almost 250 pounds. He's hitting 1 year next month. We're flying out to film him at his 1 year mark. And he's had a little bit of a stall, which we've told him this is normal. This is just going to happen. But he's almost a little upset with himself. And I'm like, Bill, take a step back. 250 pounds. That's insane. That's an insane amount of weight in less than 1 year. And there's other stories like that too. Like Intentional Carnivore Sean lost 243 in 1 year. And there's lots of stories like that. We almost become numb to them after a while, but they really are incredible.
Yeah, Limitless Limpy is down 500 or 500 now.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's and the thing is, it is amazing. When I was a high carb believer and I was a personal trainer, I used to celebrate somebody losing like 7 pounds, and that's like what somebody can lose in a week on this way of eating. It's just it is incredible. Anyway, Rich, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I've just posted that link to the website, and I can see that a couple of other people have popped links into, I think it might be your Instagram page or your YouTube channel. So that's in the chat So that will be there. Hopefully that'll gain some traction for you. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed chatting. I think you guys have pulled me through probably one of the hardest hours, and we've got 2 to go.
And
So
you're coffee free
I'm
still.
coffee-free.
Good job.
There you go. 2 more hours. You can do it.
2
You
more
got
hours.
it.
2 more hours. No, so thank you. It's been incredibly incredible. I've thoroughly enjoyed speaking with you both. Be fantastic to get you both on my podcast at some point. I'm guessing you've been on Stephen's. But yeah, it'll stay in touch and we'll get something booked in.
Absolutely. Likewise, it's been a pleasure talking to both of you. I appreciate it. You guys are amazing doing this for 24 hours twice in a row. And yeah, Coach Stephen, you're coming on my channel. I'd love to have you too, Richard. And just one last thing real quick. We're doing a type 2 diabetes live stream with Dr. Barry, Dr. Hampton, and some of a bunch of people that have overcome type 2 diabetes. Would love to invite you to that one as well if you're interested. I'll shoot you guys an email afterwards with the details.
Appreciate that. Fantastic. Thank you.
Great stuff. Yeah. Lovely.
Take
Thanks
care.
for coming
Thank
on.
you, guys.
Yeah,
Thank
guys.
you.
Awesome. Cheers, guys.
Adios. And now we have the wonderful Jessalyn.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Just for people that don't know you, if you could give us a little introduction to who you are and who's your friend.
My name is Jessalyn Randle, and I am a carnivore content creator, I guess you could say. And so I just make a bunch of silly videos about how I eat lots of meat and animal products, and I'm currently pregnant too. And this is my little puppy, Rambo.
Oh, look at that. Oh, but anyway, I'm so pleased that you came back. Do you remember Jessalyn from last year, Richard?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. That 12 months has come and gone incredibly quickly. And here we are again fighting for survival, but 2 hours to go. So the finishing line is in sight. Thankfully.
Yeah. I think once Jessalyn's gone, we'll pretend we did the last hour and just shut down. But you look very glowing, don't you? Why are you glowing so much, do you think?
Well, I guess maybe because I'm pregnant and I'm currently outside, and I live in Okinawa, and it's summertime here in Okinawa, so it is super hot, and so I'm getting a lot of sun too, so that's helping. So a mixture of diet and sunshine and pregnancy.
Well, I'm just so pleased you're here because you said you might not be able to make it because you didn't know when you were due, I think, when we first booked it. Anyway, you're here.
Yeah,
so that's
August next month. I have 1 month left. Yeah, 1 month left.
Yeah.
I think.
Excellent.
I'm not.
Right.
I don't keep track. I'm really bad at keeping track of how far along I am. When I go to the doctor's office, they always ask me how far along I am, and I'm like, don't you guys know? Like, aren't you guys keeping track?
So I'm going to ask you sort of like quite a contentious issue because your Instagram is full of people who think you're doing a terrible thing, eating carnivore when you're pregnant. So how are you coping with the comments?
I'm fine with those comments because it's like they're not true, so they don't bug you. So yeah, it doesn't make sense because what do you want me to eat? Like, you want me to eat plants, and what's the alternative to eating meat? Eating a ton of plants, mostly plant-based diet, which processed plant-based diets is mostly what people eat in standard American diets, and look how healthy they are. And we know that meat is more bioavailable, more nutrient dense, and we evolved eating meat. So why would I want to eat more food that is less nutrient dense, less bioavailable? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. So
Yeah,
meat
it
makes
doesn't make
sense.
sense.
Yeah.
Because we had Dr. Sabrina Solt on earlier on, obviously, and she gave birth at home. So are you going to follow that trend?
No, because I'm in Okinawa, so I don't really feel comfortable doing that here. And I'm just military. I'm here with my husband is military, so that's why we're here. And I'm just gonna go to a military hospital that's on base, so I don't have to deal with like whatever comes with giving birth not on US territory. I don't know if they'd probably just say it's still like US territory if I gave birth here. But I'm just gonna go to the military hospital and do it there. I'm not super, I totally would if I could, or if I was in the United States, I'd do like a home birth, or like, oh, excuse you, or go to like one of those cool centers where that makes it feel like home. But I'm not going to stress too much about it. Like, the baby's going to come out when he wants to come out. So I'm not stressed too much about where it happens.
So how has your palate changed? I mean, how much more are you eating, and are you eating different things now? Are you getting those cravings for different stuff?
No, so no weird cravings. You know how pregnant women always have super weird cravings, and it's usually for like junk food. Nothing like that. My cravings have been normal, like how I craved things before I got pregnant. Like, I would just say, oh, chicken wings sound good tonight, or burgers sound good tonight, steak sounds good tonight. That's basically the extent of my cravings. Different things sound good on different nights. But my appetite has definitely changed throughout my pregnancy. My first trimester, I was ravenously hungry. Sorry if you hear the helicopter that's above me. We're by the Air Force base. But I was ravenous, and I could not get enough food. And I was eating tons of eggs and dairy and red meat and things like that. And my tummy was smaller, so I could eat a lot of food. And then my second trimester, it was like I was not hungry at all. And my appetite like went way down. So I went back to eating like 2 meals a day. Like just making sure it was enough, but back to 2 meals a day. And then now in my third trimester, I'm like getting ravenously hungry again, which I think is interesting because women usually say they eat less in their third trimester because their tummy gets so big. But my tummy is getting bigger, so I eat a lot of like really small meals. But like I'll eat a small meal, and then an hour later I'm like ravenously hungry again, and I'll eat again. So it's gone like up and down, and I just have been going with the flow with it.
Fabulous. And you're hydrating, obviously. Is that with electrolytes?
Yeah, I have electrolytes in here. The just Redmond Relight electrolytes, the lemon lime flavor.
All right. Richard, come on. You've been very quiet. Do you have any questions?
I was just curious, Jessalyn, how you gravitated into the lifestyle. Was there any trigger in particular that that pulled you into this way of living, or was it just by chance? What was the catalyst for you?
Well, I think by chance, because it was chance that I happened to come across it. I wasn't looking for it. My husband actually found Carnivore through the Joe Rogan Sean Baker podcast because he likes Joe Rogan, and he listened to that episode, and it sounded like a lot of things that I was dealing with and I could relate to. And he said, hey, just listen to this. If you want to do it, I'll do it with you, and we'll see what happens. So that's kind of how I started. But the health issues that I had that he thought this diet would help a lot with was chronic constipation. I was constipated for like 20 years of my life, going to the bathroom once every couple of weeks. So it was like weeks in between. It was awful. And then because of that, I was always constantly bloated. I struggled with my weight. I was always like really overweight as a kid. And I had really bad acne, really bad immune system. I was sick all the time. My gut was just horrible. And mental health issues. I don't want to say mental health issues. That makes it seem really, because I was never diagnosed with anything, but I struggled with my mental health. Let's say it that way. And Sean Baker touched on a lot of those things when he was talking to Joe, and it sounded like it could help me. So I tried it. World Carnivore Month, January 2020, and my husband tried it with me, and I lost 20 pounds. My skin started to clear up. It was like the first time that since I could remember, that I was having normal bowel movements, and my mental health started to improve. So I just stuck with it, I was on board after that first month, and things just kept getting better and better, and now I'm pregnant.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah, incredible journey. Steve, are you okay to hold the fort while I visit the little boys' room very quickly?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, there we are. I think we're in the final 2
Been a
hours.
long day.
Yeah, I'm not going to hold it for another 2 hours. So apologies, I will be back in 2 seconds. But I'm
That's
sure
all right.
Steve,
You don't need to rush.
I will be as
We've-
quick as I can.
Yeah, it's been quite a different. Last year, Jessalyn, we found it relatively easy to do this 24-hour thing, and both of us this year have really struggled. Actually, we've had moments. I struggled at the 6th hour. I just suddenly thought, because I was going to fast, you know how you're sort of kind of all blasé about food now, not obviously when you're pregnant, you're probably hungry, but you can take or leave food. It's not the be all and end all. So I was thinking, I'll just fast, be a piece of cake, easy. And I got to the 6th hour and we had a guest come on and I was like, wow, I am so hungry. And I'd given up coffee as well about 2-3 weeks ago. And, that I collapsed, but I was honest on air. I said, I've given up coffee. I'm going to have a couple to get me through this 24-hour thing. But I think people have forgiven me.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you had people come bring you food or how that works.
Well, last year a few people didn't get that we were actually going to do 24 hours. I remember Lily Kane just thought, it was going to be 24 hours, but Rich was going to do 12 hours. I was going to do 12. So, we're both at home and, my wife just made me some sort of like little bits and bobs, like a little bit of chicken and a little bit of ham, some cheese. Rambo is lovely. My dog wants, it's funny what you sort of forget about in your house, what you take for granted, because my dog's not seen me for 24 hours, and he's like, well, I want to see you. And it's just, it's so sweet. So sweet.
I couldn't go 24 hours without seeing him. Well, obviously I could, but I wouldn't want to. It would break his little heart. He's so has like separation anxiety, which is probably my fault because I've been too close to him for too long. But yeah, it breaks my heart every time I have to leave the house and leave him, and he just cries.
Yeah. Is he a raw carnivore dog?
No, we get these little dried jerky things that are it's like 93% meat and then 7% plant, whatever dog plants they can eat. So he's not 100% carnivore. We sometimes we'll just feed him ground beef and then he'll kind of get tired of it, and then we'll do the jerkies, and then when he gets kind of like over that, we'll go back to ground beef. So we just kind of rotate through stuff. But yeah, right now he's on the jerkies. They have beef and some type of fish and chicken.
Wait, very sweet. How long have you had him?
He is 6 months old now. So about a little, almost 6 months, because we got him when he was really young.
It's lovely that he keeps jumping into shot.
Yeah.
The audio podcast, people just think I'm a mad person because I just keep laughing, but he is very, very funny and very sweet. So
yeah, he likes attention like all puppies do.
Yeah, well, yeah, but look at him; he's lovely. So just going back to what you're eating at the moment, then. So you didn't have any sort of major changes when you went pregnant. You didn't suddenly hate beef and love lamb or anything like that.
No, I don't think I've actually had any lamb since being pregnant, which is interesting. I wonder how I would like it, because I really liked it before, but it's one of those things where you have to, it's an acquired taste, I feel like, especially for Americans who don't eat a lot of lamb. But the biggest difference that I made when I found out that I was pregnant is I kind of took the pressure off myself to be super, super strict, because I just wanted to enjoy just being pregnant and not have to worry about adhering to these like super strict dietary guidelines of carnivore. So I started using like hot sauce and salsa and condiments like mustard and like putting pickles in my food. And what else? Like the electrolytes, the flavored electrolytes, or the flavored carnivore bar, flavored protein powder. So I've added that stuff in when I just need a little bit something different. But other than that, nothing really drastic. It's still mostly meat and animal products, but with more seasonings and more flavor. So that's the biggest difference that I made, is I just kind of took that stress off myself of like staying super strict and being super strict carnivore.
Well, you've never really been one to go by rules anyway, have you? You seem
Yeah.
quite a free spirit. But
Yeah, I definitely don't like the dogma. And if I can be a little bit of a rebel, I will.
Yeah. So when the baby's born, I mean, you'll just breastfeed, you'll keep away from formula and all that. Just do it as natural as possible.
Yeah, that's my goal, is to just breastfeed. And just breastfeed as long as possible. I've seen different videos, like I forgot her name. But she talks about how babies shouldn't be eating food until they're like a year old, like whole food until they're a year old. But I don't know how long I'll be able to breastfeed, because isn't it different? I haven't researched this a lot. Maybe I should. But isn't it different for different women of how long they can breastfeed? Like sometimes it just like stops. I don't know exactly how that works. But yeah, I'm gonna try to breastfeed as long as possible and just kind of go with the flow like I usually do and see what happens.
Yeah.
And then first food's gonna be like animal-based foods. Nothing store-bought or anything like that. Because have you seen that thing where it says that it's now illegal in the US to sell baby formula that doesn't have like seed oils and stuff in it?
Yes. I thought that might be a parody at first, but yes, that's it.
Like it's illegal to not have. That's insane. I didn't fact check that, but I saw it on someone who I trust, a content creator that I trust. So I'm assuming they are correct, but that's insane to me.
Yeah, I don't think Richard heard that, because if he had, he would have been quite surprised that baby formula in America, they're making it illegal to not have seed oils in.
Scary.
Yeah, that's the reaction I was expecting. Yeah.
Incredibly scary.
Yeah, you must have poison in it. And do you know what? When you talk about baby formula, and I've coached people that the wife's pregnant or whatever, and then the worst situation I had was their baby wasn't exhibiting everything that they wanted, and I said, look, just take him off the formula. And you'll be fine. And I'm like, oh, my mum's saying that. I'm like, well, listen to your mum. Really listen to your mum. And then we got the formula out, and he said, it can't be that bad, can it? And I just went through the ingredients, and he looked at me and he said, we're feeding that to our baby. I said, you should have done that without me telling you. You should have looked at it. But let's get rid of the formula.
I think it's interesting. My very first appointment, after I found out that I was pregnant, they sent me home with a paper. The doctor or the OB or whoever it was, she verbally told me like foods to avoid, and then they gave me a paper, and it was like certain things were highlighted, and it was just like redundant. Like she kept saying it, and it was like red meat, eggs, deli meat, sushi, things like that. And not once did she say anything about limiting or avoiding ultra processed junk. And it's just so backwards, because I like things I didn't avoid during my pregnancy, like egg yolks, medium rare steaks, things like that, but definitely ultra processed junk. And then after the appointment, she said, are you guys gonna go and celebrate with some ice cream? So it was not only did I not get verbally spoken to or a paper with any sort of ultra processed food on it, but then I was encouraged afterward to go and celebrate with ultra processed food. and then you wonder why women have all these like weird cravings and like pregnancy face and stuff. I don't know if you've seen that. I don't know if that's a new phenomenon or what, but apparently a lot of women now when they get pregnant have like pregnancy nose and pregnancy face, and their face just turns completely different. And it's scary. So, like some of the differences are really drastic and really intense. And then like the bloating and the swelling and stuff, I don't have any like ankle swelling, or all my jewelry still fits. My face isn't any different. I've gained weight obviously, but that's about it. So it's so interesting how
It is,
backwards
yes.
everything is.
Yeah, and a couple of things you said there, I could talk about that, but then we'll get taken off YouTube. So, but it's very backward, and it's really frustrating because it's just basic common sense, isn't it? When you pull back and say what you just said, they're telling me not to eat eggs, but knock yourself out with ice cream. That's fine. It is so obviously backward, but people are just accepting because they've got the white coats, the stethoscopes, or whatever they've got, and so many people just don't question and don't look at it like that. It's really fun.
Yeah, they talk with so much confidence too. Like when I was at one of my appointments, they had the anesthesiologist come in and talk to me and basically do the whole rundown of what would happen if I got an epidural or needed a C-section. And I had to sign a paper saying that he spoke with me and explained everything. But I don't want I want to do a natural birth. So I was listening to him, but not really listening to him because I wasn't really interested in what he was telling me. But they just they speak with so much confidence, and they speak so fast, and they're just it makes sense how women can feel pressured to do certain things or feel like it's a really good idea because they're kind of like salesmen, and you feel like talked into, oh yeah, this sounds like a good idea the way you're saying it. So that's an important reason why I guess it's important for us to share these things and help educate people so you can go in feeling confident about your decisions. Because if you run into a doctor that's really confident and a good salesman, you'll start second guessing what you think you know.
Yeah, and I was so glad that you have made it because the question comes up at least once a week within coaching or our live question and answers. Oh, my baby or my 3-year-old, is carnivore going to be okay? Is keto going to be okay? And you want to say, just send me a list of the things you're currently feeding your child and tell me which one of those is actually better than an egg. Just tell me that. And there won't be anything because they're just feeding, cereals and packaged processed stuff and ready meals. And it's very disheartening that, I'm not getting more of those questions because then, more people are questioning. And, if what you feed your children is just so important. It's just, it forms that human for the rest of their life. I always am very conscious about my teeth because my mother and father really didn't do the red meat, didn't do fat, did skim milk and all that sort of stuff. Well, my teeth are terrible, absolutely atrocious, because I didn't have any protein when I was growing up. I didn't, tiny, got a tiny jaw. All the things that people like Dr. Kevin Stock talk about, crowded teeth, and it's all down to that formative years. I'm only 5'10", I'm not 6'2" or whatever. So I think it's so much more important than it's made out. The nutrition of children is just going the complete wrong way with the formula, and everything's just in a box. It's highly colored, it's highly processed, loads of sugar, and there's no real food. I just think it's disheartening, actually, to be quite honest. So you're just a breath of fresh air, what you're going to do. And, I just keep telling everybody, and, hopefully there'll be a sea change, and women will be more confident to listen to their body and make sense of what they're feeding their kids, and it won't be processed, and they'll put a bit of effort in. So, that's my rant over. Sorry about that.
Yeah. And it's, people always I think a lot of times people complain nowadays about, well, it's too expensive to eat this way. But I'm seeing a lot more content of people buying real whole food and making these healthy meals and then comparing it to prices of ultra processed food. And it's really kind of comparable and sometimes less expensive to just eat real whole foods. And then what you're getting versus what you're getting if you save like $1 or whatever the difference is just, it's so much more nutritious and such a better option. So I'm really excited and happy to see content creators putting that type of effort in, of even like I'm seeing it with like non-carnivore people too, of just showing people eating it at home and making a meal at home versus eating out, and stuff like that, and just the importance of eating good food and that it's not expensive, because I feel like that's such a cop out of like, well, eating this way is too expensive. When you actually look at it and actually break it down, it's not. So I hope that gets debunked too, or we stop talking about that eventually.
So Richard's got a story about when he went to his daughter's school and did a speech, which is quite. You tried to make a difference there, didn't you?
This was a talk that I gave. It wasn't to my daughter's school; it was to a different school. But yeah, I didn't use any. So basically, I was approached by a friend of mine who works for a local council or something, and they put me in contact with a school not far away. And I put a little presentation together in regards to healthy living, because the types of foods that they were feeding the children were chicken nuggets, with everything was breaded. It was bread with everything. There was no protein source that wasn't coated in bread or covered in some sort of sauce. So I put a little presentation together. No mention of carnivore, no mention of keto. It was to do with the damaging effects of wheat germ agglutinin from breads and grains, how detrimental certain phytic acids are in regards to absorption and their ability to block the absorption of other nutrients, and highlighting how important animal proteins were, and comparing the vitamin and mineral profile from plants to animal proteins. So no mention of keto, no mention of low carb, no mention of carb in general, no mention of carnivore. It was all to do with healthy living, but nothing changed. They weren't interested. I don't know why. I don't know if it was to do with cost, whether it just goes against the narrative, but I was incredibly careful not to use any of the keywords that would allow them to pull the plug, which shocked me, because if we can't make a change at that age, what can we do? And the difficult thing for me is knowing my little girl goes to school eating, the rubbish that they are putting out there. It's incredibly disheartening. I was also asked recently, this is going back last year, to do a talk in the NHS, to give a talk to the doctors and nurses within a local hospital. This whole event, this whole day was built around me going down and giving a presentation to the doctors. So they built all of these activities around it, with people going in with massage, Reiki healing, and all of these other things. And 2 days before the event, the guy that booked it for me, a friend of mine, phoned me and said that, I don't know how to say this, but you can't come. And I was like, what do you mean? They won't let you speak. And I was like, well, what are you talking about? And he said, because of who you are and what you do, they won't allow you to speak. And I said, but why? And it's because, I'm keto carnivore. But I said, well, this is not what I teach. I teach healthy living. I teach real food. I don't even mention the words keto or carnivore, even low carb. I'm always careful, especially when I'm around the medical community. But I was ostracized out of the day that was built for me. My friend of mine, he told me at a later date that basically, his boss had said that if I wanted to pay enough money, I could go in and say whatever I wanted to. But they pulled the plug on me speaking, because I push the ketogenic and carnivore-based lifestyle. Everything is back to front. It's a massive uphill struggle. And I'll give you another story recently that I've mentioned within the last 24 hours. I was at my local butcher's, and there were a few customers who came in and ordered lamb and asked for the fat to be cut off the lamb. So I asked if I could have the fat. You know, I'm standing at the counter, and this lady who was considerably bigger than myself, and without being offensive, maybe 3 of me, and she asked me why I wanted the fat. So I explained about the benefits of fat, and how, you know, it's essential for health and well-being, the production of cholesterol, and the production of hormones, and how every cell in the body is made of fat, and the brain, and so on and so forth. And one of the parts that I mentioned was that how it helps with the production of hormones. She gave me a look that would kill, and stormed off in a temper. I think some people are so blinded by the narrative that they're not willing to open their eyes and see what's right in front of them. I was standing there with a friend of mine, both of us incredibly lean. Everyone else on the counter was at least twice my size. Yet, you know, we are the weird ones who eat unhealthy when we are surrounded by people who are sick. And it's just disheartening when not only will they not listen, but they can't see quite literally what's right in front of them.
Yeah. I have a kind of similar with your daughter. My mom's mom, my grandma, she is in a senior living facility, memory care facility, because she has Alzheimer's and vascular dementia. And the stuff they feed them is insane. It's like straight sugar and sweets and breads, and it's just absolutely ridiculous. And the facility itself is a good place, the way they treat them, because it's really hard to get good senior care. I don't know if it is where you guys are, but in America, like if you just go with standard senior care, they mistreat seniors a lot, and it's just really gross how they treat seniors when it's provided by the state versus like private. And so the place itself treats her really well, but just their food is so bad, and like you can't do anything about it. Like you can't change it. It's just one of those things that you have to like accept and hope that one day, if we spread the information enough, it starts to organically grow and change the narrative in the mainstream, if that's even possible. But yeah, it's so crazy that from like the youngest people in our society to the oldest people in our society is just being so mistreated.
Yeah.
It is. It's awful. Sorry, I thought you were going to follow it up, Rich.
Sorry. Yeah, you were in a daze that I think that the final hour and a half is.
Yeah, I've gone, literally gone. My brain stopped working, I think.
I'm sorry, I'm not more interesting. I'm not keeping you guys awake.
Not at
You
all.
are very interesting. It's nothing to do with you. It's just, I think we were all questioned out, and it's been amazing. But
Yeah.
like I say, we both struggled earlier on than we did last year. And I mean, I didn't sit down until hour 22 last year, and I was gone by hour 6. So I don't know what it is, why it was more stressy. But so, what's your long-term plan then? Is it to settle where you are, or come live back in America? What are you going to do?
Well, since my husband's military, we'll be leaving soon. Generally, if you're sent to Okinawa, you only stay for a few years and then you go on to the next place. So we will be leaving maybe like November, hopefully. So soon after I give birth, so we'll be flying back to the States with a tiny little baby. That'll be really interesting, and we're first-time parents, so fingers crossed that all works out. And we have a little puppy, so that'll probably be a little bit of a stressful day. And then we'll be going back to Washington, or we'll be going to Washington. We've never been there before. Washington State, on the West Coast. And we'll be there for a few years. And then depending on what trajectory my husband's career takes, we'll we could go to a few different possible places from there. But our next stop is Washington. I'm super, super excited about that because Okinawa is cool, but I do not want to live here any longer. We've been here almost 3 years now, and I am good to go back to the United States. I miss the United States so much.
What do you miss about it then?
The culture is just different. I am very much love my country. We talked about how I'm like rebellious earlier, but I'm very much have American rebellion in my blood. And the culture here is just they're very nice. They're very respectful. It's very safe, which is nice. Like we leave our front door unlocked when we leave the house. You can leave your stuff in public and no one takes it. But just it's very like compliant and just kind of like go with the flow and just go to work, go home. Nothing too exciting. And I feel like in America it's like more exciting and people are following their dreams and things are like you're getting crushed, but then other people are making it, and it's just like this roller coaster of emotions and so much to do. Like there's not a lot to do here. We're on a very tiny island. It rains like every single day here almost. So if it's raining, there's not much to do. So we're excited to go back and have like places to go hiking, and we can drive to different states and see different things. So it's just bigger, and we like the bigger, more exciting, like the dangerous freedom type of thing instead of like safe. What do you call it? Dangerous freedom versus like safe. Whatever. I forget the saying.
Yes. Sedate. Yeah. Very laid back. Yeah. I've been to Japan, but not to an island. I went to Tokyo, but even there was very sedate, very calm and respectful. I mean, I liked it, but I couldn't like it after like 2 weeks. Maybe I would have got bored with it, but I quite liked all they're all sort of nodding and but everyone follows every single rule. One of the things that made me laugh.
Yeah, the rules are the rules. Yes, it is. It is crazy. Yeah, that is one thing. Me and my husband say that to each other all the time because we're like, the rules are the rules. You can't break the rules. And that's like that's the mindset here of just like even if you go to a restaurant and you can't order like these are stupid like first world problem things, but like things we're used to as Americans. But you can't just go to a restaurant here and customize an order. Like say like I want the number 2, but I want it without this and with this and with this. They'll look at you like you're crazy. It's like what's on the menu is what you get. You do not get to customize anything. So we have to the restaurants that we go to. We have to be very careful with what we pick so I can eat because my husband doesn't have like food allergies and stuff like that like I do. I was gluten-free for 10 years before I went carnivore, and I will not ever eat gluten again. But the restaurants here, you can't like customize anything. Just the process of the way things happen here. It's just the rules are the rules. There's no bending the rules. There's no like speaking with your manager to get like, and then you get things. Like in the US, you could like say like, let me talk to your manager, and the manager will like comp your food or something if something goes wrong. Like that doesn't happen here. So it's a bunch of first world stupid complainy things, but I prefer American culture versus Japanese culture.
Yeah. And you're in a blue zone. I mean, you can't get any meat in a blue zone because it's vegetarian, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely not. No meat here. They hate meat here. Just joking.
There is a question in the chat also, Jessalyn, if you don't mind me asking. The question is, how long were you on a carnivore, I guess the carnivore diet before you fell pregnant? Did you have any metabolic issues or fertility issues prior to being carnivore?
Yeah, so I think I did. I didn't have any diagnosed issues, but I was carnivore for 4 years before I got pregnant, and me and my husband had been married for 4 years prior to that, so about 8 years total. And throughout our marriage, I was never on birth control. So, which is, it just seems like I should have gotten pregnant at some point after 8 years of being married with no birth control. So I think I did have fertility issues, and carnivore helped that. And then I was carnivore, like I said, for 4 years, and then I got pregnant, and it's been so smooth, so like no issues, no morning sickness, no weird cravings, none of the common awful pregnancy symptoms or anything like that. So I think that carnivore really did help a lot. And growing up, the reason I think I had fertility issues too is because I was put on birth control for my acne. And we know that birth control can really mess you up. When I talked about earlier how I had a really bad immune system growing up, I was sick all of the time, and my doctor would just constantly put me on a Z-Pack. We had this weird relationship. I remember with my childhood doctor, because I would constantly get like sore throats that would turn into a more serious issue. And I would just go into his office, and he would see who it was, and he would just write me a Z-Pack. And then I would walk out the door with my mom. And that was basically happened so many times in my childhood where I didn't even have to tell him anything. He just would like kind of see me and be like, oh, you're sick again? Okay, here's a Z-Pack. And so I was constantly on antibiotics. They put me on birth control, put me on Accutane for my acne too, which is not great. And I did it for the longest amount of time that you can do Accutane. So I'm sure that I had some really screwed up hormones and fertility issues. And I really do think that this way of eating helped heal all of that. And I think that my easy pregnancy so far has been a testament to how much my body has healed, because women's bodies don't, and this is my first pregnancy too. And your body, oh my God, words, your body doesn't usually carry that pregnancy or continue to carry that pregnancy if it thinks you're unhealthy. And a lot of women suffer from miscarriages and stuff. And that was something I was really nervous about, and I waited a really long time to tell people that I was pregnant, because I really thought I would have a miscarriage because of like my health issues and stuff in the past. But thankfully, no, it's been like so great. Like the worst thing that's happened to me is I feel really fat, and and I don't like it. But if that's the worst thing I have to deal with, I'll deal with it.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I think you look absolutely glowing. I genuinely think that. I think you look really healthy and yeah, just glowing, which is a corny thing to say about somebody that's pregnant, but you literally glow with health and vitality. So that's amazing.
Yeah. I'm at the point where I'm like, I just feel super uncomfortable. And my belly's not even that big. It's getting a little bigger, but it's not super big. But I'm just still so uncomfortable all of the time. I feel like a stuffed sausage.
So, are you sleeping okay? I mean, do you feel like you're getting the rest you need?
Well, I think I would, but we kind of shot ourselves in the foot, and we got this puppy. So we've been the potty training and stuff, and which we kind of thought, hey, let's get this puppy, and we'll start to get in the mindset of having a baby and having to wake up and feed the baby and stuff like that. So we thought we were like jumping ahead of our, like, ooh, we're gonna prepare. And he's really cute too. But so my sleep has been fine, other than just like having to get up and take him outside when he has to go to the bathroom. And then sometimes when I wake up and take him out, I'll have like a hard time falling back to sleep, and I'll just feel like wide awake, which I think is kind of standard when you're pregnant, I guess. But it's not too bad. It's like normal being tired because you have a puppy type stuff. But I am napping too during the day. Like if I feel tired, like I need a nap, I will not restrict myself from taking a nap. I will go and take a nap.
Yeah, Fantastic. There's another question that's popped up from Neville, who has been a fantastic supporter over this 24 hours. Carnivore diet for the puppy?
Oh,
Question mark.
no. So we're not doing like strict carnivore with him. We kind of rotate through like giving him ground beef, and then he'll kind of get tired of it and not want to eat it. And then we found these jerky things that are basically like air fried. It on the package it says it's like 93% meat, 7% like plant-based stuff that dogs can eat, and they're just like air fried jerky things, and that's the cleanest dog food that we found. So we'll rotate through that, and then when he gets tired of that, we'll go back to ground beef. So not strict raw or strict carnivore, but yeah. And we're not going to do that for our son either. Like, I'm having a boy, we're not going to do strict carnivore. Like, we'll give him fruit and stuff unless he starts to develop health issues or signs that he's getting like bad reactions. But yeah, we're not, because I really do, like, I love carnivore, but I don't think everyone needs to do it. And I think that if you have health issues, that it helps. That's amazing, like I did. But I don't think it's like a requirement for everyone. I don't have a problem with like seasonal eating and things like that. I'm not in the camp of like, don't eat plants. Don't ever eat any carbs or anything like that. Like, I eat carbs and dairy and stuff. So I'm not super like hardcore carnivore.
Yeah,
Well, that's all right. I mean, the thing is, you're still going to be 95% ahead of everybody else. No, it's getting rid of the processed stuff of the seed oils, isn't it? And
Yeah.
you know, the process. But basically, you know, rubbish breads and too much pasta or too much rice. I can't see you ever going down that route, to be honest. And you definitely won't have bread, will you? So, you know.
No.
Right.
No gluten.
Well,
Definitely no gluten. Because do you guys, is glyphosate an issue where you guys are too, or is that just a US thing?
Yeah, that's an issue for us also, yeah.
Okay, because I've heard, because there's so many people who've told me when they find out that I was gluten free for 10 years before carnivore, is that my gut issues came from the glyphosate that is sprayed on bread, the stuff that makes the bread, not the gluten. And I don't know, I have a hard time believing that because there's so many gluten free products that test higher for glyphosate than like gluten products. So I don't necessarily think. Or wait, does that confirm? Oh my gosh, pregnancy brain. So that would make it the glyphosate. So I do believe them, right? Oh my gosh.
So I think
You'd think I've been doing this 24 hours.
I think they're both contributing factors, and the reason being is the grains. It isn't just the gluten. All grain contains wheat germ agglutinin, which causes intestinal permeability, which leads to autoimmune issues, which is where the acne and flare-ups and things would come from. But glyphosate, it blocks fructose. It creates fructose malabsorption. It blocks PEP, phosphoenol pyruvate, which is the output of fructose metabolism. So because fructose can't be metabolized properly, it ends up building up in the lower gut and causes gastro issues. And we know that it's harmful to the gut. It blocks the shikimate pathway, which is how we create neurotransmitters. So I think they're both to blame. You know, I don't think one is over the other, but wheat germ agglutinin in particular and gluten, detrimental. I don't think that's ever a compound that is innocent in regards to health and well-being. It's definitely a massive contributing factor, but glyphosate very much so also.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot more health accounts that aren't carnivore go gluten-free and not, because it used to be like uncool to be gluten-free because it got so popular, like kind of how carnivore is becoming uncool now because it's getting more popular. So you have more haters coming out of the woodworks making fun of carnivores, eating on wooden cutting boards and stuff.
Yeah.
But when I went gluten-free, oh my gosh, like 2000 10 or something like that. And a long time ago, before it was like a cool thing to do, or right on the cusp, right before it became like a cool thing to do, and right before everything, there was a lot of gluten-free options. And then when it became kind of a trend, everyone started making fun of it, and it became like just this thing that like rich people do. And but now I'm starting to see more and more accounts take it seriously, that are like health accounts, and like men's fitness accounts and stuff too, that are like, I'll never eat gluten, like I'm just gonna do gluten free, which I think is really huge. Sorry for the chaos over here.
What is the name of that dog treat? Because I have some kind of I can't read that. I have some kind of doggy, and the only meat I can get him to eat is pork sausages, which isn't good for him because they're not good for with fat. So what's the name of the dog treats? That's basically what that person's saying.
The food, is it the food that I feed my dog? Is that the question?
Yeah, you said you got some treats. Do you have a name for those treats?
The jerky, it might not be available outside of Japan, because we get it at a Japanese store, and all the writing is in Japanese, and we have to we had to translate it. I don't know off the top of my head what it's called. I can go look if you want me to. If you want me to go look.
Yeah, good then. Yeah, get a box. Let's have a look. Okay. It's probably called Hacho Habato or something.
Okay.
Look at that blue sky. She says it rains
gorgeous
all the time.
Today. Yeah, no, it rained earlier today.
Did it? Okay.
It'll come and go, but when the sun is out, like, you have to take advantage of it, because then an hour later it'll be like rainy. Okay, let's see. It's called Absolute Holistic. Okay, so it is in English. It's called Absolute Holistic Air Dried food, beef and hoagie, natural complete dog food.
Excellent. Yeah. I mean, I think
the back
you can
is
get
in Japanese.
I think you can get a higher percentage in the UK, because we've got a raw carnivore dog, but the treats are those sort of things, those sticks of jerky. But I think they're 100% beef. I could be wrong, but that's brilliant.
Those ones are 93, so they're not full meat.
That's not bad, is it?
Yeah, I didn't think so, and he likes it. He responds well to it. His poops are nice and healthy.
Right. Well, Jessalyn, you've gone over your time, because we were doing 45 minutes with everyone. So I just want to thank you. Unless you've got anything else you want to tell everybody.
No, I think that was fun. I'm sorry you guys I hope you guys can pull through and finish this, and I hope I was a little interesting to keep you guys awake for 45 minutes.
Most definitely. Yeah. Massive help in the final straight, I think now, Steve, isn't it? 1 hour to go. Yeah. I
feel ever so rude now, but I am absolutely shattered. Honestly, as soon as we've finished, I will be straight to sleep, and then I've got a football thing at 11 o'clock, so I've only got an hour sleep. So, but it's been brilliant, and I'm glad we finished with you, because you're such fun, and it's just perfect, really.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. It was a lot of fun. Of course, obviously, I like talking, so thanks for inviting me so I could talk.
Fantastic.
Did you want to say anything, Rich?
Yeah, Jessalyn, thank you so much for coming on. I think you've put the icing on the cake to a fantastic 23 hours so far. Massively appreciate it. Keep doing what you're doing. All the best for the future with the little one, and congratulations. Super exciting stuff. I think you're paving the way for the future of many young women to come in regards to proper nutrition, health, and well-being. So thank you to that. You're a credit to the community. And thanks again. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Bye. Take care. Bye. Bye-bye.
Yes, definitely very inspiring. Very inspiring. I'm just going to stand up. So we've done it. We've got through all our guests. Did you know that? We haven't got any more guests now.
Yeah. So we did this last year. We've got an hour for me and you just talking rubbish.
Well, we can get to, I think, get past 7 o'clock and then we'll shut down, shall we?
Entirely up to you, my man. Unless the questions start coming through. Yeah, I can't see no reason why not. But
no, the questions died off, haven't they? Really, which is fine. I mean, I wanted to do it because I wanted to get the guests on, and the guests have all come on and all been brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And I don't want to drag it on just for the sake of getting to the end, because there's no point in doing that. And nobody booked this last hour or the last half an hour, so maybe it was fate.
Yeah.
Once a week man is saying, I'm having chuck steak with sheep's cheese. Is this a good breakfast?
Best breakfast.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Best breakfast.
Yes, I think. Yeah, I'm a great fan of having the same breakfast. I like scrambled egg in the morning, and I have it with either a steak or we've got quite a high percentage beef, pork sausage as well. So I like that sort of breakfast, or a ham and cheese omelette, But yeah, that sounds like nice. Morning, 1 hour to go. Great job. Can you explain what boron is and if it is needed? So you did get a question.
We did from Carl, a good supporter of ours.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's never been a concern through our whole evolutionary period, and for it to rear its head now through some influences that say it's beneficial, I don't believe that that we need to seek it out of the diet for anything specific, unless you know something special that I don't know about boron in particular, Steve.
Not really. No, I think you're right. I think it's just one of those things that's been picked up by influencers and made into something bigger than it really needs to be. I know we need small amounts of it, but yeah, it's yeah. I don't think we need to worry about it. I don't think you need to supplement with it.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever been.
I was trying to find the amount we need actually, but I can't find it.
That tired, Steve.
What? Eh?
That tired.
Yeah. Well done, guys. Did you have any no-shows through the night? We had one, but I think that might have been the software sending out the wrong link, or it might have just been human error and me sending out the wrong link. But yes, only one no-show. I tried the really high pork percentage sausages. I don't like them. Then we got a nice super chat there, so let's show that. That's very kind of you. Incredible stream. Congratulations, guys. Well done. I mean, one of the reasons I think actually it's made it a bit difficult for me is my stupidity at shouting at the television the night before in the England match, especially when we went to penalties. So I've got this slightly gruff voice, which is a little bit disappointing because this content will be around for years and I'll always sound like I've got this gruff voice. But anyway,
do you know, I can't hear it. I think you sound perfectly fine. I don't think it's been an issue.
Maybe it's how I hear in my head then, but it feels very gruff.
No, I think you sound fine to me. I don't know if everybody else has a difference in opinion, but I think you sound perfect.
Oh, thank you very much. This name has made me laugh all the time. Lotto retirement strategist. I want to raise my cholesterol, but I'm concerned that I may increase my triglycerides. I've started eating 6 to 12 egg yolks a day. Your thoughts? I wouldn't do that. I understand your premise, but your body will work out what level of cholesterol it needs, and you've got the gene expression is in your body, and it will work out what you require. And as we've said, if you cut out dietary cholesterol, your body will make more. Well, obviously, if you give it more cholesterol, it won't overproduce, because if you're not eating it, it will make the level you need. And so if you've had your readings before and it's never been particularly high, then that's what your body wants. And this is the thing. I know we joke about it, Rich. You sort of say, I wish mine was higher. But you know, that's where it is. That's what your body has decided is good for you. So I won't worry about trying to artificially raise it. Oh, so some of your big fans are coming in now. Yes. Well done, guys. Watched most of the live. Did get 7 hours sleep, but we'll catch up with it with the bits I've missed. Bless you. Absolutely fantastic. That's very kind of you.
Just to come back to that cholesterol, Steve, just to reiterate what you said, you know, your body's going to find this natural physiological level. The reason that many of us see an elevation in cholesterol when we live a low carb, ketogenic or carnivore based lifestyle isn't because our cholesterol is rising per se. It's because we're removing the phytosterols, which artificially lower our LDL. So by removing said compound, cholesterol returns back to its natural physiological level. So it isn't a case of living the lifestyle elevates our cholesterol. We just remove the toxic compounds which artificially lower it. And that is the plant sterols. Plant sterols look so close to human cholesterol that the body begins to produce naturally less cholesterol, but it's damaging to the body. We only store generally around 2. And if we go beyond this, then it leads to a condition called cytosterolema, which can lead to early onset cardiovascular problems. But we don't want to chase higher cholesterol per se. Just eat as nature intended. Don't fear the fat, but your body will find its natural physiological level.
Absolutely. This has got question. Heard a few folk mentioning an ideal weight. I am out for good metabolic health first, but weight loss eventually second. Is there an acceptable reference source for ideal weight?
Whatever your body wants it to be. And I know that sounds like I'm not giving a straight answer, but the weight loss is a side effect of being metabolically healthy. When you're metabolically healthy, we tend to lose weight. We shouldn't chase the weight loss. I think that, as you rightly say, should become secondary. Don't track it. Don't worry about it. Eat as nature intended. Eat highly nutrient-dense foods. Remove the toxic compounds, the vegetable oils, the grains, plants if you can. Just eat lots of natural fats and animal proteins. And everything else will fall into place. And if you have any other questions, you can join any future Sunday lives with Steve and I on YouTube at 7 p.m. Or our school group, which we go live in typically on a Monday at 8 p.m., which we won't be tonight, Steve, I believe. Are we live tonight? Oh, we are live tonight, are we?
8 p.m. Yeah. So yes, I'm really thinking we should shut this down because I am so tired. I think I'm going to be rubbish with the answers right now. How do you feel about that, Richard?
Yep, I'm happy. I think we've had a fantastic show. The guests have been incredible. The viewers and supporters have been even better. Yeah, I'm happy whenever you are, Steve.
Yeah. So I think we're going to say
coffee free.
I think we're going to say good night to everybody or good morning. We've done 23 hours and a couple of minutes. So we're into the 24th hour. But yeah, I don't feel confident of being sharp as a tack and giving 100% on the answers. So I think as we've got no guests, nobody booked this last half hour, I think we'll say thank you very much. And we'll see you tonight on our live in our school community, which is just $4 a month to join. And we're going to do a whole hour tonight, 8 p.m. UK time. So thank you very much.
Fantastic.
I'm going to end the stream.
Okie dokie. Thank you all. Take care and see you soon.
Bye.